So here's the thing about dreams, right? Most people forget them within 5 minutes of waking up. Your brain just dumps that information like it's clearing cache on a computer. Something about how dreams aren't stored in long-term memory the same way real experiences are. Izuku Midoriya remembered every single one. He'd been 4 years old when the Golden Dream started, and now, at 14, he could still recall it with perfect clarity. The kind of clarity that made you wonder if maybe, just maybe, it wasn't a dream at all. In it, he was floating. Not the fun kind of floating you'd imagine when you thought about flight quirks, not the weightless joy of soaring through clouds or doing loop-de-loops around skyscrapers. No, this was the kind of floating that felt wrong, like his body had forgotten how to obey physics and was just hanging there in the sky because it didn't know what else to do. Below him, a city burned. And here's where it gets weird, because Izuku didn't recognize the city. The architecture was all wrong for Japan. Too many glass and steel skyscrapers, too spread out, streets arranged in grids instead of the organic sprawl of Japanese urban planning. American, maybe, European. He'd spent hours as a kid trying to identify it from the geography books in his elementary school library, but nothing matched. In the dream, golden light poured from his body. Not metaphorically, literally poured, like someone had cracked him open and pure sunlight was bleeding out through the fissures. It hurt to look at, even in his own dream. It hurt to be. People scattered below him like ants from a disturbed hill. Some were running away, mouths open in screams he couldn't hear. Others were on their knees, praying, worshipping. Their faces tilted up toward him with expressions caught between hope and absolute terror. "Please," someone was shouting. A hero, maybe, in a costume he didn't recognize, red and gold, elaborate, expensive looking. "You have to stop. You're going to destroy everything." But here's the thing that always stuck with Izuku, the detail that made this dream feel less like a dream and more like a memory. He knew with absolute certainty that he was trying to save them. The golden light wasn't an attack, it was supposed to be salvation. He was trying to fix something, to heal something, to make something right. But the power was too much, too big, too bright, like trying to perform surgery with a chainsaw. The intention was good, the execution was catastrophic. And then the shadow would appear. It didn't emerge from anywhere, didn't fade in or materialize. One moment it wasn't there, and the next it was, like his brain had just failed to process its existence until that exact second. A figure made of darkness so absolute it seemed to devour the light around it. Even the golden radiance pouring from Izuku's dream self seemed to bend and warp near it, like light near a black hole. The shadow figure looked like him. Same height, same build, but where Izuku was all angles and nervous energy, this version was fluid, confident, predatory. "They will always fear what we are," the shadow said, and its voice was Izuku's voice, just colder, emptier. "You can save them 1,000 times and they'll still look at you the way they're looking at you now. Do you know what that look is?" In the dream, Izuku tried to speak, but his throat was closed. The golden light was getting brighter, hotter, more unstable. "It's the look people give a bomb," the shadow continued, circling him in the air with impossible grace. "They're just waiting for you to explode. They know you will. The only question is when and how many will die when you do." The light was reaching critical mass now. Izuku could feel it in the dream, feel his body becoming incandescent, transforming into something that was more energy than matter. The city below was starting to crack, buildings developing fissures, the ground itself beginning to glow. "Let me help," the shadow whispered, reaching out a hand made of living darkness. "Let me take it. I can bear what you cannot. I can be what they need you to be." And every single time, just as that hand was about to touch him, just as the golden light was about to consume everything, Izuku would wake up screaming. "Izuku. Sweetie, are you okay?" His mother's voice cut through the dissipating panic like a lifeline. Izuku blinked at his bedroom sailing, chest heaving, sheets tangled around his legs from thrashing. Early morning sunlight, normal sunlight, thank God, just regular photons doing regular photon things, streamed through his all-might curtains. "I'm fine, Mom," he called out, voice only shaking a little. Just a dream." "The usual one?" A pause from the hallway. His mom knew about the recurring nightmare. She'd taken him to 3 different therapists about it when he was younger, but none of them had been particularly concerned. Recurring dreams were normal in children, they'd said. Probably just processing anxiety about quirk development. He'd grow out of it. He hadn't grown out of it. "Breakfast in 10 minutes, his mom called, trying for cheerful and almost making it. "Your favorite omelet with rice." Izuku sat up, running a hand through his permanently disheveled green hair. His alarm clock read 6:47 a.m., 43 minutes before he had to leave for his first day at Aldera Junior High. First day at a new school where nobody knew him yet, where he'd have a clean slate. Well, cleanish. He glanced at his desk at the notebooks stacked there. Most were the normal kind: hero analysis, quirk breakdowns, costume design theories. Those were the ones he didn't mind his mom or his former friends seeing. But underneath those, hidden in a locked drawer, the key hidden inside his All Might figurine's detachable head, because who would think to look there, were the other notebooks. The ones marked with dates instead of hero names. Golden Hour Incidents, ages 4-7, Golden Hour Incidents, ages 8-10, Golden Hour Incidents, ages 11-13. He shouldn't look at them. He needed to get ready for school, needed to eat breakfast, needed to pretend to be a normal kid starting at a normal school with a normal lack of quirk. But his hand was already reaching for the All Might figure, already extracting the key, already pulling out the most recent notebook. The entries were written in his own handwriting, getting progressively neater as he'd aged, but maintaining the same obsessive level of detail throughout. April 3rd, age 4, 3:47 p.m., duration, 3 seconds, location. Kindergarten playground incident, fell from monkey bars approximately 2.5 meters, should have resulted in injury. Instead, experienced sensation of catching myself in midair, landed without impact. Golden light observed by 3 witnesses: Bakugo K, Tanaka R, Suzuki M, emanating from hands. Subsequent medical evaluation showed no quirk factor activity. 2 days of unconsciousness followed. November 12th, age 6, 9:23 a.m. duration, 1 second, location. Home, morning routine incident, touched kitchen knife. Experienced sudden knowledge of its history, where it was manufactured, Seki City, who purchased it, mother, every meal it had helped prepare. Information verified with mother. No explanation. No golden light this time. Severe headache for 6 hours. February 18th, age 9, 2:15 p.m. duration, unknown location, Aldera Elementary hallway incident. Witnessed Bakugo and others cornering a younger student. Felt sudden surge of something, not anger exactly, more like certainty. Like I knew exactly how the situation would unfold, every possible permutation. Moved to intervene before consciously deciding to. Other students reported I appeared in front of them, no memory of movement. Golden light confirmed by multiple witnesses, 3 days unconsciousness. Hospital tests inconclusive. The pattern was always the same. Some trigger danger, strong emotion, physical contact with objects would cause the golden hour effect. Light, impossible knowledge, brief moments of capability far beyond what a quirkless kid should have. And then nothing. The power would vanish as quickly as it appeared, leaving him with a crushing headache, sometimes unconsciousness, and absolutely zero ability to recreate the effect intentionally. He'd tried, of course. Spent hours staring at his hands, trying to summon that golden light. Jumped off progressively higher surfaces trying to trigger the catching reflex. That had earned him a broken arm and a very stern lecture from his mother. Meditated, exercised, even tried the visualization techniques he'd read about quirk users doing to improve control. Nothing worked. The power came when it wanted to, not when he called it. And the doctors were the worst part. Because medically speaking, Izuku Midoriya was quirkless. Every test confirmed it. He had the extra toe joint that indicated no quirk factor. His MRI scans showed a normal human brain with no unusual structures. His blood work was completely ordinary. Genetic testing revealed nothing abnormal in his DNA. By every measurable standard, he should not have any abilities whatsoever, but he did, sometimes, randomly, in ways that terrified him almost as much as they fascinated him. The notebook's most recent entry caught his eye. August 7th, age 14, 11:34 p.m. duration, extended 47 seconds, location. Home, bedroom incident, not an incident exactly. Saw him again. The shadow version, not in a dream this time, in my mirror. I was brushing my teeth, looked up, and he was there behind my reflection. Same as in the dreams, dark, fluid, predatory. He didn't speak, just watched. When I turned around, nothing. When I looked back at the mirror, gone. No golden light, no power surge, no unconsciousness afterward. But I heard something. A whisper, maybe, words I couldn't quite make out. Something about soon and ready and void. I think I'm going crazy. Or maybe I've been crazy this whole time and I'm just now realizing it. Izuku slammed the notebook shut, suddenly feeling like he'd just read something he wasn't supposed to know. Which was stupid because they were his own notes, his own experiences, his own. Izuku, breakfast is getting cold. Right, normal kid things, breakfast. School. pretending that he was fine, that he was just a late bloomer, that any day now his quirk would manifest properly and everything would make sense. He shoved the notebook back in the drawer, locked it, returned the key to its hiding spot, and headed downstairs. His mother had, in fact, made his favorite breakfast. Omelette with rice, miso soup, grilled fish, pickled vegetables, the full traditional spread. She was trying too hard, which meant she was worried, which meant she'd probably been lying awake listening for his screaming again. Guilt twisted in Izuku's stomach. "Looks great, Mom," he said, injecting as much enthusiasm into his voice as he could muster. "Thanks." Inko Midoriya smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. She was a small woman, barely 160 cm, with the same green hair as Izuku but none of his nervous energy. Where he was all sharp angles and forward momentum, she was soft curves and gentle stillness. Her quirk, minor object attraction, could pull small items to her from across a room, was modest but useful for household tasks. She was also one of the most perceptive people Izuku had ever met. "The dream again?" she asked quietly, sitting down across from him with her own plate. No point lying. "Yeah, the same one, the city and the light. And the shadow," Izuku confirmed, mechanically lifting rice to his mouth. "Though that's relatively new, only been showing up for the last few years." His mother frowned, that particular crease appearing between her eyebrows that meant she was running through mental checklists of things she should do as a responsible parent. "Maybe we should try another therapist. I know the last few said it was normal, but 14 years of the same nightmare doesn't seem..." "It's fine, Mom, really." Izuku forced a smile. "Lots of people have recurring dreams. It's probably just, I don't know, processing anxiety about starting junior high or stress about the quirk thing, or Izuku." That one word, spoken in that particular tone, made him stop mid-sentence. His mom wasn't looking at him with worry anymore. She was looking at him with something closer to sadness. "You don't have to pretend with me," she said softly, "about the dreams or the quirk or any of it. I know you write things down in those notebooks you think I don't know about." Izuku froze, chopsticks halfway to his mouth. "You what? I'm your mother. You think I don't notice when you're hiding things?" Her smile was gentle, tinged with regret. "I've never looked at them if that's what you're worried about. They're yours, your private thoughts, but I know they're there and I know something's happening with you that we don't understand." For a long moment, Izuku couldn't speak. Part of him wanted to deny everything, to laugh it off and change the subject. But another part, the part that had been carrying this weight alone for 10 years, was suddenly, desperately tired. "I don't know what's wrong with me," he said quietly. "The doctors say I'm quirkless, but I know I'm not completely. There's something there, something that happens sometimes, but I can't control it and I can't explain it," and he took a shaky breath. "What if I'm broken, Mom? What if there's something wrong with me that nobody can fix?" Inko reached across the table and took his hand. Her grip was small but surprisingly strong. "Listen to me, Izuku. There is nothing wrong with you. Different maybe, unusual definitely, but not wrong." She squeezed his hand. "Whatever's happening, whatever this is, we'll figure it out together, okay? You're not alone in this." The relief that washed through Izuku was so intense it almost hurt. He'd spent so long keeping secrets, hiding notebooks, pretending the golden hour incidents didn't happen or weren't that significant when they did. Having someone finally know, someone who wasn't immediately calling for doctors or quirk counselors or worse. "Thanks, Mom," he managed, voice thick. "Although," she added, tone shifting to something more practical, "if you start floating in your sleep or anything, we're definitely calling someone. I'm supportive, not suicidal." Despite everything, Izuku laughed. "Deal." They finished breakfast in more comfortable silence, the kind of quiet that came from understanding rather than awkwardness. His mom packed his lunch. She'd made all mite-shaped rice balls, because of course she had, and walked him to the door. "First day at a new school," she said, straightening his uniform collar even though it was already straight. "Nervous? Terrified," Izuku admitted. "Good, that means you care." She kissed his forehead. "Be yourself, make friends, learn things, and try not to, spontaneously manifest mysterious golden powers that defy medical explanation and result in multi-day periods of unconsciousness. That would be ideal, yes." Izuku grinned, shouldered his backpack, and headed out into the morning. Aldera Junior High was exactly 15 minutes away by foot, located in a nice part of Musutafu with good test scores and a low villain incident rate. The building was newer than his elementary school had been, all modern angles and large windows, with the kind of well-maintained grounds that suggested a healthy PTA budget. Izuku arrived with 20 minutes to spare, which meant he'd have time to find his classroom, scope out potential seat locations, and hopefully avoid any awkward social situations before classes officially started. That plan lasted approximately 45 seconds. Well, look who decided to crawl to the same school as his betters. Izuku didn't need to turn around to know who that voice belonged to. He'd been hearing it since he was 4 years old, had memorized every subtle variation in tone from mildly annoyed to about to explode something. Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku turned slowly, putting on his best non-threatening smile. Hey Kachan, didn't know you'd be going here too. That was a lie. He'd known exactly which school Bakugo was attending because he'd specifically researched schools Bakugo wasn't applying to. Unfortunately, his mom's budget and the district boundaries had limited his options. Bakugo looked exactly as Izuku remembered, spiky ash-blonde hair, red eyes that seemed to permanently exist in a state of low-grade fury, hands already crackling with small detonations, because Bakugo had never met a social situation that couldn't be improved with implied violence. He was flanked by 2 other boys Izuku vaguely recognized from elementary school, both wearing expressions of practiced intimidation. Of course I'm going here, Bakugo said, like Izuku had just asked the stupidest question in human history. Best junior high in the district, where else would I go? His eyes narrowed. Question is, what the hell are you doing here, Deku? Thought maybe you'd finally gotten the message and fucked off to some quirk remedial school for defects. And there it was. Deku, the nickname Bakugo had given him years ago, a play on Dekaru, can do, twisted into something that meant useless. A constant reminder that in Bakugo's worldview, and increasingly in society's worldview, people were divided into 2 categories. Those with quirks and those who didn't matter. Just trying to get an education, Izuku said, keeping his voice carefully neutral, same as everyone else. Education. Bakugo said the word like it physically hurt him. Right. Because that's what you need. Lessons on how to be even more useless than you already are. His hands sparked more intensely. Let me save you some time, Deku. Give up now. Whatever hero delusions you're still clinging to, kill them. You're quirkless, you're never going to be a hero. You're going to spend your life as an accountant or a salaryman or some other background character job, and the sooner you accept that, the less pathetic you'll look. One of Bakugo's friends, Tsubasa, Izuku remembered, had some kind of wing quirk, laughed. Damn Bakugo, tell him how you really feel. Izuku should let it go, should just nod and walk away and avoid antagonizing someone who could literally explode his face. That would be the smart play, the safe play. But here's the thing about Izuku Midoriya. He'd never been particularly good at choosing safety over principle. You know, Kachan, he said, voice still mild but with an edge creeping in, for someone so confident in their own superiority, you spend a lot of time tearing down someone you claim doesn't matter. Makes me wonder who you're really trying to convince. The hallway went quiet. Tsubasa and the other kid, Fingers, that seemed like a weird name, but Izuku thought he remembered something about elongated digits, took a step back. Bakugo's eyes widened fractionally before narrowing to slits. What? Bakugo said, voice dropping to something dangerously soft. Did you just say to me? And here's where Izuku's mouth, operating independently of his brain's better judgment, decided to dig the hole deeper. I'm just saying, if I'm really as irrelevant as you claim, why do you care what school I go to? Why do you care what I dream about doing with my life? I'm supposedly so far beneath you that I shouldn't even register on your radar, right? So why? He didn't get to finish the question because Bakugo's hand was suddenly gripping the front of his uniform, small explosions popping against the fabric. You want to know why, Deku? Bakugo's face was inches from his own, teeth bared. Because I'm sick of watching you chase something you'll never have. You're quirkless. That means you're weak. And weak people who pretend they're not. They get people killed. They get in the way of real heroes and people die because of it. So yeah, I care, because I don't want to see your dead-eyed corpse on the news someday because you thought you could play hero. For a second, just a second, Izuku saw something in Bakugo's eyes that wasn't rage. Something that might have been concern or fear or some emotion too complicated to easily name. But then it was gone, buried under the familiar anger. Let go, Kachan, Izuku said quietly. Or what, you gonna cry? Gonna run home to mommy? Bakugo shoved him backward, not hard enough to injure but hard enough to make a point. Face reality, Deku, you're nothing, you've always been nothing. And whatever delusions you wrote in those creepy notebooks of yours, they're not going to change. Something inside Izuku's chest twisted. Not painfully, not exactly. It felt like a door he didn't know existed suddenly creaking open. Like touching a live wire except the electricity was inside him, had always been inside him, waiting. The world went strange. Colors became sharper, more vibrant. He could hear conversations from classrooms 3 floors up, could feel the vibrations of students walking on the other side of the building, could sense the electromagnetic fields from every phone and computer in a 50-meter radius. Time felt weird, like it was moving through molasses, giving him centuries to observe every detail. Bakugo's hand was still extended from the shove, and Izuku could see the exact trajectory of every molecule of sweat on his palm, could calculate the precise chemical composition of his explosive quirk factor, could map out every possible way this confrontation might escalate or de-escalate. And threading through it all, faint but unmistakable, was golden light, not visible to anyone else, not yet. But Izuku could see it, feel it, building beneath his skin like sunrise behind mountains. The golden hour was starting. No, he thought desperately. Not here, not now, not in front of everyone. The shadow appeared. Not physically, it was still just in his perception, a dark figure standing behind Bakugo, watching the scene with Izuku's face and empty eyes. But it was closer than it had ever been before, more present, like the membrane between his mind and reality was wearing thin. Interesting, the shadow said, though its mouth didn't move. He insulted the notebooks. The records of our awakening, that bothers you more than the quirkless comments, doesn't it? Because the notebooks are proof that you're not what they say you are. Go away, Izuku thought at it. I am you. We can't go away from ourselves. The shadow tilted its head. You're fighting it again, the power. It wants to come out, wants to show this arrogant child exactly how wrong he is about what you are. And you're pushing it down, locking it away, pretending you don't have it. Because I don't control it. Because last time it came out, I was unconscious for 3 days. So learn to control it. Or, the shadow smiled and there was nothing friendly in the expression. Let me. I can handle what you cannot. I can make him understand. Make all of them understand. They'll never look at you the same way again. They'd fear me. They fear you already. At least this way the fear would be respectful. Oi, Deku. Bakugo's voice cut through the strange, expanded perception like a gunshot. Izuku blinked and reality snapped back to normal speed. The golden light receded, the shadow vanished, time resumed its usual flow. You having a stroke or something? Bakugo was looking at him strangely now, anger mixed with something that might have been unease. You just froze. Your eyes did something weird. I'm fine, Izuku said automatically. His voice sounded normal to his own ears, which was good because internally he was screaming. That had been the longest golden hour incident yet. Nearly 30 seconds of expanded perception, of knowing things he shouldn't know, of feeling power he couldn't access. And it had happened in front of Bakugo. Whatever, Bakugo shoved past him, his friends trailing behind. Stay out of my way, Deku. Final warning. They disappeared down the hallway, leaving Izuku alone with his racing heart and the fading sensation of golden light beneath his skin. He made it to a bathroom before his hands started shaking. The rest of the first day passed in a blur of orientation speeches, homeroom introductions, and the standard beginning-of-year logistics. Izuku mechanically went through the motions, taking notes, memorizing names, plotting out the school's layout in the obsessive detail that had become second nature. But his mind was elsewhere, replaying the hallway incident over and over. 30 seconds, that was unprecedented. His previous longest golden hour had been maybe 5 seconds. And the level of perception enhancement, being able to sense things 3 floors away, calculate chemical compositions, process all that information simultaneously, that was new too. Whatever the golden hour was, it was getting stronger. The shadow's appearance was also concerning. Before, it had only shown up in dreams or, occasionally, in reflections when Izuku was alone. But this time it had appeared during an incident, had been able to interact with him in real time, had offered to what? Take control, use the power in his place. Izuku didn't know what scared him more. The fact that something inside him wanted to hurt Bakugo, or the fact that he'd been tempted to let it. By the time school ended, he'd filled 3 pages in his current notebook with observations and theories, none of which brought him any closer to understanding what was happening to him. He was halfway home, lost in thought, when he noticed the notebook. It was lying on the ground near a storm drain, pages fluttering in the afternoon breeze. Not one of his, the cover was wrong, blue instead of the red he'd been using lately. Someone must have dropped it. Izuku bent down to pick it up, intending to check for a name and maybe return it to the school's lost and found. The moment his fingers touched the cover, the world exploded into information. This wasn't like the golden hour incidents before. This was bigger, more complete. Like instead of peeking through a keyhole, someone had kicked down the entire door. He knew everything about the notebook. Where it was manufactured, a factory in Osaka, 3rd shift, machine number 7. Who bought it? A woman named Tanaka, purchased at a convenience store 3 weeks ago. Who'd used it? Her daughter, a first year at Aldera. Hero analysis notes, dreams of attending Shiatsu High. How it had ended up here, dropped during lunch, kicked accidentally by 4 different students before rolling to its current location. But that wasn't all. He could feel the history of everything around him. The storm drain, installed 6 years ago, serviced twice, cleared of debris 8 times. The street, repaved in 2017, minor crack developing near the curb that would need repair in approximately 8 months. The building to his left, constructed in 1992, resident on the 3rd floor considering moving out due to noise complaints. And beyond that. The golden hour erupted fully for the first time in Izuku's conscious memory. Golden light poured from his skin, not bright enough to be visible in daylight but unmistakable in its intensity. His feet left the ground, body floating upward, as if gravity had simply forgotten he existed. The sensation of infinite knowledge expanded outward, encompassing block after block, showing him the interconnected web of history and possibility that made up the world. And standing on the street below him, head tilted back to watch, was the shadow. "Hello, Izuku," it said, voice carrying perfectly despite the distance. "We should talk." Then everything went dark. Okay, so here's something most people don't think about when they imagine having superpowers. The part where you wake up in a hospital and have absolutely no idea how you got there. Izuku's first conscious thought was that the ceiling was wrong. His bedroom ceiling had that water stain shaped like All Might's hair. This ceiling was pristine white with fluorescent panels, and that particular texture that screamed institutional building, trying to be comforting but mainly achieving sterile. His second thought was that his body felt like someone had run it through a washing machine. On the spin cycle, repeatedly. "Oh good, you're awake," a voice said from somewhere to his left. "I was starting to worry we'd need to call in a quirk specialist. Your mother's been beside herself." Izuku turned his head slowly, because apparently neck muscles were also part of the washing machine metaphor, and found himself looking at an elderly woman in a white coat. Doctor's badge identified her as Dr. Watanabe, internal medicine. She had the kind face of someone who delivered 1,000 pieces of bad news and learned how to do it gently. "How long?" Izuku croaked. His throat felt like he'd gargled sand. 48 hours, Dr. Watanabe said, checking something on a tablet. "You collapsed on Thursday afternoon. It's now Saturday morning. Your mother is in the cafeteria getting coffee. Should I call her?" 2 days, 2 full days unconscious. That was, actually not as bad as some of his previous incidents. The one when he was 9 had lasted 3 days. Still, 48 hours was nothing to celebrate. What happened?" Izuku asked, even though he knew. God, did he know? The memory was crystal clear despite the unconsciousness that followed. Golden light floating, the shadow speaking to him, and that overwhelming sensation of knowing everything. "We were hoping you could tell us," the doctor said, pulling up a chair. "You were found unconscious near a storm drain about 2 blocks from Aldera Junior High. A passerby called an ambulance. When the paramedics arrived, they reported that you were..." She paused, clearly choosing her words carefully. "Glowing. Faintly gold, they said, though by the time you arrived here, the effect had faded." Of course there were witnesses this time, because the universe had a sick sense of humor. "The preliminary diagnosis was quirk exhaustion," Dr. Watanabe continued, "but your medical records indicate you're quirkless. So we ran the standard battery of tests, MRI, genetic screening, quirk factor analysis, the works." She looked at him over her tablet. "Izuku, your results are contradictory." That one word, contradictory, sent ice through Izuku's veins. "What do you mean?" "I mean that according to every test we have for determining quirk factors, you don't have one. The genetic markers aren't there, your brain structure is normal, the extra toe joint is present." She set the tablet down. "But your cellular activity tells a different story. Your cells are producing energy at a rate that should be impossible for someone without a quirk. It's as if your body is a reactor that's constantly generating power, but there's no apparent mechanism for you to access or discharge that power." Izuku stared at her. "So, what does that mean?" "Honestly, I have no idea." Dr. Watanabe smiled apologetically. "You're not the first person with an unusual case I've seen. Quirk science is still evolving, and we discover new variations all the time, but you're definitely in the top 5 strangest. My recommendation is a referral to a specialist in quirk abnormalities. Someone at a university hospital, maybe, with more advanced diagnostic equipment." "But I'm not dying or anything?" Izuku asked, because that seemed like the important question. "Not from what we can tell. Your vital signs are actually remarkably good for someone who was unconscious for 2 days. Honestly, you're healthier than most 14-year-olds I see. She stood up. I'll let your mother know you're awake. But Izuku, whatever this is, whatever's happening to you, don't try to push it or test it until we know more. Quirk exhaustion can be dangerous, even fatal in extreme cases. If you feel anything unusual, call emergency services immediately. Understand? Izuku nodded, though they both probably knew he was lying. How do you call emergency services when the unusual thing is part of you, embedded in your cells, beyond your control? Dr. Watanabe left and Izuku was alone with his thoughts. 48 hours unconscious. Witnesses reporting golden light. Tests showing cellular activity that shouldn't exist. And underneath it all, the memory of that voice. The Shadow's voice, his own voice, saying we should talk. He closed his eyes and tried to remember exactly what had happened after he'd touched the notebook. The memories were fragmented, coming back in pieces rather than a coherent narrative, like trying to watch a movie where someone kept randomly cutting out scenes. He remembered floating, that much was clear. Actual honest-to-God floating, feet leaving the ground as if gravity had taken a coffee break. The golden light had been visible even in daylight, pouring from his skin like he was a human-shaped star. But it was the information that had overwhelmed him. When he'd touched the notebook, he hadn't just seen its history, he'd seen everything's history. Every object within his field of perception, every person, every building, all of it connected in this vast web of cause and effect that stretched back years, decades, centuries. The storm drain was installed in 2019 by a construction crew led by a man named Tanaka Hiroshi, who'd been thinking about his daughter's upcoming wedding. The metal had been forged in Osaka by a company that had been in business since 1957, founded by a woman who'd survived the war and decided to build things instead of destroying them. The street had been paved over an older road that dated back to the Edo period, and if Izuku had dug down 3 meters, he would have found pottery shards from, and that was just one object. Multiply that by everything he could see, and you got a data overload that made his brain feel like it was trying to process the entire internet simultaneously. But even that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the other memories, the ones that weren't his. In those moments of floating, surrounded by golden light, Izuku had remembered things that never happened to him. He'd remembered standing on a rooftop in a city he'd never visited, New York, his mind supplied, the name appearing from nowhere, wearing a costume he'd never seen, gold and blue, a cape that caught the wind, a stylized sun emblem on the chest. He'd remembered fighting, something, a monster, a person. The details were fuzzy, but the emotion was clear. Determination mixed with fear, mixed with this bone-deep exhaustion that came from saving people who didn't want to be saved by you. He'd remembered a conversation with someone named Reed, talking about molecular stability and quantum states, and how sometimes the greatest power came from the greatest formula. He'd remembered looking in a mirror and seeing a different face, older, more angular, blonde hair instead of green, blue eyes instead of his own, and thinking, Robert. Your name is Robert Reynolds. And you're running out of time. And he'd remembered the void, not just seeing it but being it, or being part of it. The memory was paradoxical, like trying to remember being 2 people simultaneously. He'd been himself, Izuku, floating above the street in Musutafu. But he'd also been the shadow, the dark figure, the inverse of all that golden light. And the void had been angry. No, that wasn't right. The void didn't feel anger the way people did. It felt something colder, more absolute. It felt betrayed. You locked me away, the void had said in his memories. You, Robert Sentry, whatever name you want to use, you decided I was the problem. You decided that the darkness had to be destroyed, so you made everyone forget. You erased yourself from history, took the void with you, and thought that would fix everything. And Izuku/Robert/ whoever had replied. It was the only way. Together we were too dangerous, too unstable. People died because of us. People died because you refused to accept what you were, what we were. You can't have light without shadow. You can't have power without responsibility, hope without fear, salvation without sacrifice. I'm not your enemy, I'm your other half. And you, the memory cut off there, fragmenting into sensation rather than words. Pain, light, darkness. The feeling of being torn apart at the molecular level and rebuilt wrong. Or maybe rebuilt right. The memory was unclear. Then nothing until he'd woken up in the hospital. His mom arrived 12 minutes later, and Izuku barely had time to wipe his eyes. He'd been crying apparently. When had that started? Before she burst through the door. Izuku. Oh thank God, they said you were awake, but I needed to see for myself. She was hugging him before he could respond, and she was crying, actually crying, which made Izuku feel approximately 1 million times worse about everything. "I'm okay, Mom," he said, even though it was a lie. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." "Sorry, you're sorry," she pulled back, hands on his shoulders, and she was doing that thing where she tried to look stern but her eyes were too wet for it to work. "Izuku Midoriya, you collapsed in the street glowing like a light bulb, have been unconscious for 2 days, and the first thing you say is you're sorry." "I mean." "Yeah," his mom made a sound that was half laugh, half sob and hugged him again. "You stubborn, wonderful, terrifying child, what am I going to do with you?" "Probably send me to therapy," Izuku offered. "Oh, therapy is the least of what's happening. We're getting every specialist in Japan to look at you if we have to." She was doing her thing where she talked fast when she was stressed, words tumbling over each other. "The doctor said your cells are doing something impossible, and there's no genetic explanation, and you were glowing, Izuku. The paramedics documented it. There's video." "Wait, video?" "Someone recorded it on their phone. It's already circulating online. Not viral yet, thank God, but people are asking questions about the golden boy who appeared near Aldera Junior High." She took a shaky breath. "We need to figure out what's happening to you before this gets out of control." Right. Of course there was video, because this was the 21st century and everyone had a camera in their pocket at all times. Izuku's secret, such as it was, had just become significantly less secret. "I don't know what's happening to me," he admitted quietly. "The doctors said, I know what the doctors said. Contradictory results, cellular anomalies, no clear diagnosis." His mom sat down on the edge of his bed, taking his hand. "But you know something, don't you? Something you've been writing in those notebooks." Izuku froze. "How much do you? I told you I've never read them, but I'm not stupid, sweetie. You've been documenting something for years, and whatever it is, it's getting worse, or stronger, or," she gestured helplessly. "I don't know the right word, but something's changing." For a long moment, Izuku considered lying, deflecting, changing the subject. All the things he'd gotten good at over the past 10 years of hiding the golden hour incidents. But he was tired, so tired, and his mom had already said she knew something was up. And honestly, the idea of not carrying this alone anymore was almost painfully appealing. "It started when I was 4, he began. It took almost an hour to explain everything. The recurring dream of the burning city and the golden light. The golden hour incidents scattered across his childhood, the shadow that appeared in mirrors and dreams. The way touching certain objects would flood him with information about their history. The notebook entries, the patterns he'd noticed, the desperate attempts to trigger or control the power that never worked. And finally, haltingly, the fragmented memories from the latest incident. The other life, the other name, Robert Reynolds, the costume and the powers and the void." His mom listened to all of it without interrupting, though her expression went through about 15 different emotions. By the end, she looked like someone had just explained quantum physics using interpretive dance. "So what you're telling me," she said slowly, "is that you think you might be, what, a reincarnation of this American hero?" "I don't know," Izuku admitted. "Maybe. The memories feel real, but they also feel like I'm watching someone else's life through a foggy window. They're not my memories, but they're in my head anyway. And this void thing, you think it's connected to the shadow you've been seeing? I know it sounds insane. Izuku, you were unconscious for 2 days after floating in the air surrounded by golden light. Insane is relative at this point." She rubbed her temples. Okay, we need help, professional help, someone who understands quirks and reincarnation. Is that even a thing that happens with quirks?" "There are some documented cases of quirks that interact with consciousness in weird ways," Izuku said, slipping into analysis mode almost reflexively. "There's a hero in Kyoto whose quirk lets her access memories from people who have died. And there's that villain from 5 years ago who claimed he could transfer his consciousness between bodies, though that was never verified. So it's not impossible that something similar could." "Izuku, yeah, you're doing the thing where you spiral into research mode to avoid processing emotions." "Yeah," his mom sighed, but there was fondness in it. "One thing at a time. First we get you discharged from the hospital, then we figure out next steps. And," she hesitated, "we might need to tell someone about the extent of what's happening. Not the whole story, not yet, but enough that you can get proper help." "Who would we even tell? The Hero Commission? They'd probably lock me up as a potential threat." "I was thinking more along the lines of a hero who could give us advice. Someone experienced, someone trustworthy." His mom pulled out her phone. "Actually, speaking of which, there's someone who's been waiting to talk to you. He showed up at the hospital yesterday asking about the boy who was glowing." Dread settled in Izuku's stomach. "Mom, who?" There was a knock at the door. "Excuse me." a voice called from the hallway, a voice Izuku recognized immediately because he'd heard it in hundreds of videos and interviews, and that one time he'd been rescued from the sludge villain. Oh god, the sludge villain incident. That was supposed to happen soon, wasn't it? Or had it already happened? Time was getting weird. Is the young man awake? I'd very much like to speak with him if possible. Izuku's mom stood up and opened the door. All Might walked in. Not Hero All Might, all muscles and booming voice and impossible hair. This was true form All Might, skeletal thin, sunken eyes, the shape of someone who'd pushed their body past its limits and was paying the price. He was wearing civilian clothes, a simple button-up shirt and slacks, and he looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with physical exhaustion. But his eyes, those blue eyes that had inspired a generation of heroes, were sharp and focused entirely on Izuku. "Young man," All Might said quietly, "I think we need to talk." Izuku's mom excused herself after All Might assured her that yes, this was just a conversation and no, he wasn't here in any official capacity, and yes, she could come back in 15 minutes if she wanted. She left reluctantly, closing the door behind her. All Might pulled up the chair Dr. Watanabe had used earlier and sat down with a slight wince that suggested cracked ribs or something similar. For a long moment he just looked at Izuku, expression unreadable. "Do you know why I'm here?" he finally asked. "Because someone told you about the glowing kid," Izuku guessed. Partially, All Might leaned back. But mostly because 48 hours ago, at approximately 3:17 p.m., every hero in a 5-kilometer radius felt something. A pulse of energy, brief but intense, that registered on quirk detection equipment. "The Commission is very interested in finding the source." He tilted his head. "They don't know it was you yet, I made sure of that." "Why would you?" "Because 17 years ago, I met someone who felt like that." All Might's expression was distant, remembering. "I was in America still learning what it meant to be a symbol. There was a situation, a villain attack, Category 5 threat, and out of nowhere this man appeared, wearing gold and blue, moving faster than I could track, hitting with force that could level buildings." Izuku's breath caught. "The Sentry?" All Might's eyes widened fractionally. "You know that name?" I remember it, sort of. The memories are fragmented, but..." Izuku struggled to find words. "It's like there's someone else in my head. Someone who used to be called Robert Reynolds. Someone who had your power, but also something more, or different, or..." He shook his head. "I don't understand what's happening to me." "Tell me everything," All Might said. "Start from the beginning." So Izuku did. For the second time in an hour, he explained the golden hour incidents, the shadow, the memories. All Might listened with the intensity of someone who'd built a career on noticing details others missed. When Izuku finished, All Might was quiet for a long time. "The Sentry," he finally said, "was the most powerful person I've ever encountered, stronger than me at my peak, faster, more durable. He could fly, shoot energy blasts, had this incredible regeneration. Basically, if you made a list of every power you'd want in a hero, he had it." "But," Izuku prompted, because there was definitely a but coming. "But he was also the most tragic person I've ever met." All Might's voice was heavy. "He fought alongside the American heroes for maybe 2 years, saved thousands of lives, prevented dozens of catastrophes. Everyone loved him. He was everything a hero should be. What happened? I don't know, not fully." All Might spread his hands. "One day there was an incident. Details are classified even now, but from what I gathered, the Sentry fought something, maybe a villain, maybe something else, and during that fight All Might struggled for words. "He broke, psychologically, maybe even metaphysically. There was this dark energy that manifested, the opposite of his golden light. It fought the other heroes. People died." The Void, Izuku realized. He was talking about the Void. "After that incident, the Sentry disappeared. Not just physically, people started forgetting about him. Heroes he'd fought alongside couldn't remember his name. News reports vanished from archives. It was like he was being erased from history in real time." All Might looked directly at Izuku. "Most people think it was a villain's quirk that caused the forgetting, but I think it was him. I think the Sentry realized how dangerous he'd become and chose to make everyone forget, including himself." "How do you remember?" Izuku asked. "Because of this." All Might pulled up his shirt, revealing the massive scar that dominated his left side. "This injury, the one that ended my prime, it came from a fight with All for One 5 years ago, but the truth is, I would have died that day if not for the Sentry." "What?" He appeared out of nowhere just for a moment. Like his erasure of himself was incomplete, or maybe he couldn't let me die without trying to help. All Might's smile was bittersweet. He hit All for One hard enough to drive him back, gave me the opening I needed to win. Then he just vanished, but before he did, he looked at me and said, "Someone will come after me, someone who can do what I couldn't. When you find them, help them, don't let them make my mistakes." The room felt too small suddenly, the air too thin. Izuku's hands were shaking. "You think I'm, what, his reincarnation, his successor?" "I think," All Might said carefully, "that you have his power. Whether that makes you his reincarnation or a successor or something else entirely, I don't know. But I know that power is dangerous." The Sentry's story ended in tragedy. He had to erase himself to protect the world from what he'd become. "So what do I do?" Izuku's voice came out smaller than he intended. "How do I stop from becoming that?" All Might was quiet for a moment. Then he smiled, and despite his skeletal form, despite the weight of the conversation, it was still that smile that had inspired millions. "You learn from his mistakes, you build a support system, you accept that having darkness doesn't make you evil, it makes you human." He leaned forward. "And if you're willing, I'd like to help you. Not as the symbol of peace, but as someone who understands what it's like to carry power that could destroy as easily as it saves." "Why would you help me?" Izuku asked. "If I'm this dangerous, shouldn't you? I don't know, report me to the commission or something." "Because 17 years ago, the Sentry saved my life even though it meant revealing he still existed, even though it risked undoing all his work to erase himself. He did it because he couldn't let someone die when he had the power to save them." All Might's expression was intense. "That's what being a hero means, not having the power but choosing to use it for others even when it costs you something. The Sentry had that quality, and from what I've seen in your eyes and how you talk about these incidents, you have it too. But what if I lose control? What if the void? Then we'll deal with it together." All Might stood up, extending a hand. "I'm offering to train you, not officially, not through any hero program. Privately, help you understand your power, control it, maybe even figure out what the connection to the Sentry really is." Izuku stared at the offered hand. This was All Might, the All Might, offering to personally train him. This was everything he'd ever dreamed of, handed to him because of powers he didn't understand and couldn't control. Powers that came with a shadow that wanted to talk. "There's something else," Izuku said slowly. "The void, the dark energy the Sentry had, it's not just an enemy or a separate entity. It's part of me, part of him, it talks to me sometimes. Offers to help, to take control." He looked up at All Might. "What if accepting your training means accepting that? What if I can't learn to use the golden power without also letting the void in?" All Might's expression was serious. "Then we figure out how to work with it rather than against it. But Izuku, may I call you Izuku?" At Izuku's nod, he continued. "Izuku, the fact that you're afraid of the void, that you're questioning whether to accept training because you're worried about the consequences, that tells me you're nothing like the Sentry in his worst moments. He ran from his darkness until it consumed him. You're already trying to understand yours." That actually made sense. In a weird way, Izuku took All Might's hand. "Okay, yes, I want to learn. I want to understand what's happening to me." "Good," All Might shook firmly. "Then we'll start once you're discharged, but first," he pulled out his phone, "we need to address the video circulating online. The commission is going to find you eventually, and when they do, we need a story that's close enough to the truth to be believable but vague enough to not reveal everything." "What kind of story?" "A late developing quirk. It happens, especially in children from families with weak or absent quirk factors. We'll say your power finally manifested under stress, you lost control, and now you're seeking proper training." All Might smiled slightly. "The glowing part is unusual but not unprecedented. There are at least a dozen heroes with light-based quirks. You'll just be added to that list." It was a good cover story. Simple, believable, hard to disprove. "But what about the Sentry connection?" Izuku asked. "We keep that between us, and your mother, since she already knows some of it." All Might's expression turned serious. The Sentry erased himself for a reason. If people knew his power still existed, if villains found out, he didn't need to finish the sentence. All for One, Izuku realized. If All for One knew the Sentry's power had reincarnated into a teenager with no control and no training, he'd come for Izuku in a heartbeat. "So I need to hide what I really am?" "No," All Might corrected gently. "You need to discover what you really are first. Then we can decide what the world needs to know." That was fair, actually. There was another knock at the door, and Izuku's mom poked her head in. "Everything okay?" "More than okay," All Might said, standing. "Miss Midoriya, with your permission, I'd like to offer Izuku some personal training to help him control his quirk. Unofficial, private, no hero program involvement. Just an old hero helping out a young person with unusual abilities." Izuku's mom looked between All Might and Izuku, clearly trying to read the subtext. This is about more than a late developing quirk, isn't it? Yes, All Might said simply. But I give you my word as Toshinori Yagi that I will do everything in my power to keep your son safe while we figure out exactly what he's dealing with. The use of his real name clearly meant something to Izuku's mom because her expression softened. All right, but I want regular updates, and if anything seems dangerous, you'll be informed immediately, All Might promised. He headed for the door, then paused. Izuku. One more thing? Yeah, the Sentry's story ended in tragedy because he faced his demons alone. Don't make that mistake. All Might's smile was kind. You've got your mother, and now you've got me. And I suspect, given your nature, you'll make friends at UA who'll stand by you too. UA, Izuku's heart skipped. You think I can still apply to UA? I think that with proper training and control, you could become the kind of hero this world needs. All Might tapped the doorframe. We'll talk more once you're discharged. Rest up, young Midoriya. You've got a long journey ahead. He left, and Izuku was alone with his mom and his thoughts. So, his mom said, sitting back down on the bed. All Might is going to train you, apparently, to control the power of a dead American hero who may or may not have reincarnated into my son. That's the summary, she laughed, a little hysterically. My life has gotten so weird. I'm really sorry, Mom. Oh hush, weird doesn't mean bad, she hugged him again. We'll figure this out, one day at a time, together. Together, Izuku agreed. But even as he said it, he was aware of the shadow standing in the corner of the room, watching with his face and empty eyes. It didn't speak, didn't move, just watched, waiting. They discharged him that evening with instructions to rest and follow up with a specialist in 2 weeks. The video of his incident had gotten about 10,000 views, not viral, but enough that people were talking. The comments ranged from cool quirk bro to probably fake to is he okay, that looks like quirk exhaustion. No one had identified him yet, which was good. Bakugo texted him that night, just 2 words. What the fuck? Izuku didn't respond. What could he even say? He lay in his own bed that night, staring at his ceiling with its water stain shaped like All Might's hair, and tried to process everything that had happened. All Might knew about the Sentry, was going to train him, believed he could control this power. But the Sentry's story had ended in tragedy, in erasure, in becoming something so dangerous that the only solution was to make the entire world forget. What if Izuku was walking the same path? You're not him, a voice said in the darkness. Izuku sat up sharply. The shadow was standing at the foot of his bed, more solid than it had ever been. Not quite physical, he could see through it to his dresser, but present in a way it hadn't been before. What do you want? Izuku asked. To talk, like I said before you passed out. The shadow tilted its head. You've been afraid of me for so long, treating me like an enemy, something to be suppressed or controlled. But I'm not external, Izuku. I'm you, the parts you don't want to acknowledge. You're the void. The thing that made the Sentry dangerous. I'm the doubt, the fear, the anger at a society that would have thrown you away for being quirkless. The shadow's smile was sharp. I'm every unkind thought you've ever had about Bakugo, every moment of resentment toward heroes who get to be celebrated while you're ignored, every flash of fury at a world that values power over character. That doesn't make you good. No. But it doesn't make me evil either. I'm balance, Izuku. You can't have the golden light without the darkness to give it meaning. The Sentry forgot that. He tried to be purely good, purely heroic, and when he couldn't maintain that illusion, he fractured. The shadow moved closer. But you don't have to repeat his mistakes. How? Izuku demanded. How do I use this power without losing myself to you? By accepting that I'm already part of yourself. The Sentry and the Void were never separate entities. They were always 2 aspects of Robert Reynolds. And now they're 2 aspects of Izuku Midoriya. The shadow extended a hand, an echo of All Might's gesture earlier. So stop fighting me, stop treating me as the enemy. Let me in and I'll show you what we can really do. Izuku looked at the offered hand. In the darkness of his room with no witnesses, he could admit the truth. He was tempted. The shadow promised power, understanding, control over the Golden Hour incidents, but it also promised becoming something other than himself. I need time, he said finally, to think, to train with All Might, to understand what's happening. The shadow lowered its hand. Time is a luxury we may not have. The power is growing stronger. The incidents will become more frequent. Eventually, you'll manifest fully, and if you haven't made peace with me by then, it didn't finish the sentence. Is that a threat? It's a prediction. The shadow began to fade. But take your time, Izuku. Figure out what you want to be. Just remember, you can't be a hero of the light if you refuse to acknowledge your own shadow. It vanished, leaving Izuku alone in the darkness. He didn't sleep well that night. The dreams were different this time. Instead of the burning city and the golden light, he dreamed of a man in a laboratory, injecting himself with something that glowed. He dreamed of that man discovering impossible power, of soaring through the sky with the weight of the world on his shoulders. He dreamed of battles against cosmic threats, of standing alongside gods and monsters, of being worshipped and feared in equal measure. And he dreamed of the moment it all went wrong. The moment when the golden light flickered, when the darkness crept in, when Robert Reynolds looked at his reflection and no longer recognized the hero staring back. "Someone will come after me," Dream Sentry said, looking directly at Izuku across time and death and reincarnation. "Someone who can do what I couldn't. Don't let them make my mistakes." Izuku woke up with tears on his face and golden light flickering around his fingertips. Outside his window, the sun was rising. A new day, a new beginning. Time to figure out what it meant to be the successor to the world's most tragic hero. So here's the thing about training with the #1 hero that nobody tells you in the hero documentaries. It's less epic montage of becoming stronger and more learning that your body has approximately 17,000 muscles you didn't know existed, and they all hurt now. 3 weeks had passed since Izuku got discharged from the hospital. 3 weeks of waking up at 5 a.m. to meet All Might at Takoba Municipal Beach. Because of course the symbol of peace's idea of a good training location was a garbage dump that looked like the ocean had given up on life. 3 weeks of lifting refrigerators and car tires and other people's actual literal trash, while All Might shouted encouragement in that way that was simultaneously motivating and mildly terrifying. And exactly 0 manifestations of the golden hour. Which, okay, you'd think that would be a good thing, right? No random power surges, no floating, no shadow appearances, just normal teenager doing normal, extremely exhausting physical training. But here's what nobody tells you about having an unpredictable power that could potentially destroy everything around you. The waiting is almost worse than the incidents themselves. Because at least when the golden hour was happening, Izuku knew what he was dealing with. It was there, it was real, it demanded attention. But this was like living with a loaded gun that could go off at any moment, except the gun was inside his body and made of memories that weren't his and cosmic energy that defied medical explanation. Super relaxing, definitely not causing him to develop an anxiety disorder or anything. Young Midoriya, All Might's voice, his real voice, the thin raspy one, not the booming symbol of peace version, cut through Izuku's internal spiral. "You're thinking too hard again, I can see it from here. Your face does this thing." Izuku looked up from where he was struggling with a particularly stubborn microwave that seemed to have fused with the sand through sheer spite. All Might was sitting on a nearby rock in his true form, looking like a strong breeze could snap him in half, but his eyes were sharp. "Sorry," Izuku said automatically, "just thinking about the training. And stuff, meaning the distinct lack of golden energy manifestations despite 3 weeks of increasingly strenuous physical exertion." All Might's smile was knowing. "I had wondered if you'd bring that up. Is it weird that I'm almost disappointed?" Izuku finally wrestled the microwave free and added it to his growing pile. "I mean, I know we want me to develop control, but having 0 access to the power kind of defeats the purpose of training to control it." All Might stood, stretching with several concerning popping sounds. "Walk with me for a moment. Your muscles need a break anyway, and I can see you're about to push yourself into an injury." They walked along the beach, or what passed for a beach under all the garbage. The morning sun was just starting to burn off the mist, painting everything in shades of gold that made Izuku's skin prickle with sense memory. "The Sentry's power," All Might began, "from what I understood during my limited interactions with him, wasn't like most quirks. Quirks are biological, genetic. They follow rules even if we don't always understand what those rules are. But the Sentry, his power was something else. Something that existed in the space between matter and energy, between consciousness and reality." "That's not ominous at all," Izuku muttered. "What I'm saying is, the power doesn't manifest just because you're physically stronger or more disciplined. It manifests in response to specific triggers, usually emotional or psychological." All Might glanced at him. "Every incident you've documented has something in common. Do you know what it is?" Izuku thought back through his notebooks. The playground fall when he was 4, fear of injury. The kitchen knife, curiosity and a desire to understand. The hallway confrontation with Bakugo, anger mixed with helplessness. The notebook on the street, that overwhelming need to know everything to understand the world completely. "Strong emotions," he said slowly. "Moments when I'm feeling something intensely, or when I desperately want or need something." "Exactly. The power responds to your emotional state, your desires, your fears." which means that training your body, while important for your overall health and hero readiness, isn't going to directly trigger the golden hour. All Might's expression was thoughtful. What we're really doing here is building a foundation. A stronger body, a disciplined mind, habits of perseverance, so that when the power does manifest again, and it will, you have the mental and physical framework to handle it. That actually made a lot of sense. And also meant Izuku had been approaching this completely wrong. So I shouldn't be trying to trigger it during training, he said. God no, please don't try to emotionally overwhelm yourself while lifting heavy objects. That's how people get crushed by refrigerators. All Might shook his head. When the next incident happens, and it will happen, the pattern is clear, we'll work on control in the moment. But until then, we build you into someone capable of handling cosmic power without immediately breaking. No pressure or anything. Oh, immense pressure, just delayed pressure. All Might grinned, and for a moment Izuku could see the hero who'd inspired a generation underneath the skeletal frame. Now back to work. Those car tires won't move themselves, and I want this entire section cleared by the end of the week. Izuku groaned but headed back to his pile. All Might's explanation made sense, but it also meant he was essentially training blind, building toward a goal he couldn't see and might not reach before something catastrophic happened. No pressure at all. The thing about anxiety is that it's basically your brain's way of trying to predict every possible disaster so you can prevent them. Which sounds useful in theory, but in practice just means you spend a lot of time imagining increasingly unlikely scenarios where everything goes wrong. Like for example, what if the next golden hour incident happened during class? What if it happened on a crowded train? What if it happened while Izuku was anywhere near Bakugo, and the explosive rage ball decided to investigate this weird quirkless kid who was suddenly glowing like a budget All Might? What if the void decided to take control, and Izuku woke up 3 days later surrounded by rubble and bodies? These were the fun thoughts that occupied Izuku's mind as he headed home from training, exhausted and sore and desperately needing a shower. The sun was higher now, early enough that most people were still asleep on a Saturday, which meant the streets were blessedly empty. Well, mostly empty. The scream was what caught his attention first. High-pitched, terrified, coming from an alley about 2 blocks ahead. Izuku's hero analysis brain, the part that never fully shut off even when he was exhausted, immediately started cataloging information. Single voice, probably female, genuine terror not pain, which meant active threat not injury aftermath. He should call the heroes. That was the smart play, the legal play, the play that didn't involve a 14-year-old with unpredictable cosmic powers trying to intervene in a villain situation. Izuku was already running toward the alley before his brain finished that thought. Look, he knew it was stupid, okay? He knew that he was quirkless sort of, untrained mostly, and currently so tired his legs felt like jelly. He knew that heroes always said civilians should leave villain encounters to the professionals. But here's the thing about Izuku Midoriya that hadn't changed despite hospitals and golden light and shadows that offered dark bargains. When someone needed help, he couldn't just walk away, even if it was going to get him killed one of these days. He rounded the corner into the alley and immediately understood why the scream had sounded so terrified. The villain was made of sludge. Not metaphorically, literally composed of some kind of liquid matter that moved like it was alive, greenish-brown, with eyes that floated in the mass, and a mouth that was currently trying to engulf a girl who looked maybe 12, 13 tops. She was clawing at the slime covering her face, unable to breathe, movements getting weaker. She was drowning, on dry land, in a villain. Izuku didn't think. Thinking was what got people killed. He grabbed the nearest object, a wooden plank from a broken crate, and swung it at the sludge villain's center mass with every ounce of strength his 3 weeks of All Might training had built. The plank passed through the villain like hitting water. Ineffective, but it got the villain's attention. Oh, the sludge villain's voice was wet, bubbling, deeply unpleasant. Another brat wanting to play hero. Tell you what, kid, run along and I'll only kill one of you today. Let her go, Izuku shouted, already scanning the alley for something, anything that could hurt a liquid villain. Concrete dust, heat source, container to trap it in. The villain laughed, a sound like drowning in reverse. Or what, you gonna call for the heroes? Go ahead. I'll be gone before they arrive and she'll be dead before you can. The girl's hand fell limp. Something inside Izuku's chest cracked. Not physically. He'd gotten good at recognizing the difference between actual injuries and whatever metaphysical nonsense his body was doing these days. This was the feeling of a door being kicked open, of pressure that had been building for 3 weeks suddenly finding release. Oh no, Izuku thought with perfect clarity. Oh no, not now, not like this, golden light erupted from his skin. But here's the thing, it wasn't like the previous incidents. Those had been uncontrolled, overwhelming, reality-warping surges of power that left him unconscious for days. This was different, more focused. Like instead of a dam breaking, it was a valve being opened precisely enough to let pressure out without destroying everything. Time didn't slow down completely, but it did something weird, like someone had adjusted the playback speed to 0.75x, giving Izuku just enough extra processing time to notice details he shouldn't be able to see. The sludge villain's molecular structure, 70% water, 15% organic compounds he couldn't identify, 15% what his mind unhelpfully labeled as villain quirk bullshit. The girl's declining oxygen levels, maybe 90 seconds before brain damage. The exact trajectory he'd need to move to pull her free without injuring her further. And standing behind the sludge villain, watching with cold interest, was the Void. Finally, it said, voice perfectly clear despite the fact that time was doing weird things. Ready to stop playing pretend and use what we are? I'm not trying to use anything, Izuku thought desperately. I'm trying to save her. Same thing, you want to save her. I can make you strong enough to do it. The Void moved closer, and Izuku could see that it looked more solid now, more real. Just let me in. 2 seconds of cooperation and she lives. Keep fighting me and we both know how this ends. The girl's fingers twitched once, then stopped. Izuku made a choice. Fine, but just this once, just enough to save her. Then you go back, the Void smiled. Of course. Just this once. It reached out a hand made of living shadow, and when it touched Izuku's chest, something inside him shifted. The golden light flickering around his body suddenly gained an edge of darkness. Not replacing the light, mixing with it, dark gold, like sunset through storm clouds. The power that had been rising in a controlled surge suddenly doubled, tripled, became something vast enough to feel terrifying. Izuku moved. Later, he wouldn't be able to explain exactly how he'd moved. Physics, as he understood it, didn't have rules for what happened. One moment he was standing at the alley entrance, the next he was somehow beside the sludge villain, his hand plunging into its mass with perfect precision. His fingers closed around something solid, the girl's wrist, and he pulled. The sludge villain shrieked as Izuku tore the girl free, the golden dark energy around his hand apparently solid enough to give him purchase in liquid matter. He spun, putting himself between the girl and the villain, and for a moment, just a heartbeat, considered following up with an attack that would end this permanently. No, part of him thought, why not? Another part, the Void part, replied. It's a villain, it tried to kill a child. The world would be better without it, because I'm not a killer, because that's not what heroes do. Heroes get people killed because they're too soft to make hard choices, the Void said, and Izuku realized with horror that it wasn't just in his head anymore. It was in his body, sharing space, influencing his decisions in real time. The sludge villain was reforming, eyes wide with genuine fear now. What the hell are you, kid? Good question. Izuku would love to know. Doesn't matter, he said, and his voice sounded wrong, layered, like two people speaking simultaneously. Leave now before I change my mind about letting you. The sludge villain didn't need to be told twice. It flowed toward a storm drain with speed born of pure terror, squeezing through the grate and vanishing into the sewer system. Gone. Izuku stood there for a moment, golden dark energy still crackling around his hands, the girl unconscious but breathing on the ground behind him. He'd done it. He'd saved her without losing control, without destroying everything, without the Void's presence suddenly expanded inside him, and Izuku realized with dawning horror that it wasn't pulling back like it had promised. You really thought I'd just leave? The Void's voice was inside and outside simultaneously. You opened the door, Izuku, invited me in. Did you think I wouldn't take advantage? You said just this once, I lied. Or more accurately, you heard what you wanted to hear. The Void was spreading through his consciousness like ink in water. But here's the thing, I don't actually want to destroy you or take over permanently. That's counterproductive. I just want you to stop fighting me. Accept that I'm part of you. Use the power without guilt or hesitation. The golden light was flickering now, destabilizing as Izuku's concentration fractured between maintaining control and fighting the Void's influence. You can't fight both me and reality at the same time, the Void said almost gently. So make a choice. Let me help or collapse here and leave the girl alone with no idea when the villain might come back. Izuku's knees hit the ground. The power was too much, pulling in too many directions, the Void pushing and the golden light pulling and his own terrified consciousness trying to hold it all together. He was going to pass out. Again. He could feel it happening, the edges of his vision going dark, the sensation of falling even though he was already on the ground. Texas SMAASH. The shockwave hit approximately 3 seconds before Izuku's brain registered that someone else had entered the alley. He looked up, fighting unconsciousness, and saw All Might, not true form All Might. Full power, muscles on muscles, smile that could inspire nations All Might, except he wasn't smiling. He was looking at Izuku with an expression of such concentrated concern that it cut through the void's influence like a knife. Young Midoriya, All Might said, and his voice was gentle despite the booming quality. I've got you. Let it go, can't, Izuku managed. The void, it's not leaving, I can't. Yes, you can. All Might knelt beside him, one massive hand on Izuku's shoulder. You're stronger than it is, not physically, not even metaphysically. But willpower, that's all you, kid, so I need you to do something that's going to sound insane. What? Stop fighting it. Izuku stared at him. What? The void isn't an external force. It's part of you, part of the power, part of the whole package. You can't beat it by fighting it, you beat it by accepting it exists and choosing to remain yourself anyway. All Might's grip tightened. So stop trying to push it away. Acknowledge it's there, and then choose to be Izuku Midoriya anyway. That was the opposite of everything Izuku had been trying to do for 3 weeks, but it was also exactly what the void had been saying. I'm part of you, stop fighting me. Taking a shaky breath, Izuku stopped resisting. The sensation was immediate and profoundly weird. Instead of the void being this external force trying to invade, it suddenly felt like a limb he'd been holding tensed for so long that he'd forgotten what relaxed felt like. The golden dark energy stopped fighting itself and just was, settling into a new equilibrium that felt almost natural. The void's presence was still there, still distinct, but it wasn't pushing for control anymore. It was just existing. Part of him, neither good nor evil, just power waiting to be directed. There we go, All Might said, and he was smiling now. See, not so hard once you stop making it a war. The energy was fading now, settling back beneath Izuku's skin. Not gone, he could feel it there, ready to be called upon, but dormant, waiting. How did you know? Izuku asked weakly. Because I've been watching you train for 3 weeks, and I know what it looks like when someone's at war with themselves. All Might stood, offering a hand to help Izuku up. The Sentry's tragedy wasn't that he had darkness in him, it was that he tried to pretend he didn't. You're smarter than that. Izuku took the offered hand, letting All Might pull him to his feet. His legs were shaky, and he felt like he'd run a marathon, but he wasn't unconscious. That was new, that was progress. The girl is fine, breathing normally, no apparent injuries beyond some bruising. All Might was already pulling out his phone. I'll call for an ambulance and the police. You, meanwhile, are going to go home and rest before your mother discovers I let you get into a villain fight on my watch and murders me. I wasn't exactly planning to, I know. Hero instinct, saw someone in danger and couldn't walk away. All Might's smile was proud despite the concern in his eyes. That's good, that's what makes someone a hero. Just maybe next time, call for backup before charging a villain made of sentient slime. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Sirens were approaching, heroes responding to the earlier scream, probably. All Might gently but firmly pushed Izuku toward the alley exit. Go, before someone asks questions about the golden dark energy or why you're covered in sludge. We'll talk more about what happened here, but right now, you need to not be present when the professionals arrive. Izuku nodded and started to leave, then paused. All Might's thank you. For knowing what to say. Thank the Sentry, All Might said quietly. He told me once, in the brief time we worked together, that his biggest regret was treating the void as an enemy instead of an aspect of himself. I just passed along the wisdom. Right. Of course, even from beyond death or erasure or whatever had happened to him, Robert Reynolds was still teaching lessons. Izuku headed home, exhausted and confused and covered in slime that smelled like a sewer had a baby with a chemistry lab. But also, hopeful he'd used the power. Had actually used it in a controlled way for a specific purpose without immediately passing out. Yeah, the void had gotten more influence, and yeah, there were going to be consequences from that. But he'd saved someone, had made the choice to be a hero even when he had every reason to walk away. That had to count for something. His mom took one look at him when he walked through the door and immediately went into crisis management mode. Izuku Midoriya, why are you covered in slime? Villain fight, Izuku said, too tired to come up with a convincing lie. Used the golden hour, saved a girl, All Might showed up, everyone's fine. I need a shower and possibly a nap that lasts until Tuesday. His mom's expression went through several emotions in rapid succession: panic, anger, concern, pride, more panic, before settling on resigned exasperation. Okay, shower first. Then you're going to tell me everything. And I mean everything, including whatever use the golden hour means in detail. She pointed toward the bathroom. And throw those clothes away. I don't even want to know what that smell is. Izuku showered, changed into clean clothes that didn't smell like the inside of a sewer demon, and found his mom waiting in the kitchen with hot chocolate and that expression she got when she was preparing to have a serious conversation. He told her everything. The girl drowning in the sludge villain, the decision to intervene, the void offering power in exchange for cooperation, All Might's advice to stop fighting and just accept it existed. So what you're saying, his mom said slowly, stirring her own untouched hot chocolate, is that the dark scary part of your power is now more integrated with you because you stopped trying to push it away? Pretty much. And this is good? According to All Might, yes. According to every horror movie I've ever seen, absolutely not. Izuku took a sip of his drink. It was too hot and burned his tongue, but the familiar pain was weirdly grounding. But I didn't pass out this time, Mom. I used the power, saved someone, and stayed conscious. That's never happened before. His mom was quiet for a long moment, processing. Then, I'm proud of you for saving that girl. And terrified that you're 14 and already getting into villain fights. And confused about the cosmic power situation. And, she laughed, a little helplessly. And I have no idea how to parent someone in your situation. There's no handbook for my son might be the reincarnation of a godlike hero. If it helps, I also have no idea what I'm doing. It doesn't, but thank you for trying. She reached across the table and took his hand. Just promise me something, anything. Promise me that no matter how powerful you become, no matter what the void says or what the golden light offers, you'll stay you. Stay Izuku. The kid who fills notebooks with hero analysis and cries at sad endings and can't walk past someone who needs help. Her grip tightened. Power doesn't make you a hero. Your choices do. Remember that. I will, Izuku promised. I promise. They sat there for a while, drinking hot chocolate that was gradually cooling to drinkable temperature, mother and son trying to navigate a situation that neither of them had any reference point for. Eventually, Izuku's phone buzzed. A text from All Might, the girl is fine, full recovery expected. The villain escaped into the sewers. Pro heroes are searching, but no luck yet. You did good today, young Midoriya, get some rest. Training continues Monday morning, 5 a.m. We have a lot to discuss. And then, a few seconds later, also your mother didn't murder me, right? You made it home safe. Please confirm or I'm going to worry. Izuku smiled and typed back, home safe. Mom knows everything. She's choosing to be supportive instead of grounding me forever, which I'm taking as a win. See you Monday. His phone buzzed almost immediately. Thank whatever divine forces are listening. Sleep well, you've earned it. Izuku did sleep well, actually. No dreams of burning cities or golden light or shadows offering dark bargains. Just deep, exhausted sleep that lasted until early afternoon. When he woke up, he felt different. Not physically, he was still sore, still tired, still very much a 14-year-old whose body was not designed for cosmic power. But mentally something had shifted. The void was still there. He could feel it, a presence in the back of his mind that hadn't existed, or at least hadn't been acknowledged before. But it wasn't scary. It was just part of him. Like his anxiety or his hero analysis obsession or his tendency to mutter when he was thinking hard about something. And the golden power, that was there too. Not active, not surging, just waiting beneath his skin like potential energy. Ready when he needed it. Maybe not fully under control yet, but more controlled than it had been. For the first time since the golden hour incident started, Izuku felt like maybe, just maybe, he could figure this out. Monday morning came too early and too cold. Izuku dragged himself out of bed at 4:30 a.m., pulled on workout clothes, and headed to Takoba Beach. All Might was already there in his true form, doing what appeared to be Tai Kai in the pre-dawn darkness. He looked up when Izuku approached and smiled. Young Midoriya, excellent, you're on time, how are you feeling? Like I got hit by a truck made of existential questions, Izuku admitted. But I'm here. Perfect. Because today we're changing up the training. All Might gestured to the beach. You've been building physical strength for 3 weeks. That continues, but now we're adding a new component, controlled manifestation. Izuku's stomach dropped. You want me to deliberately trigger the golden hour. I want you to learn to access the power intentionally instead of waiting for emotional extremes to activate it randomly. All Might's expression was serious. Saturday proved that you can use it and maintain consciousness. Now we need to build on that, teach you to call upon the power when you need it and suppress it when you don't. Is that even possible? Every incident before Saturday was completely involuntary. Every incident before Saturday, you were fighting the void and treating the power as something foreign. Now you've accepted it's part of you. All Might tilted his head. So the question is, can you tap into that power the same way you'd flex a muscle? It's part of your body now, part of your psyche. Theoretically, you should be able to access it at will. Theoretically. That was a great word that meant I have no idea if this will work, but let's try anyway. What if I lose control? Izuku asked. What if the void? Then I'm here to pull you back. That's what training partners are for. All Might smiled. Besides, we're on an empty beach at 5 a.m. If you accidentally float or glow or develop cosmic awareness of every piece of trash in a 50-meter radius, the worst that happens is some early morning joggers get confused. That was actually reassuring. Okay, Izuku said, taking a deep breath. What do I do? Close your eyes, focus inward. Find where the power lives in your body, not metaphorically, physically. The Sentry told me once that his power felt like a sun in his chest. Where do you feel yours? Izuku closed his eyes and tried to focus. This was weird, borderline meditation level weird, and he'd never been good at meditation because his brain didn't really do quiet contemplation. But he tried. At first, there was nothing. Just the normal sensations of being in a body, heartbeat, breathing, the cold morning air on his skin, the soreness in his muscles from 3 weeks of training. But then, there. In his chest, just behind his sternum, there was warmth, not physical warmth, but something else. Like touching something that existed in a dimension slightly to the left of normal reality. I feel it, he said quietly. It's warm. Gold, but also dark at the same time, like sunset. Good, now reach for it, not with your hands, with your will, with intention. Tell the power that you want to use it. Izuku reached. The sensation was indescribable. Like flexing a muscle he didn't know he had, or remembering a word that was on the tip of his tongue, or solving a puzzle that had been frustrating him for hours. The warmth in his chest responded immediately, rising up through his body with eager willingness. Golden dark energy flickered around his hands. Not much, just a faint glow, barely visible in the pre-dawn light. But it was there, it was real, and he was doing it on purpose. Holy shit, Izuku breathed. Language, young Midoriya. Holy shit, sir. All Might laughed, full and genuine. There we go, that's the first step. Now try to maintain it. Don't let it overwhelm you, but don't clamp down so hard that it disappears. Just let it exist at a low level. Easier said than done. The power wanted to surge, wanted to expand into that overwhelming tide that characterized the Golden Hour incidents. It took active concentration to keep it at this low simmer, like holding a heavy weight at arm's length, possible but exhausting. After maybe 30 seconds, Izuku let it go. The energy faded back into dormancy, and he was left breathing hard like he'd just run a sprint. That was really hard, he panted. It'll get easier with practice. Like any muscle, the more you use it, the stronger and more efficient it becomes. All Might looked pleased. But young Midoriya, do you understand what you just did? You accessed the power voluntarily and maintained control. That's huge progress. It was huge progress. 3 weeks ago, the Golden Hour only happened during emotional extremes and left him unconscious for days. Now he could turn it on and off like a light switch. Exhausting light switch that made his brain hurt, but still. Again, All Might said, let's see if you can hold it for a full minute this time. They spent the next 2 hours on controlled manifestation training. By the end, Izuku could maintain the low-level golden dark glow for almost 3 minutes before exhaustion forced him to stop. It wasn't much, but it was something. Excellent work, All Might said as they took a break, sitting on a relatively clean section of beach. At this rate, you'll have basic control within a few months. Then we can start working on actually using the power for specific purposes, enhanced strength, flight, energy projection, all the things the Sentry could do. Flight, Izuku perked up despite his exhaustion. I can learn to fly, eventually, once you can maintain manifestation for extended periods without exhausting yourself. All Might's expression turned more serious. But there's something else we need to discuss. The entrance exam for UA is in 10 months. Right, UA. The dream school, the place every aspiring hero wanted to attend, the institution that would either make or break his chances of becoming a professional hero. I'm still planning to apply, Izuku said. I know the power is unpredictable and I know there are risks, but young Midoriya, I'm not suggesting you don't apply. I'm suggesting you need to decide how much you're going to reveal. All Might's tone was careful. The entrance exam is designed to test combat ability. You could potentially pass using just the physical training we've been doing. You'll be significantly stronger and faster than most applicants by that point. But if you use the Golden Hour power, Everyone will know I'm not normal, that there's something different about my quirk. Izuku finished the thought, and questions will be asked. Questions I might not be able to answer without revealing the Sentry connection. Exactly. All Might pulled out his phone and showed Izuku a news article. The video from your incident 3 weeks ago has been analyzed by several quirk scientists. The current consensus is that you have a light-based emission quirk that manifested late. That's the cover story we want to maintain. But if you show up to the entrance exam with energy projection, flight, super strength, and cosmic awareness all at once, they'll realize it's way more than a simple light quirk. Correct. So we need to establish limits. Decide what abilities you're comfortable displaying publicly and which ones you keep in reserve for emergencies. All Might's expression was thoughtful. The Sentry's full power set was godlike. But you're 14 and still learning. It's perfectly reasonable for your quirk to have some abilities but not others, at least initially. Izuku thought about that. It made sense strategically, even if it felt like lying. But then again, he was already lying by omission by not explaining the reincarnation aspect. What would you suggest? He asked. Start with enhanced physical abilities, strength, speed, durability. Those are common enough that they won't raise too many questions. The golden energy manifestation around your hands and body, we say that's your quirk's visual indicator, purely aesthetic. Maybe basic energy projection if you can keep it controlled. All Might ticked items off on his fingers. But flight, cosmic awareness, the ability to know an object's entire history by touching it. Those we keep secret until you're more established and have the reputation to protect you from uncomfortable questions. That's actually a really good plan. I've been doing this hero thing for a while, young Midoriya. Strategy is important. All Might stood, stretching. Now, let's get back to it. I want to see you maintain manifestation for 5 minutes by the end of the session. Izuku groaned but got to his feet. 5 minutes felt impossible right now, but then again, 30 seconds had felt impossible an hour ago. Progress, that's what this was. Slow, exhausting, occasionally terrifying progress toward understanding what he was and what he could become. As he reached for the power again, feeling it respond eagerly to his call, Izuku thought about the Sentry. About Robert Reynolds, who'd had all this power and no guidance, who'd faced his darkness alone and lost. I won't make your mistakes, Izuku thought, directing the words at whatever trace of the Sentry might still exist in his psyche. I've got people helping me. I'm not alone. From somewhere deep in his mind, he could have sworn he felt approval. Or maybe that was just the void being smug about getting more integration time. Hard to tell with cosmic powers and fractured reincarnation memories. Either way, golden dark energy flickered to life around his hands, and Izuku Midoriya took another step toward becoming something the world had never seen before. A hero who accepted his shadow. A successor who learned from his predecessor's failures. A boy who refused to run from what he was, no matter how terrifying. The training continued. Here's something they don't teach you in hero school applications. The distance between who you are and who you could become is often measured in seconds, not years of training, not accumulated experience or wisdom gained through trials, just seconds. Moments when the world presents you with a choice, and the person you choose to be in that instant defines everything that comes after. For Izuku Midoriya, that moment came on a Tuesday afternoon in late April, 6 weeks after he'd first touched the golden power deliberately. 6 weeks of training with All Might, of learning to call upon energy that shouldn't exist, of negotiating with the shadow self that lived in his psyche like an unwelcome roommate who occasionally had good advice. 6 weeks of becoming something other than what he'd been. But here's the thing about transformation, you never see it happening. You're too busy living through each individual moment, each small change, each incremental shift in capability and understanding. It's only in retrospect, when you look back at who you were, that you realize the person looking back is someone fundamentally different. Izuku wouldn't understand that until much later. Right now, walking home from another exhausting day at Aldra Junior High, his mind was occupied with more immediate concerns. Namely, why was Bakugo Katsuki following him? Not obviously. Bakugo was too proud for obvious stalking. But Izuku had spent enough years cataloging Bakugo's behavior patterns to recognize when the explosive blonde was shadowing him at a distance of about 20 meters, trying to look casual while clearly building up to some kind of confrontation. The question was, what kind of confrontation? Since the hallway incident on the first day, the one where Izuku's eyes had briefly done something weird and Bakugo had looked at him with something approaching unease, their interactions had been strange, not friendly. Bakugo didn't do friendly, but less overtly hostile than usual, more watchful. Like Bakugo was trying to figure out a puzzle and Izuku was the missing piece. It made sense in a way. The video of Izuku's golden hour incident had circulated enough that anyone paying attention knew something had happened. Izuku had been quirkless for 14 years, and then suddenly he was glowing gold and making quirk detection equipment spike across 5 kilometers. People who knew him, people like Bakugo, had questions. Questions Izuku couldn't answer honestly without revealing things that would put targets on his back. He turned down a side street, one of the shortcuts he'd mapped out years ago when avoiding Bakugo and his friends had been a daily necessity. The street was narrow, lined with small shops and residential buildings, mostly quiet this time of day. Good for avoiding crowds, bad for avoiding confrontations since there were fewer witnesses. Bakugo's footsteps echoed behind him, no longer trying for stealth. Izuku stopped walking and turned around. Might as well get this over with. Bakugo stood about 5 meters away, hands in his pockets, expression caught somewhere between anger and something else. Confusion, maybe? Bakugo didn't do confusion well. It tended to manifest as additional anger, like his emotional range was just different intensities of explosive rage. So, Bakugo said, voice carefully neutral in that way that meant he was working hard to not immediately start shouting. You gonna tell me what the hell is going on, Deku? I don't know what you're talking about, Koch-chan. Don't give me that shit. Bakugo's hands came out of his pockets, small pops of explosion crackling around his palms. Not threatening yet, just his body's automatic stress response. You were quirkless. For 14 years, you were completely, verifiably, medically quirkless. I watched the doctors tell you that. I watched you write it down in those creepy notebooks like you were documenting your own failure. Each word landed like a small detonation, and Izuku felt his own hands clenching into fists. The golden power stirred beneath his skin, responding to his emotional state, eager to manifest. Not now, he thought at it firmly. We're not doing this here. And then suddenly, Bakugo continued, taking a step closer, you're on the news. Glowing like a discount All Might, unconscious for 2 days. And now you're walking around like nothing happened, except I can see it, Deku. Something's different. Your eyes do this thing sometimes, like they're not quite focused on reality. Like you're seeing something the rest of us can't. That was more perceptive than Izuku had given Bakugo credit for. The enhanced perception that came with the golden hour didn't fully go away between uses. It lingered at the edges of his awareness, letting him see patterns and connections that shouldn't be visible. Apparently, it also made his eyes do something noticeable. It's a late developing quirk, Izuku said, sticking to the cover story. It happens sometimes. Families with weak quirk factors, the ability just takes longer to manifest. The doctors said you had the extra toe joint, the genetic markers for quirklessness. Bakugo's voice was rising now, control slipping. You don't just develop a quirk when you're 14 if you've got the genetic markers saying you're quirkless. That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works. He wasn't wrong. The cover story had holes you could drive a truck through if you looked closely enough. But most people wouldn't look closely. Most people would accept the explanation because the alternative, that Izuku had somehow acquired a quirk through means other than genetics, was too strange to consider. Bakugo, unfortunately, had never been most people. So I'm asking you again, Bakugo said, and his voice had dropped to something quieter, more dangerous. What the hell is really going on? Izuku opened his mouth to respond, to deflect, to lie more convincingly, and that's when the manhole cover exploded upward. Later, when Izuku tried to recall the exact sequence of events, he'd realized that he'd had maybe half a second of warning. That enhanced perception, the lingering effect of the golden hour, had registered something moving beneath the street. Something large, liquid, accelerating upward with violent intent. Half a second. Enough time for his brain to process. Danger, move, get away. Not enough time to actually move before the sludge villain erupted from the sewer system like a geyser of malevolent gelatin. And went straight for Bakugo. The thing about the sludge villain, and Izuku would have time to analyze this later when he wasn't watching in horror, was that it wasn't stupid. It was a predator, and predators understood opportunity. 2 targets standing in a mostly empty street, one of them literally crackling with explosive energy that probably smelled like a quirk buffet to something that absorbed people's abilities. Of course, it went for Bakugo first. The slime hit Bakugo like a wave, engulfing his head and shoulders before the explosive teen could even register what was happening. Bakugo's hands sparked, trying to blast his way free, but the explosions just dispersed harmlessly through the liquid matter. No solid surface to propel, no structure to damage. Just water and organic compounds, and that indefinable quirk factor that let the villain maintain cohesion despite being functionally liquid. Bakugo's struggles were already getting weaker, drowning on dry land in front of Izuku. The world did that thing it had been doing lately, that fractional slowing of time that gave Izuku just enough processing speed to really understand how bad this was. Bakugo had maybe 30 seconds before brain damage. The villain was wrapped around him like a second skin, actively blocking airflow. And the street was empty, no heroes, no adults, no one who could help, just Izuku. The formerly quirkless kid with cosmic power he barely understood and a shadow self that was currently whispering in his mind. Let me handle this. The void's presence had become more constant over the past 6 weeks. Not overwhelming, not controlling, just there. A second voice in his internal monologue, offering commentary and occasionally suggestions that ranged from helpful to deeply concerning. Right now, it wasn't suggesting, it was demanding. This is what we've been training for, the void said, and Izuku could feel its presence at the edges of his consciousness, eager, hungry for action. 6 weeks of controlled manifestation. You know you can do this, so do it. Stop thinking and start being. We agreed. Izuku thought back desperately, no taking control. We work together or not at all. Then work with me, let me in enough to use the power properly. Half measures won't save him. The sludge villain's eyes, floating in its mass like debris in dirty water, locked onto Izuku. Another one, it's my lucky day. Don't worry, kid. I'll make this quick for you. It reached out a pseudopod of slime toward Izuku, and some distant part of his analytical mind noted that the villain was splitting its attention, trying to secure 2 victims simultaneously. Tactically stupid, it should finish with Bakugo first, ensure that capture, then move to the secondary target. But villains, by definition, made bad decisions. That's what separated them from heroes. Izuku made a choice. He reached for the golden power, felt it surge up through his chest and into his limbs, and this time, deliberately, intentionally, he reached for the void as well. The sensation was like nothing he'd experienced before. In previous manifestations, the golden light and the dark energy had existed in tension, pushing against each other, requiring active concentration to maintain any kind of balance. But now, after 6 weeks of training, after accepting that both were part of him, they flowed together like 2 streams merging into a river. Golden dark energy exploded around Izuku's body, and the world shifted into that enhanced perception state that made everything feel simultaneously too fast and too slow. He could see the sludge villain's molecular structure, could map out Bakugo's declining oxygen saturation, could calculate exactly how much force he'd need to separate villain from victim without causing collateral damage. And more than that, he could feel the power itself, not as something external that he was borrowing, but as an intrinsic part of who he was, like breathing or thinking or any other fundamental function of existence. This was what control felt like. Izuku moved. Here's something about speed that most people don't understand. It's not just about going fast. It's about processing information quickly enough that fast movement becomes possible. Your brain is the bottleneck, not your muscles. You can't move faster than your nervous system can coordinate. Unless, of course, you have cosmic power that enhances your perception to the point where seconds feel like minutes. Izuku crossed the 5 meters between himself and the villain in what his enhanced perception registered as a leisurely walk, but what external observers would later describe as appearing beside Bakugo. Not teleportation, just movement so fast that the human eye couldn't track it properly. His hand plunged into the sludge villain's mass, golden dark energy making his flesh solid enough to maintain cohesion even in liquid matter. He found Bakugo's jacket collar gripped tight and pulled. The villain shrieked, a sound like drowning played in reverse as Izuku tore Bakugo free. The slime tried to maintain its hold, tried to flow back around its escaping victim, but the energy around Izuku's hand was apparently anathema to its structure. Where golden dark light touched, the sludge hissed and recoiled like oil from water. Izuku spun, putting himself between Bakugo and the villain, his free hand extended in what was half defensive gesture and half warning. Energy crackled around his fingers, and for a moment he felt the temptation to end this. The power was there, ready to be shaped into an attack that would reduce the villain to component molecules. "Do it," the void whispered. "It's a monster. It was going to kill him, kill both of you. The world doesn't need creatures like this." And the terrible thing was part of Izuku agreed. The part that had watched Bakugo's struggles getting weaker, that had calculated how close they'd come to tragedy, that understood in visceral detail how many people this villain had probably hurt or killed before today. "But we're not killers," Izuku said aloud, voice steady despite the adrenaline and fear and power thrumming through his body. "That's not who we are. We could be, we're strong enough. Strength isn't the question. Choice is." Behind him, Bakugo was coughing, gasping for air, alive because Izuku had chosen to save him rather than walk away. And that choice, that fundamental decision to help even when it would have been easier not to, that was what separated heroes from everyone else. The sludge villain was reforming, pulling itself back into a cohesive mass, eyes wide with fear now instead of predatory confidence. "What are you?" "That energy, it burns." "It shouldn't burn, I'm liquid matter, fire doesn't work on me, but that—" "Leave," Izuku said quietly, "while I'm still giving you the choice." For a moment, he thought the villain might be stupid enough to attack again. The slime gathered itself, tensing, preparing to surge forward. And then it felt the shift in Izuku's energy, the way the golden dark light around his hands intensified, the way his eyes probably did that thing Bakugo had noticed where they didn't quite focus on normal reality. The villain fled, poured itself back down the manhole, squeezing through the cover's opening with liquid ease, disappearing into the sewer system like it had never been there. Gone. Izuku let the power fade, the golden dark energy retreating back beneath his skin. The enhanced perception collapsed back to normal, and suddenly he was just a 14-year-old kid standing in a street, shaking with adrenaline, trying not to throw up from the sudden sensory overload of returning to baseline human consciousness. Behind him, Bakugo was still coughing, but the sound was getting stronger. Recovering. Alive. Izuku turned around slowly, expecting anger, expecting accusations, expecting. Bakugo was staring at him with an expression Izuku had never seen before. Not anger, not contempt. Something closer to fear mixed with awe mixed with confusion, all blended together into an emotion that didn't have a name. "Deku," Bakugo rasped, voice raw from drowning and coughing. "What the fuck are you?" And Izuku, exhausted and scared and still feeling the void's presence in his mind, commenting on how they could have handled that better, could only offer the truth. "I have no idea." The heroes arrived approximately 90 seconds later, which was impressive response time considering the lack of obvious destruction or noise. Izuku would later learn that the sludge villain's emergence from the sewers had tripped some kind of quirk detection sensor that the Hero Commission had installed after the last sewer-based villain incident. Death Arms showed up first, the muscle hero scanning the scene with professional efficiency. His eyes landed on Bakugo, still coughing, covered in slime residue, and then on Izuku, who was definitely not covered in slime and was standing in a way that suggested he'd been involved in whatever had just happened. "You kids okay? What happened here?" Izuku opened his mouth to answer, but Bakugo beat him to it. "Sludge villain came up from the sewers." Bakugo's voice was still rough, but he was getting his breath back. "Attacked me." Bakugo gestured at Izuku, expression complicated. "He saved me." Death Arm's eyebrows rose. "You fought off a villain, how old are you, kid?" 14, Izuku said, "and I didn't really fight, I just pulled him free and the villain left." That was technically true, if you ignored all the cosmic power and enhanced perception and negotiating with your shadow self parts. Death Arms didn't need those details. More heroes were arriving now. Kamui Woods, MT. Lady in her civilian form, because giant sizing in this narrow street would cause more problems than it solved. They cordoned off the area, called for medical support for Bakugo, and started asking questions that Izuku answered with careful truth and convenient omissions. Yes, he'd seen the villain emerge. Yes, he'd helped his classmate. No, he hadn't engaged in combat, just pulled Bakugo free and the villain had fled. Yes, he understood that civilians should leave villain encounters to professionals, but there hadn't been time to wait. The heroes didn't seem happy about the civilian intervention, but they also couldn't argue with results. Bakugo was alive and relatively unharmed. The villain had escaped but would be caught eventually. No major damage to property or people. Just another Tuesday in hero society. Except it wasn't, and Izuku knew it, and from the way Bakugo kept looking at him with that complicated expression, Bakugo knew it too. When the paramedics finally cleared Bakugo, no water in the lungs somehow, just superficial contact with the slime, and the heroes were distracted with their investigation, Bakugo pulled Izuku aside. "We need to talk," Bakugo said. "Not here, not now, but soon. Because whatever the hell you just did, whatever that light was, whatever you've become." He stopped, struggling with words in a way that Bakugo never struggled. I need to understand, Deku. I need to know what's happening. Izuku looked at his childhood friend, his bully, his rival, this person who'd made his life miserable for years and had also just nearly died in front of him. And he saw something he'd never expected to see in Bakugo Katsuki's eyes: genuine confusion, vulnerability, the admission that there was something Bakugo didn't understand and couldn't figure out on his own. Tomorrow, Izuku said quietly, after school I'll explain what I can. Bakugo nodded once, sharp and decisive, then because he was still Bakugo and couldn't help himself, and Deku, thanks for. You know, he walked away before Izuku could respond, heading toward where his parents had apparently just arrived in a state of panic after getting the call about the villain incident. Izuku stood there for a moment, processing what had just happened. He'd saved Bakugo's life, had used the golden power in public, in front of witnesses, even if he'd kept it subtle enough that the heroes hadn't realized it was anything unusual, had successfully manifested and controlled the energy without losing consciousness or letting the void take over. And he'd made a choice, to save rather than destroy, to help rather than abandon, to be the hero he wanted to be even when part of him whispered that there were easier paths. The void was quiet in his mind now, neither approving nor disapproving, just present, watching, waiting to see what Izuku would do next. Not bad, it finally said. You're learning, slowly but learning. Learning what exactly? That power without purpose is just destruction. That having strength means nothing if you don't choose how to use it. That being a hero isn't about capability, it's about the moment-by-moment decision to be better than you have to be. The void's presence shifted, becoming almost thoughtful. The Sentry never learned that. He thought being powerful made him a hero. You're starting to understand it's the other way around. Izuku didn't respond, but he felt something like agreement settle in his chest. The golden power and the dark energy, the light and the shadow, all of it was just tools. What mattered was what he built with them. His phone buzzed. A text from All Might: I saw the news. Sludge villain incident near your location. Please tell me you weren't involved. Izuku sighed and typed back, I may have been slightly involved. Bakugo was attacked. I helped. Everyone's fine. We should probably talk about this. The response was almost immediate. Takoba Beach. 20 minutes. We need to discuss boundaries and what slightly involved means in your vocabulary. Fair enough. Izuku pocketed his phone and started walking, ignoring the heroes still investigating the scene, ignoring the small crowd of onlookers that had gathered, ignoring everything except the need to debrief with the one person who understood what he was dealing with. As he walked, he couldn't help but notice that his hands weren't shaking anymore. 6 weeks ago, after the first sludge villain encounter, he'd been a wreck, exhausted, terrified, overwhelmed by power he couldn't control. Now he felt steady, tired, yes. The power usage still drained him, but steady, like he'd taken a step closer to understanding what he was becoming. The distance between who you are and who you could become measured in seconds. Today, Izuku Midoriya had stood at that crossroads between walking away and stepping forward, and he'd stepped forward, had used power that could destroy to instead save, had negotiated with his own darkness and come out the other side still himself. Progress, painful, exhausting, sometimes terrifying progress, but progress nonetheless. All Might was waiting at Takoba Beach in his true form, looking simultaneously relieved and exasperated when Izuku arrived. Young Midoriya, he said, voice carefully controlled. Please explain to me how you ended up fighting the same villain that we've been specifically training you to avoid confronting until you have better control. In my defense, Izuku said, the villain attacked Bakugo, not me. I was just sort of there, right. All Might pinched the bridge of his nose. And did you use the power? Yes, but controlled. I maintained consciousness, didn't destroy anything, saved Bakugo, and even let the villain flee instead of doing something that might have revealed the full extent of my abilities. Izuku counted the points off on his fingers. I'd call that a successful field test of 6 weeks of training. All Might was quiet for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed. You know what? You're right. 6 weeks ago, that situation would have ended with you unconscious and Bakugo possibly dead. Today, you saved him and maintained enough control to not reveal anything too concerning. All Might's expression turned serious. But Izuku, and I'm using your first name here so you know I'm being deadly serious, you can't keep finding yourself in these situations. The sludge villain twice, the girl in the alley, now Bakugo, you're developing a pattern. I'm not seeking them out, Izuku protested. I know, but that almost makes it worse. You have a hero's instinct, seeing danger and moving toward it instead of away. That's admirable. It's also going to get you killed if you're not careful. All Might sat down on a relatively clean section of beach. The entrance exam for UA is in 4 months. 4 months to build your control to the point where you can pass the exam without revealing anything too unusual. 4 months to get strong enough that you can handle whatever situations you keep stumbling into. And 4 months to figure out how to explain your abilities to Bakugo, because that conversation is coming whether you're ready or not. Izuku sat beside him. About that, I told him I'd explain tomorrow. What exactly am I supposed to say? The truth, or as much of it as you can without mentioning the Sentry specifically. All Might looked out at the trash-covered beach, at the work they'd been doing for weeks now. Tell him it's a late developing quirk. Tell him you're still figuring it out. Tell him it's powerful but unstable, which is why you've been training in secret. All of that is true. And if he asks why my eyes do weird things, why the energy looks different from normal quirks, why I can apparently move fast enough that heroes couldn't track my movement properly, then you tell him some quirks are just strange and you're as confused as he is. All Might smiled slightly. Young Bakugo is perceptive, but he's also 14. He doesn't have the context to connect your abilities to a forgotten American hero from 17 years ago. Let him think you're unusual. Unusual isn't the same as dangerous. That was, actually, good advice. Izuku could work with that. They sat in silence for a while, watching the sun start to set over the ocean. Or what would be the ocean, once they finished clearing all the garbage. The beach was actually starting to look like a beach in some sections, which was satisfying in a very tangible way. You did good today, young Midoriya, All Might said quietly. I'm proud of you, not just for saving Bakugo, but for the choices you made, for working with the void instead of against it, for maintaining control, for being the hero you want to be even when it would have been easier to do something else. The praise settled warm in Izuku's chest, competing with exhaustion and residual adrenaline and the ever-present awareness of the void watching from the back of his mind. Thanks, Izuku said, though I should probably point out that easier is relative when you're negotiating with your own shadow about not killing villains. Fair point. Your life is admirably complicated for a 14-year-old. I try. They stayed on the beach until full dark, talking through the day's events, planning next steps, discussing how to handle the inevitable questions from classmates and teachers and Bakugo especially. By the time Izuku headed home, he had a strategy, a cover story, and a renewed appreciation for just how weird his life had become. His mom was waiting up because of course she was. The news had reported the villain incident, and even though they hadn't named Izuku specifically, she'd known. Mother's intuition, or maybe just experience with her son's particular brand of self-sacrificing heroism. Are you okay? She asked before he'd even fully closed the door. I'm fine, Mom. Bakugo's fine. Everyone's fine. Izuku kicked off his shoes and collapsed onto the couch. I may have revealed slightly more of my abilities than we'd planned, but it was controlled and nobody got hurt, and I'm pretty sure I'm not about to be kidnapped by the Hero Commission for study. His mom sat beside him, that particular expression on her face that meant she was torn between pride and terror and resignation to having a son who couldn't help but run toward danger. Tell me everything, she said, so he did. And when he finished, when he'd laid out the whole sequence of events, the villain, the choice, the power, the conversation with All Might, his mom was quiet for a long moment. You know what the scariest part is, she finally said. What? That I'm getting used to this. 6 weeks ago, you coming home and telling me you'd fought a villain would have given me a heart attack. Now I'm just mentally cataloging whether we need to update our cover story or contact All Might or reinforce that you should call for backup before engaging threats. She laughed, a little helplessly. My son has cosmic powers and negotiates with his shadow self. This is my life now. I'm sorry, Izuku said quietly. Don't be, I'm terrified, yes, but I'm also, she struggled for words. I'm proud. You saved someone today. You chose to be a hero even when you had every reason to walk away. That's not the power talking. That's you, my son, who's always had the heart of a hero even when the world told him he couldn't be one. The emotion in her voice made Izuku's throat tight. He leaned against her shoulder, suddenly feeling every bit the 14-year-old kid he technically still was, despite the cosmic power and the shadow self and the training with the #1 hero. What if I mess up? He whispered. What if I lose control or the void takes over or I hurt someone I'm trying to save? Then you'll deal with it. You'll learn from it. You'll do better next time. His mom's arm came around his shoulders. Nobody becomes a hero by being perfect, Izuku. They become heroes by trying and failing and trying again. You've got the power now, but you've always had the heart. Don't forget that. They sat like that for a while, mother and son, trying to find comfort in a situation that offered precious little certainty. Eventually, Izuku dragged himself to bed. Tomorrow would bring the conversation with Bakugo, questions from classmates, probably more training with All Might. The usual chaos that had become his life. But tonight, lying in his bed and staring at the ceiling with its water stain shaped like All Might's hair, Izuku felt something that had been absent for a long time. Hope, not the desperate, clinging hope of a quirkless kid dreaming of being a hero despite reality, but genuine, grounded hope based on evidence and progress and the growing understanding that maybe, just maybe, he could actually do this. The golden power hummed beneath his skin, ready when he needed it. The void watched from the shadows of his mind, neither friend nor enemy, just another part of what he was becoming. And somewhere, whether in memory or something more mystical, the echo of Robert Reynolds' consciousness approved. Izuku closed his eyes and for the first time in weeks, slept without dreams of burning cities or golden light or shadows offering dark bargains. Just sleep, rest, the peace of knowing he'd made the right choices today and tomorrow would bring new opportunities to make more. The distance between who you are and who you could become measured in seconds. Today, Izuku had measured well. Here's something about secrets that nobody tells you when you're young. They're not just information you're withholding. They're entire alternate realities you're maintaining. Every conversation becomes a calculation. Every interaction, a performance. You're not just keeping quiet, you're actively constructing a parallel world where the truth doesn't exist and hoping nobody notices the cracks in the architecture. Izuku had been living in that parallel world for 10 years. 10 years of golden hour incidents documented in hidden notebooks. 10 years of pretending the strange didn't happen, or when it did, minimizing it until it fit into acceptable parameters. 10 years of being two people simultaneously, the quirkless kid everyone saw and the person with cosmic power flickering beneath his skin that nobody could explain. But here's the thing about parallel worlds, they're exhausting to maintain. And eventually, inevitably, someone crosses the border between them and forces you to reconcile what you've been hiding with what they've seen. For Izuku, that someone was Bakugo Katsuki. And the reckoning came on a Wednesday afternoon in the least dramatic location possible, the roof of Aldera Junior High. Not the most cinematic choice for a conversation that would fundamentally alter their relationship. No sweeping vistas, no symbolic locations, just a flat expanse of concrete with a chain-link fence and a beautiful view of the school's ventilation system. But privacy was privacy, and the roof was one of the few places at Aldera where you could be reasonably certain nobody was listening. Bakugo was already there when Izuku arrived, leaning against the fence with his hands in his pockets, staring at nothing in particular with that expression he got when he was thinking hard about something and refusing to acknowledge that thinking hard was difficult. "You're late," Bakugo said without looking at him. Class ran over. Matsuda-sensei was on one of his tangents about the history of Hero Society again. Izuku closed the door behind him, the heavy metal clanging shut with a finality that felt significant. "You wanted to talk? Don't play stupid, Deku. You know exactly what we're talking about." Bakugo finally turned to look at him, and his expression was complicated in ways that Bakugo's expressions usually weren't. Anger, yes, there was always anger with Bakugo, but also confusion and something that might have been concern hiding under 17 layers of aggressive posturing. "Yesterday, the villain, what you did, what I saw, right? The moment of truth then, or at least the moment of carefully curated partial truth." Izuku took a breath and tried to figure out where to even start. Let's pause here for a moment and consider what we're really talking about. Not just Izuku explaining his quirk to Bakugo. That's the surface level, the obvious narrative beat. But underneath, this is about two 14-year-olds trying to navigate a fundamental shift in their relationship dynamic. For 10 years, their relationship had been defined by a simple hierarchy. Bakugo had power, Izuku didn't. Bakugo was destined for greatness, Izuku was destined for mediocrity. That wasn't just how they interacted, it was the bedrock assumption upon which their entire dynamic was built. And then Izuku developed abilities that didn't just match Bakugo's explosive quirk, they exceeded it. Fundamentally, categorically exceeded it in ways that made Bakugo's power look like a firecracker next to a supernova. That's terrifying. Not for Izuku, he'd been dealing with existential terror about his abilities for weeks now. But for Bakugo, his entire identity was wrapped up in being the strongest, the best, the one destined to surpass even All Might. And now here was Deku, the quirkless failure, the background character, with power that made yesterday's rescue look effortless. So this conversation wasn't just about explaining abilities. It was about renegotiating reality. It's a quirk, Izuku started, going with the cover story because starting with, I might be the reincarnation of a dead American hero with cosmic powers seemed like a bad opening move. A late developing one, it happens sometimes with families that have weak quirk factors. The ability just takes longer to manifest. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Bullshit. It's not. I said bullshit, Deku, and I meant it. Bakugo pushed off from the fence, stalking closer with that aggressive energy that had intimidated Izuku for years but somehow felt less threatening now. Probably because Izuku had spent the last 6 weeks learning to channel cosmic power. Perspective was a hell of a thing. I watched you yesterday. I saw what you did. That wasn't a late developing quirk. That was something else. How would you know the difference? Izuku kept his voice calm, reasonable. You're not a quirk specialist. You've never studied genetic, because I know you. Bakugo was right in front of him now, close enough that Izuku could see the genuine frustration in his eyes. I've known you since we were 4 years old. I watched the doctors tell you were quirkless. I watched you write down every detail of every hero you saw, analyzing their quirks like you were trying to understand something you'd never have. I watched you for 10 years, Deku, and I know when you're lying. Damn, that was more perceptive than Izuku had expected, and also weirdly touching in a way that made this conversation even more complicated. So tell me the truth. Bakugo's voice dropped, intensity ratcheting down from aggressive to something almost approaching vulnerable. What happened to you? What are you? And here's where it gets interesting, because Izuku could keep lying. Could maintain the cover story, deflect, obfuscate until Bakugo gave up or got angry enough to storm off. That would be safer, strategically. Fewer people who knew the truth meant fewer potential points of failure. But Bakugo had asked for the truth, not information to use against him, not ammunition for future harassment. Just the truth. Because they'd known each other for 10 years, and somewhere under all the anger and competition and complicated history, there was still a connection that neither of them had fully severed. Trust is a strange thing. You can't build it through logic or strategy. It's an act of faith, a gamble that the person you're trusting won't weaponize your vulnerability. And right now, Izuku had to decide, was Bakugo worthy of that faith? It's complicated, Izuku said slowly, and I can't tell you everything. Some of it I don't understand myself. But he took a breath. You're right, it's not just a late developing quirk, it's something else. Something that was always there, just sleeping, and now it's waking up. Bakugo's expression shifted, surprise flickering across his face at the admission. Keep going. The power, it's called the golden hour, that's what I call it anyway. It manifests as golden light, sometimes with this dark edge to it, and when it's active I can. Izuku struggled for words that wouldn't reveal too much. I can do things, move fast, see patterns most people miss. Touch objects and know their history. It's like my consciousness expands beyond normal limits. That's not a quirk, that's… Bakugo stopped, clearly trying to process. That sounds like multiple quirks. Or something beyond quirks entirely. Yeah, that's the problem. Izuku walked over to the fence, looking out at the city sprawling below them. I don't know what I am, Kacchan. The doctors say my cells are producing impossible amounts of energy. All Might has been helping me train, trying to figure out control. But fundamentally, I'm just as confused as you are. There was a long silence. Then, wait. Back up, All Might is training you. Oops, that had slipped out without Izuku meaning to reveal it, but in for a penny, in for a pound. He knew someone with similar abilities, years ago in America. He recognized what was happening to me and offered to help. Also true, if you edited out the parts about reincarnation and the Sentry erasing himself from history. He's been teaching me control. How to manifest the power deliberately instead of waiting for it to trigger randomly. Bakugo stared at him for a long moment, expression cycling through several emotions before settling on something between impressed and deeply annoyed. Of course you somehow got the #1 hero to personally train you, because apparently the universe decided you needed more advantages. Advantages? Izuku turned to face him, and some of his own frustration leaked through. Kacchan, I spent 10 years being told I was worthless. 10 years of being quirkless in a society where that makes you fundamentally less valuable as a person. 10 years of people like you reminding me I'd never be a hero. And now I have power I can't control that could potentially kill everyone around me if I lose concentration. If this is advantage, I'd hate to see what a disadvantage looks like. The words came out harsher than he'd intended, carrying 10 years of accumulated resentment that Izuku usually kept buried beneath layers of analysis and hero worship and determination to prove himself. Bakugo flinched, barely perceptible, but Izuku had spent enough time cataloging Bakugo's micro-expressions to notice. "You think I don't know that?" Bakugo's voice was quiet now, anger bleeding out into something more complicated. "You think I don't realize I spent 10 years being an asshole to you because I couldn't process why someone quirkless refused to give up, why someone who had every reason to quit kept pushing forward anyway? Wait, what? I was scared of you, Deku." The admission came out rough, like Bakugo was physically forcing the words past some internal barrier. "Not because you were strong, because you weren't and you tried anyway. Because you had this look in your eyes sometimes, like you could see something the rest of us couldn't, like you knew something we didn't, and that terrified me more than any villain ever could." This was not the conversation Izuku had been expecting. They'd moved past explaining abilities and into territory that felt dangerous in an entirely different way. The kind of honesty that changes relationships fundamentally, for better or worse. "And now," Izuku asked quietly, "now that I actually do have power, are you still scared?" Bakugo was quiet for a moment, considering. Then, "Yeah, but not the way you think. I'm not scared you'll beat me in a fight, or take my spot at the top, or any of that competitive bullshit. I'm scared you'll lose yourself in that power. That the Deku who analyzed heroes and filled notebooks and couldn't walk away from someone who needed help will disappear into whatever the hell that golden light is." Oh, that was actually a legitimate concern. More legitimate than Bakugo probably realized, given the whole void situation and the constant negotiation between power and identity that had become Izuku's daily reality. "I'm not going anywhere," Izuku said, and he meant it. "The power, it's part of me now, I can't change that, but it doesn't change who I am fundamentally. I'm still the same person who wants to be a hero. Still the same person who can't leave someone behind. The golden light doesn't erase that." "You promise?" Bakugo's voice was rough. "Because I've seen what power does to people. Seen heroes who started with good intentions and ended up drunk on their own hype. And your power, Deku, if what you showed yesterday was you holding back, I don't even want to imagine what full power looks like." "That's why I'm training," Izuku said. "Why All Might is helping me, because I know how dangerous this could be, and I refuse to become someone who uses power to hurt instead of help." They stood there for a moment, two 14-year-olds on a school roof trying to navigate a conversation that most adults would struggle with. The weight of unspoken history hung between them, 10 years of cruelty and resilience, of casual violence and stubborn determination, of a relationship that had been fundamentally unbalanced and was now tilting in ways neither of them fully understood. "So what now?" Bakugo finally asked. "You're going to UA, I'm assuming. Can't imagine All Might training you if you weren't planning to go pro." "That's the plan. Take the entrance exam in 4 months, hopefully pass, become a hero." Izuku smiled slightly. "Same plan as always, just with cosmic power added to the mix. And this golden hour thing, can you control it, or are you going to accidentally nuke the entrance exam arena?" "I can control it, mostly. Enough that I won't be a danger to other applicants." Izuku hesitated. "But Kachan, I need you to not tell anyone about this. The full extent of what I can do, people know I have a light-based quirk. They don't need to know it's something potentially world-ending." Bakugo snorted. "Who the hell would I tell? Hey everyone, Deku has cosmic powers that defy explanation. They'd think I was insane." He shoved his hands back in his pockets. "Besides, you saved my life yesterday. Whatever else is going on between us, I'm not going to repay that by getting you investigated by the Hero Commission." That was surprisingly decent of him. Character growth or just pragmatism? With Bakugo it was hard to tell. "Thanks," Izuku said. "Don't thank me, just..." Bakugo headed for the door, then paused. "Just don't lose yourself, Deku. Whatever that power is, whatever it makes you capable of, stay you. Because the person who ran into that alley yesterday without thinking, who pulled me out of that slime bastard's grip, that's who you are. Don't let the power make you forget that." He left before Izuku could respond, the door clanging shut behind him. Izuku stood alone on the roof, processing what had just happened. The conversation he'd been dreading for days had actually gone. Well, Bakugo knew about the golden hour, had sworn to keep it secret, and had given what might have been the most genuine advice Bakugo had ever offered him. Personal growth, in the most aggressive, emotionally constipated package possible, but growth nonetheless. "Interesting," the void said from its usual position in the back of Izuku's mind. "He's more perceptive than I gave him credit for. You're eavesdropping on my conversations now. I'm part of your consciousness. I'm always here. You just usually ignore me. The void's presence shifted, becoming more focused. But he's right, you know, about the danger of losing yourself. Robert Reynolds started as a good person with noble intentions. By the end, he couldn't distinguish between saving people and destroying them. The power consumed who he was. I'm not Robert Reynolds. No, you're Izuku Midoriya, but you carry his power and with it, his potential for corruption. Every time you use the golden hour, you become a little bit more him and a little bit less you. It's gradual, subtle, but it's happening. That was deeply unsettling, and also exactly the kind of thing the void would say to undermine Izuku's confidence. Is that true? Or are you just trying to scare me into letting you have more control? Can't it be both? The void's voice carried something that might have been amusement. But consider, 6 weeks ago you couldn't activate the power deliberately. Now you can. 6 weeks ago the idea of negotiating with me was terrifying. Now we have conversations, you're adapting, changing, becoming something other than what you were. Is that growth? Or is it transformation into something fundamentally different? Izuku didn't have an answer for that. He headed back down from the roof, mind churning with the conversation with Bakugo and the void's unsettling questions about identity and transformation. The rest of the school day passed in a blur of classes he barely paid attention to, his thoughts elsewhere. That evening, during training with All Might at Takoba Beach, he brought up the conversation. He asked if I'd lose myself to the power, Izuku said, straining under the weight of a refrigerator that All Might insisted needed to be moved to the other side of the beach for reasons that were probably character building, but felt mostly like torture. And the void suggested he might be right, that every time I use the golden hour, I become a little less me and a little more, whatever the Sentry was. All Might was quiet for a moment, watching Izuku struggle with the refrigerator with that assessing look he got when he was deciding how much truth to share. That's both true and not true, he finally said. Yes, using power changes you. Every hero who develops their abilities goes through it. Your body adapts, your mind expands to accommodate new capabilities, your sense of what's possible shifts. But that's not losing yourself, that's growing. The void made it sound more sinister than growth. The void is part of you that represents doubt and fear. Of course it makes things sound sinister. That's its job. All Might gestured for Izuku to set down the refrigerator, which Izuku did gratefully. But here's the thing about the Sentry that I learned during our brief time working together. His tragedy wasn't that the power changed him. It was that he refused to acknowledge the change. He tried to stay the same person he'd been before, to maintain an identity that no longer fit who he was becoming. And that denial created the gap where the void could take root. Izuku wiped sweat from his forehead, processing that. So what should I do? Just accept that I'm becoming someone different. Accept that you're becoming a version of yourself that has power. Not a different person, an evolved person. All Might sat down on a relatively clean section of beach, gesturing for Izuku to join him. Think about it this way, were you the same person at 10 as you were at 4? At 14 as you were at 10? No, obviously not. But did you lose yourself in that growth, or did you become more fully who you were always meant to be? All Might smiled. Power is just another form of growth, Izuku. Yes, it will change you. But as long as you hold on to your core values, the desire to help people, the refusal to abandon those in need, the belief that being a hero means choosing others over yourself, you won't lose who you are. You'll just become a more capable version of it. That was actually really reassuring, and also made a lot more sense than the void's doom and gloom predictions. What if the void is right though? Izuku asked quietly. What if I'm transforming into something dangerous and I just don't realize it because the change is too gradual? Then I'm here to tell you when you're veering off course. Your mother is here. Bakugo apparently is here in his own aggressive way. All Might's expression was serious. The Sentry's real mistake wasn't changing. It was facing that change alone. He didn't build a support system. Didn't trust anyone with the full truth of what he was becoming. Didn't let people help him navigate the transformation. So I shouldn't make that mistake. Exactly. You've got people watching out for you, Izuku. People who knew you before the power and will remember who you are if you start to drift. That's your safety net. Use it. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the sun set over the ocean. The beach was significantly clearer than it had been 6 weeks ago, the product of endless training sessions where All Might had Izuku move progressively heavier objects across progressively longer distances. It was starting to look almost beautiful in places, glimpses of what the beach used to be before people turned it into a dumping ground. Metaphor, thy name is Takoba Municipal Beach. 4 months until the entrance exam, All Might said eventually. How are you feeling about your progress? Izuku considered. 6 weeks ago, he couldn't activate the golden hour deliberately. Now he could maintain low-level manifestation for almost 10 minutes before exhaustion kicked in. He could move fast enough to seem like he was teleporting, could perceive reality with enough clarity to predict events seconds before they happened, could touch objects and know their history in intimate detail. But he also couldn't fly yet, couldn't project energy as anything more than brief flashes, couldn't access the full cosmic awareness that characterized the strongest golden hour incidents. And he definitely couldn't do any of those things for extended periods without risking exhaustion or losing control to the void. I feel like I'm learning to walk while everyone else is training to run, Izuku said honestly. My power is potentially stronger than most pro heroes, but my control is still basic. If the entrance exam requires sustained combat, then we focus the next 4 months on endurance and control under pressure. All Might stood, brushing sand from his pants. The entrance exam tests combat ability, yes, but it also tests decision-making, strategic thinking, and the fundamental question of whether you have a hero's instinct. You've already proven you have that. Now we just need to make sure you can pass the practical test without revealing abilities that would raise uncomfortable questions. So basically, be strong enough to pass, but not so strong that people realize I'm something unusual. Welcome to the complexity of having cosmic power in a society that thinks it understands how quirks work. All Might's smile was wry. But you'll manage. You've been managing for 6 weeks already. 4 more months is just more of the same, with slightly more advanced techniques. Training continued into the evening. Endurance work, controlled manifestation under stress, practicing the kind of strength and speed that would seem impressive but not impossible for a 14-year-old with a strong quirk. By the time Izuku headed home, he was exhausted, sore, and more confident than he'd been that morning. Progress, always progress. Sometimes painful, sometimes confusing, but always forward. The next few weeks settled into a rhythm. School during the day, where Bakugo maintained a weird truce that involved less overt hostility and more watching Izuku like he expected him to spontaneously combust into golden light at any moment. Training with All Might in the early mornings and evenings, pushing his endurance, refining his control, learning to use the golden hour in ways that looked like a powerful quirk rather than cosmic abilities that defied explanation. And at night, conversations with the void. Those had become more frequent as Izuku's control improved, not adversarial exactly, but philosophical. The void would question his choices, his methods, his fundamental assumptions about heroism and power. And Izuku would defend them, articulate them, sometimes even refine them in response to valid criticisms. It was like having a debate partner who lived in your head and occasionally suggested murdering villains for efficiency's sake. Therapeutic, probably not. Useful, weirdly yes. You're getting better at this, the void said one evening about 8 weeks into training, while Izuku was pushing himself to maintain manifestation for 15 minutes straight. The power doesn't fight you anymore. It responds naturally like an extension of yourself. Is that good or bad in your opinion? Neither, just observation. The void's presence shifted, becoming contemplative. Robert Reynolds took years to reach this level of integration. You've done it in 2 months. Either you're remarkably adaptable, or the power recognizes something in you that it didn't find in him. Like what? Acceptance. Robert fought what he was, tried to be purely good, purely heroic, purely light, suppressed the darkness until it became overwhelming. You've accepted that you have both. That makes the integration smoother. Izuku had to admit that made a certain amount of sense. He'd stopped trying to push the void away, stopped treating the dark energy as an enemy to be defeated. It was just part of his power set, like the golden light. Both tools, neither inherently good or evil, just waiting to be directed. Of course, the void added, this also means I have more influence over your decisions than I did when you were fighting me constantly. So there's that trade-off. Are you trying to make me paranoid about our integration? Just keeping you honest. Someone needs to, and your cheerleader mentor is a bit too focused on the believe in yourself motivational approach to provide adequate criticism. All Might is a good teacher. Never said he wasn't. Just said he's not balanced. He's all hope and inspiration, and you can do it if you try. Which is great for building confidence but less great for acknowledging realistic limitations. The void's voice took on a sharper edge. I'm the counterbalance, the voice that says maybe you can't do this, or maybe there's a faster way, or maybe that villain doesn't deserve mercy. And I'm the person who decides which voice to listen to. Exactly, that's the integration. You hear both perspectives, weigh them, choose. That's what Robert Reynolds never learned to do. The conversation continued as Izuku pushed through the 15th minute of manifestation, golden dark energy steady around his hands and arms, not overwhelming but present. Controlled, part of him rather than something he was borrowing or fighting. When he finally let the power fade, he didn't collapse, didn't even feel particularly drained beyond normal exercise exhaustion. Just tired. Like he'd run a few miles rather than channeled cosmic energy for a quarter hour. Progress. All Might noticed, of course. Excellent work, young Midoriya. You held that longer than ever before and your control didn't waver once. At this rate, you'll be ready for the entrance exam with power to spare. How much do you think I should use during the exam? Izuku asked. Obviously, I can't go full power, but I need to do enough to actually pass. Show enhanced physical abilities, strength, speed, reaction time. Let the golden energy manifest around your hands when you strike. Make it clear you have an emission quirk that amplifies impact. If you need to, demonstrate brief bursts of heightened perception by dodging attacks that should be impossible to predict. All Might counted off on his fingers. But no flying, no energy projection beyond close-range amplification, and absolutely no cosmic awareness or object history reading. Those we keep secret. Because they don't fit the late-developing light quirk story. Exactly. You can be strong without being inexplicable. There's a sweet spot between this kid has potential and this kid is potentially a threat to national security. We're aiming for that sweet spot. It was a solid strategy. Izuku just hoped he could execute it when the pressure was on. 4 months felt like a long time for training, but also terrifyingly short when he considered everything he needed to master before the exam. Time has this funny quality where it moves in fits and starts rather than steady progression. Days blur together when you're in routine, but moments of significance stretch out with painful clarity. The next 3 months were mostly blur. Training, school, training, more training, occasional villain incidents that Izuku carefully didn't get involved in because All Might had made him promise to stop collecting life-threatening situations like they were hero cards. But certain moments stood out. The day Izuku first manifested the golden energy for 20 consecutive minutes without breaking concentration. All Might had actually cheered, which was both encouraging and slightly embarrassing. The afternoon when Bakugo pulled him aside after school, and in the most awkward possible way, offered to be a sparring partner if Izuku needed someone to practice against who wouldn't pull punches. They'd fought carefully, with Izuku holding back significantly and Bakugo going maybe 70%, and it had been surprisingly helpful for learning to maintain control under pressure. The night when Izuku's mom found him in the kitchen at 2 a.m., unable to sleep because the void had been particularly chatty about the nature of power and responsibility and what it meant to carry someone else's legacy. She'd made hot chocolate and they'd talked until sunrise, and Izuku had gone to training exhausted but somehow more centered than he'd been in weeks. The evening when All Might revealed that he'd contacted an old friend in America, someone who'd known the Sentry personally, and that friend had confirmed All Might's theory about the power seeking out a compatible host after Robert Reynolds' death. Reincarnation wasn't quite right. It was more like legacy inheritance. The power had chosen Izuku because his spirit, his determination, his fundamental nature matched what it needed. What Robert Reynolds had been before the tragedy. Each moment a small piece of a larger picture that Izuku was only beginning to understand. And then, almost before he realized it, it was February. The entrance exam was in 4 weeks, and Izuku Midoriya, former quirkless kid with dreams too big for his reality, had cosmic power he could control, a shadow self he'd learned to negotiate with, and the #1 hero in his corner. Time to see if that was enough. Picture this, a moment that defines an entire generation of heroes, not because of its scale or spectacle, though there will be plenty of both, but because of what it represents. The threshold between aspiration and actualization. The instant when dreams either crystallize into possibility or shatter against reality's unyielding surface. For thousands of teenagers across Japan, the UA entrance exam was that moment. But here's what the promotional materials don't tell you, what the glossy brochures with their inspiring photographs of past heroes never quite capture. Entrance exams aren't just tests of ability, they're rituals of transformation. You walk in as one version of yourself, the student, the dreamer, the person defined by potential, and you walk out as something else entirely. Whether that something is better or worse, successful or broken, depends entirely on what happens in the space between. Izuku Midoriya stood at the gates of UA High School on a clear February morning. surrounded by hundreds of other applicants whose nervous energy created an almost visible haze of anxiety and determination. 4 months of training had brought him here, 10 years of dreaming had brought him here, and something older, something that predated his birth, that carried memories of another life and another name, had brought him here too. The question was, which version of himself would the exam reveal? Let's pause here and consider what we're really witnessing. Not just a boy taking a test, but the culmination of a transformation that began in a hospital room 6 months ago when Izuku woke up with golden light flickering beneath his skin and no explanation for how it got there. 6 months in the grand sweep of human development, that's nothing. A blink, a breath, the span of time it takes for a season to change or a habit to form, but in the microscopic universe of personal transformation, 6 months is geological time. Mountains erode, continents shift. The person you were becomes unrecognizable terrain to the person you're becoming. Izuku had spent those 6 months learning a fundamental truth that most heroes never fully grasp. Power is the easy part. Control, real control, the kind that lets you use cosmic energy without accidentally erasing a city block, that's where the actual work lives. And now, standing at these gates with the weight of Robert Reynolds' legacy pressing against his consciousness like a half-remembered dream, he had to demonstrate that control while pretending it was something less than it was. Walk a tightrope. Look strong but not inexplicable. Pass the test but don't raise questions that couldn't be answered without revealing truths that would make him a target. No pressure. Deku. The voice cut through his internal monologue like a shaped charge through concrete. Bakugo, because of course Bakugo was here, looking simultaneously confident and aggressive in that way that suggested he'd rather die than admit to being nervous about anything. Kachan, Izuku replied, grateful for the distraction from his spiraling thoughts. You ready? I'm always ready. Bakugo's hands popped with small explosions, his body's automatic response to stress manifesting as casual destruction. Question is, are you going to be able to hold back enough to not give away the whole cosmic power situation? Valid concern, actually. Izuku had spent the last week practicing with All Might, trying to calibrate exactly how much strength to demonstrate. Too little and he'd fail. Too much and people would start asking questions about how a late-developing quirk produced capabilities that looked suspiciously like the kind of power that shouldn't exist in a 14-year-old. I'll manage, Izuku said. The plan is solid. Enhanced physical abilities, some golden light for visual effect, nothing that would seem impossible for a strong emitter-type quirk. Yeah, well, your plans have a tendency to go sideways when you're under pressure. Bakugo's expression was complicated, concern hiding under 17 layers of aggressive posturing. Just don't do anything stupid. And if you feel like you're losing control, run. Better to fail the exam than to accidentally showcase the fact that you're one panic attack away from becoming a weapon of mass destruction. That was remarkably thoughtful for Bakugo. Also terrifying in its accuracy. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Izuku said dryly. I'm not being nice, I'm being practical. Bakugo turned toward the entrance, then paused. But for what it's worth, you've got this. You're stronger than you think. Just maybe not as strong as you actually are, if you know what I mean. He walked away before Izuku could respond, leaving him with that cryptic statement and approximately 15 minutes before the exam started. Izuku took a breath, feeling the golden power stir beneath his skin like a sleeping giant responding to his anxiety. The void was there too, quiet but present, watching everything with that analytical detachment that characterized its approach to reality. Nervous? It asked, voice clear in the privacy of his own mind. Terrified. This is everything I've worked toward. If I fail, you won't fail. You're absurdly overpowered for an entrance exam designed to test teenagers with normal quirks. The void's presence shifted, becoming almost amused. The real test isn't whether you can pass. It's whether you can pass without revealing how easy this actually is for you. Great. Performance anxiety with metaphysical commentary. Just what he needed. The announcement came over the PA system, directing all examinees to the auditorium for the orientation briefing. Izuku joined the flow of nervous teenagers, each one carrying their own dreams and fears and carefully constructed personas that they hoped would be enough. Time to see if his particular persona, boy with late-developing light quirk, nothing too unusual, please don't look too closely, would hold up under scrutiny. Present Mike's orientation was enthusiastic. That's perhaps the kindest way to describe 45 minutes of a pro hero shouting about combat scenarios and robot points, and the fundamental nature of heroic determination at a volume that suggested he thought hearing damage built character. But underneath the spectacle, the actual exam structure was elegant in its simplicity. 10-minute combat scenario in a mock city, points awarded for destroying villain robots, rankings determined by total points earned. Different robots worth different amounts with the zero pointer, a massive robot worth no points, serving as an obstacle to be avoided rather than engaged. Elegant but also revealing. This wasn't just testing combat ability. It was testing decision-making under pressure, resource allocation, risk assessment. Every choice mattered. Every target selected or avoided was data. Izuku found himself assigned to Battle Center B, deliberately separated from Bakugo who'd been sent to Center A. Smart on UA's part, they'd looked at their application patterns and noticed two students from the same school with similar test scores and separated them to prevent collaboration. Standard procedure, nothing personal. Just the machinery of meritocracy grinding away, sorting applicants into categories of useful and not. The gathering area for Battle Center B was a study in controlled chaos. Dozens of teenagers trying to project confidence while internally screaming. Izuku recognized a few faces from hero documentaries, children of pro-heroes, students from prestigious middle schools, kids whose quirks had been strong enough to earn them minor celebrity status. And then there was him, the kid whose quirk was supposedly late developing and definitely not cosmic power that defied conventional understanding of how abilities worked. He'd never felt more like an imposter in his life. "Hey, you there?" Izuku turned to find himself face to face with a tall boy whose glasses and general demeanor screamed, "Class representative who takes hall passes very seriously." The boy was gesturing aggressively at Izuku with the kind of righteous anger that suggested someone had violated protocol, and he was personally affronted. "Yes?" Izuku asked cautiously. "You've been muttering, constantly. Your analysis of the exam structure has been both distracting and potentially cheating as you're sharing strategic insights with anyone in earshot." The boy's hand-chopping motion was as aggressive as his tone. "This is a competitive examination. Such behavior is..." "Actually," a girl's voice interrupted, "his analysis has been super helpful. I was panicking about the robots until he pointed out that mobility quirks have advantage in urban environments because vertical movement lets you engage targets other people can't reach." The girl who'd spoken was small, round-faced, with brown hair and an expression of determined cheerfulness that reminded Izuku of his mother. She smiled at him, then at the aggressive boy. "So maybe instead of yelling you could say thank you." The boy's face went through several colors in rapid succession before settling on embarrassed red. I apologize, you're correct. Thank you for the strategic insights, even if they were provided unconsciously through anxious muttering." He walked away stiffly, and the girl giggled. "Sorry if I overstepped," she said. "But you were actually being helpful and he was being kind of mean about it. I'm Uraraka Ochako, by the way, Midoriya Izuku." He smiled despite his nerves. "And thanks for the backup. I didn't even realize I was muttering out loud. It was cute, like you couldn't help analyzing everything even though you're obviously nervous." Uraraka's expression turned more serious. "Are you okay? You look kind of pale." "Just pre-test anxiety," Izuku said, which was true even if it drastically understated the situation. This is everything I've been working toward. If I fail, you won't fail." Uraraka's certainty was startling. Anyone who analyzes exam structure that thoroughly while being too nervous to notice they're doing it out loud, that person doesn't fail. They overprepare until failure becomes statistically impossible. That was weirdly reassuring, actually. They talked for a few more minutes, with Uraraka explaining her quirk, zero gravity on objects she touched, incredibly versatile, and Izuku carefully describing his own abilities in vague terms that sounded impressive but non-specific. By the time the announcement came to head to the starting gates, he felt marginally less like he was about to throw up from stress. Progress. Always progress. The mock city was impressive in that way that only truly excessive amounts of funding could achieve. Not just buildings, but an entire urban environment, streets, intersections, simulated shops with fake merchandise, traffic lights that actually worked. UA had built a complete small city for the sole purpose of letting teenagers destroy robots in it. The Japanese hero education system, everyone, subtle as a brick through a window, twice as expensive. Izuku stood at the starting gate with dozens of other applicants, each one vibrating with barely contained energy. The air crackled with quirks beginning to activate in preparation. Flames flickering around hands, bodies bulking up, energy building behind eyes that would soon be shooting lasers or force beams or whatever exotic variant of things that destroy stuff they'd been genetically blessed with. And Izuku? Izuku felt the golden power stirring beneath his skin, responding to his anticipation and fear and determination all mixed together into something that tasted like destiny and terror in equal measure. Remember the plan? He thought at the void. Enhanced physical abilities, nothing too flashy. Pass the exam without being memorable. Boring plan, the void replied. But strategic. Fine, I'll behave. That mostly was concerning, but before Izuku could interrogate it further, Present Mike's voice boomed across the battle center. ANNNNNND start. What are you waiting for? There's no countdown in real battles. Geo, the gates opened and chaos erupted. Here's something about combat that the theoretical analysis never quite captures. It's not clean. It's not the choreographed sequences from hero documentaries where every move flows seamlessly into the next. Real combat, even simulated combat against robots, is messy, improvisational, driven by split-second decisions that are more instinct than strategy. Izuku ran, not away, toward the first cluster of robots he could see, 3 one-pointers that were conveniently grouped near an intersection. Most of the other examinees had scattered in different directions, each one chasing their own point targets, which meant these 3 were momentarily uncontested. Good, that made this easier. He reached for the golden power, felt it surge up through his chest and into his limbs, and deliberately throttled it down to maybe 30% of what he could actually access. Enough to enhance his speed and strength significantly, not enough to raise questions. The world shifted into that enhanced perception state, time seeming to slow as his consciousness expanded to process more information simultaneously. He could see the robots' targeting systems locking onto him, could calculate their reaction time and movement patterns, could predict exactly where they'd be in the next 3 seconds. All advantages he couldn't actually use without revealing capabilities that normal quirks didn't provide. So instead, he did what All Might had taught him. He simplified. Stop trying to optimize every movement and just use the strength. His first punch caught the center robot mid-torso, golden light flickering around his fist as contact was made. The impact, carefully calibrated to look impressive without being impossible, sent the robot flying backward into a building wall with enough force to crumple its chassis. 1 down, 2 to go. The remaining robots were already moving, mechanical limbs reaching for him with grasping claws designed to simulate villain attacks. Izuku ducked under the first grab, swept the robot's legs with a kick that was faster than human but not impossibly so, and brought his fist down on its head as it fell. 2 down, the third robot was smarter, or at least, programmed with better combat algorithms. It had used the time while Izuku was occupied to position itself advantageously, attacking from his blind spot with a strike that should have connected. Would have if Izuku were actually a normal 14-year-old with enhanced strength but normal perception. He wasn't. He could feel the robot's approach, could sense the displacement of air molecules, could hear the mechanical whir of its joints moving. The enhanced awareness that came with the golden power gave him information that normal senses wouldn't provide. But again, couldn't use it without raising questions. So instead, he pretended to be surprised. Turned at the last possible second, let the robot strike graze his shoulder. It hurt. These things were designed to simulate real danger, and used the momentum to spin into a counterattack that looked improvised but was actually the product of careful calculation. His palm strike to the robot's chest, amplified with golden energy, reduced it to sparking components. 3 points. 10 minutes minus approximately 45 seconds. Time to find more targets. The thing about performance art, and make no mistake, that's what this was, performance art with cosmic power and careful misdirection, is that you have to commit to the character. Can't break persona. Can't let the audience see behind the mask. Izuku had spent 6 months learning to be 2 people simultaneously. The boy with golden power, and the boy pretending the golden power was something less than it was. Now, running through this mock city while destroying robots, and carefully not moving too fast or hitting too hard or noticing too much. He had to maintain that performance under pressure. It was exhausting in ways that had nothing to do with physical exertion. He racked up points steadily, 1-pointers and 2-pointers mostly, with a few 3-pointers when he could reach them before other examinees. His strategy was simple. Consistent performance that looked strong but not exceptional. Middle of the pack, maybe upper middle if he was lucky. Enough to pass but not enough to draw excessive attention. The Void, of course, had opinions about this strategy. "You're artificially limiting yourself," it observed as Izuku destroyed his 15th robot, He'd been keeping count, 31 points so far with maybe 4 minutes remaining. There's a 0-pointer visible 3 blocks east. You could destroy it, demonstrate real power, secure your spot at the top of the rankings. That's exactly what we're trying to avoid. 0-pointers are worth no points. They're obstacles, not targets. They're also the most dangerous robots in the scenario. Destroying one would prove you're more than just another strong kid. It would prove you're actually powerful. And raise questions we can't answer. No, we stick to the plan. The void fell silent, neither agreeing nor arguing, just present, watching, waiting for something. Izuku didn't like that silence. It felt anticipatory, like the void knew something he didn't and was just waiting for the right moment to reveal it. He pushed the thought aside and kept moving, kept fighting, kept performing the role of teenager with strong quirk but nothing too unusual, while internally negotiating with cosmic power that wanted to do more. And then, with maybe 90 seconds left in the exam, he heard the scream. Time collapses around certain moments. The before becomes irrelevant. The after doesn't exist yet. There's only the now, stretching out with painful clarity, and the choice that the now demands. The scream came from 2 blocks north. Female voice, young, genuine terror rather than simulated distress. Izuku's enhanced hearing picked it up clearly even through the ambient noise of other students fighting robots and explosions echoing through the mock city. Someone was in real danger. He should ignore it. Should keep destroying robots, keep accumulating points, keep performing his role. There were less than 2 minutes left. Every second counted toward his final score. But there's someone in danger, he thought to the void. And the void's voice was carefully neutral. The exam parameters don't award points for rescue. They award points for destroying robots. Strategically, the correct choice is to ignore it and focus on maximizing your score. I know. So why are you already running toward the scream? Because I'm not taking this exam to prove I can follow strategic optimization. I'm taking it to prove I'm a hero, even if it costs you the exam. Even if you fail because you chose rescue over points. Izuku didn't answer. He was too busy running. The scene he found was both expected and horrifying. A 0-pointer, the massive robot that was supposed to be avoided, not engaged, had cornered someone against a collapsed building. The girl from earlier, Uraraka, was trapped under rubble, her leg pinned, unable to move while the robot loomed over her with mechanical inevitability. She was going to be crushed. Maybe not killed. UA's safety measures were supposedly comprehensive, but definitely injured. Definitely failed from the exam. Definitely facing the end of her hero dreams because of bad luck and worse timing. Unacceptable. Here's where the performance ends. Where the careful calibration of how much power to show and strategic thinking about optimal score maximization becomes irrelevant. Because some moments don't allow for half measures or strategic thinking or performance art. Some moments demand that you choose the comfortable lie or the inconvenient truth. Izuku chose truth. He reached for the golden power, not 30%, not the carefully measured dose he'd been using throughout the exam, and pulled hard. The energy surged up through his body like sunrise breaking over a mountain range, washing away the careful limits he'd maintained, the strategic restraint, the performance of being something less than what he was. Golden dark light exploded around his body, visible even in daylight, and the world shifted into that enhanced perception state where time became subjective and reality was just data to be processed and optimized. He could see everything. The 0-pointer's targeting system locking onto Uraraka, the trajectory of its descending foot, the exact amount of force and speed he'd need to get her clear before impact. The rubble pinning her leg and the precise angle to lift it without causing further injury. All of this processed in less than a second, less than a heartbeat, and then Izuku moved. Later, when they reviewed the footage, the analysts would argue about what exactly happened. Some would claim teleportation. Others would insist it was just extreme speed. A few would suggest some kind of time manipulation or reality warping. They'd all be wrong, but none of them would be able to offer a better explanation. Izuku didn't teleport. He just moved faster than the cameras could track, golden dark energy making his body more concept than matter for the fraction of a second. It took to cross the distance between where he was and where Uraraka was pinned. His hands glowing with power that was supposed to be hidden, that was definitely going to raise questions, that All Might was going to have words about later. Grabbed the rubble pinning Uraraka's leg and lifted it like it weighed nothing. Which, to be fair, at this level of power manifestation, it basically did. "Hold on," he said, voice steady despite the adrenaline and power and the fact that he'd just blown his cover spectacularly. This is going to be uncomfortable. He pulled her free, lifting her clear of the rubble, and turned to face the zero-pointer that was now very definitely targeting both of them. The robot's foot was already descending. 2 tons of metal and machinery falling with mechanical precision toward the spot where they stood. Unacceptable. Izuku set Uraraka down carefully, made sure she was clear, and then did something he'd been carefully not doing for the entire exam. He stopped holding back. The golden dark energy around his body intensified, becoming almost solid, and when he moved to meet the descending robot foot, it wasn't a dodge or evasion. It was a counter. His palm strike carefully controlled despite the cosmic power behind it, because he wasn't trying to destroy the robot, just stop it. Hit the descending foot with enough force to arrest its momentum completely. The impact sent shockwaves through the mock city, cracking pavement, shattering windows in nearby buildings, causing every examinee within 3 blocks to stop and stare at the golden figure holding back a giant robot's attack with one hand. Subtle, this was definitely subtle. All Might was going to kill him. "What are you doing?" the Void asked, and for the first time since their integration began, it actually sounded concerned. "You just revealed, I know what I revealed." Someone's life was worth more than keeping secrets. But the questions, the attention, the Hero Commission will want to know, then they'll have to ask. Right now, I have to make sure nobody dies on my watch. He pushed upward, golden dark energy amplifying the movement, and the zero-pointer's foot went up rather than down, the robot itself destabilizing as its center of mass was forcibly shifted. It teetered backward, servos screaming in protest, and Izuku used the opportunity to grab Uraraka and move her to genuine safety behind a building that wasn't in danger of being crushed. By the time he set her down, the exam timer had ended. Present Mike's voice boomed across the battle center announcing that combat scenarios were complete and all examinees should report for medical evaluation. Uraraka stared at him, eyes wide. What are you?" It was the same question Bakugo had asked 6 months ago. The same question Izuku had been asking himself since the Golden Hour incident started when he was 4 years old. "I'm not sure yet," Izuku said honestly, "but I'm trying to figure it out." The golden dark energy was already fading, settling back beneath his skin, exhaustion hitting as the adrenaline wore off. He'd just used more power than he had in any training session, more than the sludge villain encounters, more than he'd thought he could access while maintaining consciousness. And he was still standing, still aware, still himself. Progress, even if it was progress that came with consequences he couldn't yet calculate. Present Mike appeared, floating down on some kind of jet pack, expressions cycling between concerned and impressed. "That was quite the display, young man, but you're supposed to avoid the zero-pointers, not," he gestured at where the giant robot was still teetering, trying to regain balance. "That. Someone was in danger," Izuku said simply. "I couldn't ignore it," Present Mike's expression softened. "Well, can't argue with the instincts. Come on, both of you. Medical, then we'll talk about what exactly your quirk is because that was way more impressive than your application suggested." Yeah, that was going to be a conversation. As they walked toward the medical station, Izuku felt the Void's presence in his mind, not commenting, just observing, waiting to see how this played out. Was I wrong? Izuku asked it silently, to reveal this much, to prioritize rescue over strategic success. "Wrong and right are human constructs," the Void replied. "But what you did was very you, very Izuku Midoriya. Very not Robert Reynolds, who would have calculated the strategic cost and might have made a different choice." A pause. "For what it's worth, I think he would have envied your ability to choose people over optimization." That was surprisingly poignant coming from his inner darkness. The medical station was chaos, dozens of students being treated for minor injuries, quirk exhaustion, and the general consequences of teenagers fighting robots. Izuku's evaluation was quick. No injuries, vitals elevated but stable, quirk usage within acceptable parameters for someone with a strong emitter type. The last part was technically true if you ignored the fact that acceptable parameters was doing a lot of heavy lifting in that assessment. His final score, 47 villain points from robot destruction, and to his genuine surprise, 60 rescue points for saving Uraraka. 107 points total. Second highest score in his battle center after a girl who'd apparently created a singularity that destroyed half the robots simultaneously. He'd passed, spectacularly, and blown his cover in the process. All Might was definitely going to kill him. Here's something they don't teach you in the glossy brochures about Hero Academia. The space between acceptance and arrival is its own kind of crucible. Not the dramatic, explosion-filled kind. The quiet kind. The kind where you lie awake at 3 a.m. wondering if you've fundamentally misunderstood what you've gotten yourself into. Izuku Midoriya spent 6 weeks in that space. 6 weeks between the entrance exam where he'd spectacularly blown his cover and the first day of actual classes at UA High School. 6 weeks of waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the Hero Commission to show up with questions he couldn't answer, for someone to connect the dots between late-developing light quirk and cosmic power that defies conventional understanding of how abilities work. The shoe never dropped. Or rather, it dropped in ways he wasn't expecting. The acceptance letter arrived via robot. Because of course UA's acceptance notifications were delivered by small explosive devices. Sorry, carefully engineered presentation mechanisms. That projected All Might's holographic face into your living room while your mother tried very hard not to have a heart attack. Young Emi Midoriya, hologram All Might bellowed, his voice somehow both pre-recorded and yet containing all the enthusiasm of a man who was genuinely excited about delivering good news. I am here. With your exam results, his mom had actually screamed, just a little. To be fair, having the #1 hero suddenly appear in your living room, even in holographic form, was a lot to process before coffee. You scored 107 points, 47 villain points, and 60 rescue points from our newly implemented secondary scoring system. Hologram All Might's grin was infectious even through the digital medium. Your performance in saving young Uraraka demonstrated exactly the kind of heroic instinct we look for in UA students. Welcome to your Hero Academia. The hologram fizzled out, leaving behind a physical acceptance packet and a stunned silence that lasted approximately 3 seconds before his mom started crying and hugging him, and saying she was proud and also terrified, and also could he please promise not to do anything that reckless once classes actually started. He'd promised. They both knew he was lying, but the ritual of promise and acceptance was important anyway. That had been 6 weeks ago. Now, standing in front of UA's massive entrance gates on the first official day of classes, Izuku felt the weight of that promise settling over his shoulders like a lead blanket. Don't be reckless, don't reveal more than necessary, don't let the cosmic power turn you into something other than yourself. Simple instructions, practically impossible to follow given his track record. Let's pause here and consider what we're really witnessing. Not just a boy starting at a new school, though it is that, with all the attendant anxiety and excitement such moments carry, but something larger. The collision of two fundamentally incompatible realities. On one hand, UA High School, Japan's premier hero institution, built on the assumption that quirks follow rules. That powers can be understood, categorized, trained into something predictable and useful. That heroism is a skill set that can be taught through structured curriculum and controlled environments. On the other hand, Izuku Midoriya, carrier of cosmic power that existed before quirks, that operated on principles that made conventional quirk science look like children's crayon drawings compared to actual physics. Power that came with a shadow self that questioned every moral assumption heroism was built on. Power that was less a skill to be learned and more an existential condition to be negotiated. These two realities were about to spend the next 3 years trying to coexist in the same space. Something was going to break. The only question was whether it would be the institution, the boy, or the fundamental assumptions both were built on. Class 1A's homeroom was located on the 2nd floor, marked with a door that was significantly larger than standard classroom doors for reasons that would become apparent once you met all the students and realized how many of them had quirks that required extra vertical clearance. Izuku stood outside that door for a long moment, hand on the handle, trying to summon the courage to actually open it. Through the wood, he could hear voices, conversations, introductions, the social choreography of strangers trying to figure out where they fit in a new hierarchy. You're stalling, the void observed helpfully. I'm preparing. You're catastrophizing about all the ways this could go wrong and hoping that if you stand here long enough, reality will spontaneously become less complicated. Maybe. It won't. Reality's going to be complicated regardless. Might as well face it now instead of standing in a hallway like a nervous wreck. The void had a point. Annoyingly, Izuku took a breath, felt the golden power stir beneath his skin in response to his anxiety, firmly told it to stay dormant and opened the door. 20 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. 20. Because apparently UA had accepted exactly 20 students into Class 1A, which felt simultaneously like a lot and not enough for the statistical diversity of quirks and personalities that human genetics could produce. Oh, a familiar voice cut through the sudden attention. You're the guy from the entrance exam, the one with the golden light who stopped the giant robot. Uraraka Ochako, the girl he'd saved, was waving enthusiastically from a desk near the window. Her expression was bright, friendly, containing zero suspicion about the cosmic power situation. Good, that was good. He could work with friendly and oblivious. Midoriya, right? She continued, gesturing to an empty desk near hers. Come sit, I wanted to thank you properly for the rescue, but you kind of disappeared after medical evaluation. I had to, debrief, with all might. About the exam performance. Also technically true, though debrief was a mild way to describe the conversation, where All Might had used many creative phrases to express his feelings about Izuku's decision to showcase cosmic power in front of every monitoring camera UA possessed. Izuku made his way toward the empty desk, hyper-aware of the continued attention from his new classmates. He was being evaluated, categorized, fitted into the social hierarchy that every classroom developed within the first few hours of interaction. The kid with golden power, the one who'd stopped a zero-pointer, the one who'd scored in the top 3 of his battle center. That would be his initial reputation, the framework through which everyone would understand him until they got to know him better. Better than the quirkless kid, at least. Progress. Deku, oh no. Bakugo Katsuki was sitting in the back row, and his expression was complicated in ways that suggested the truce they'd developed over the past 6 months was about to be tested by the reality of being in the same class. Again, you got into 1A too. Bakugo's tone was aggressively neutral, which from Bakugo was practically warm. Should have guessed, you did blow up half the entrance exam with that stunt. Several students' attention sharpened at that. Blew up was perhaps an exaggeration, but it was close enough to accurate that Izuku couldn't really argue. You two know each other? Uraraka asked, looking between them with obvious curiosity. Unfortunately, Bakugo muttered. We went to the same middle school, Izuku said, which was true and also deeply inadequate for describing 10 years of complicated history. We're familiar with each other's abilities. Familiar is one word for it. A new voice, calm and authoritative, came from a boy with glasses and an aggressive hand-chopping motion that Izuku recognized from the entrance exam orientation. I am Ida Tenya. I must apologize again for my harsh words during the exam preparation. Your strategic insights were indeed helpful, and your rescue of Uraraka-san demonstrated exemplary heroic judgment. The hand-chopping intensified, and Izuku was starting to suspect this was just how Ida communicated enthusiasm. It's fine, really, I wasn't offended. Izuku slid into the empty desk, grateful for the distraction from Bakugo's attention. I do tend to mutter when I'm nervous. It's a habit, a useful habit. Ida's hand-chopping reached what might have been terminal velocity. Analysis is crucial for effective heroism. One must understand the battlefield before engaging. They were attracting more attention now. Other students drifting closer, introducing themselves, asking about quirks and entrance exam performances, and the 1,000 small questions that formed the foundation of new social connections. Izuku found himself in the middle of a conversation with Uraraka, Ida, and a boy with spiky red hair who introduced himself as Kirishima Ijiru, and whose quirk apparently let him harden his body into something resembling rock. Manly was how Kirishima described it. Practical was how Izuku's analytical brain categorized it. So your quirk is light-based? Kirishima asked, leaning forward with genuine interest. That's so cool. The golden glow thing looked awesome during the exam. Can you fly, project energy blasts, or is it more enhancement type? Dangerous questions. Questions that Izuku needed to answer carefully because the truth. It's cosmic power that operates on principles that predate quirks, and I'm also negotiating with a shadow manifestation of doubt and fear. Was not going to fly in casual conversation. It's complicated, Izuku said, defaulting to his standard evasion. The light is kind of a side effect. Mostly it enhances my physical abilities, strength, speed, perception. I'm still figuring out the full parameters. Late developing quirk, a girl with pink skin and small horns asked from a nearby desk. I heard those can be unpredictable while they settle. Something like that, Izuku agreed, grateful for the convenient explanation. The conversation continued, flowing through introductions and quirk discussions and the general social negotiation of 20 teenagers trying to figure out who they'd be spending the next 3 years alongside. Izuku cataloged information automatically, names, quirks, personalities, potential strategic synergies if they ever needed to work together. A boy with a tail. A girl who could create objects from her body. Someone with earphone jacks growing from their earlobes. A kid who could literally shoot tape from his elbows. The sheer diversity of genetic expression that quirks produced was staggering when you saw it concentrated in one classroom. And then there was the kid sleeping in a yellow sleeping bag in the corner. Wait, why was there a kid sleeping in? The sleeping bag moved, unzipped, revealed not a kid but a grown man with ratty black hair and eyes that looked like they'd given up on the concept of sleep approximately 6 years ago. "If you're here to socialize, go home," the man said, voice flat and aggressively unimpressed. "This is UA, your hero academia. Starting today, we're going to push you to your limits." The classroom went silent. Several students who'd been mid-conversation froze, expressions cycling through confusion and dawning horror. "I'm Aizawa Shouta, your homeroom teacher. Get changed into your gym uniforms and meet me outside in 10 minutes. We're doing a quirk assessment test." He pulled what looked like a small device from his sleeping bag. "Oh, and whoever scores last, you're expelled." The horror was no longer dawning. It had fully risen like the sun, but significantly less pleasant. "Expelled?" Uraraka's voice was small. "On the first day, UA has full autonomy in student management. If I determine you're not worth training, you're out." Aizawa's smile was deeply unpleasant. "Welcome to Hero Course. Try not to disappoint me." He shuffled toward the door, still mostly wrapped in his sleeping bag, and paused. 9 minutes now, I suggest you start moving." The scramble for the locker rooms was immediate and chaotic. Here's something about teaching that the education textbooks gloss over. The first day of class isn't about curriculum. It's about establishing dominance. About making it clear that the teacher-student relationship is not a democracy, not a negotiation, but a hierarchy where one party has power and the other has the choice to submit or leave. Aizawa Shouta had clearly read those textbooks and decided they weren't nearly harsh enough. The quirk assessment test was elegant in its cruelty. 8 standard physical tests: 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, repeated side steps, ball throw, distance run, sit-ups, seated toe touch, each one modified to allow quirk usage. The premise was simple: demonstrate your abilities, show us what you can do, prove you belong here. The reality was more complex. This wasn't just testing quirks. It was testing decision-making under pressure, strategic thinking about when to use abilities and when to conserve energy, and, perhaps most importantly, revealing personality through performance. How you chose to demonstrate power said more about who you were than the power itself. Izuku stood in line for the first test, 50-meter dash, and tried to calculate exactly how much of the golden power he could safely use without raising too many questions. He'd already revealed more than intended at the entrance exam. The cat was out of the bag regarding his strength and speed. But the perception enhancement, the cosmic awareness, the ability to touch objects and know their history, those he needed to keep hidden. Be strong, don't be inexplicable, the eternal balancing act. "Midoriya, you're up," Aizawa called, his tone suggesting he'd noticed Izuku standing there catastrophizing instead of preparing. The 50-meter dash. Simple. Straightforward, just run fast and don't accidentally break the sound barrier. Izuku took his position at the starting line, feeling the golden power stir in response to his focus. He reached for it carefully, pulling just enough to enhance his speed significantly without pushing into the realm of how is that physically possible. The starting signal beeped. Izuku ran. The world shifted into that enhanced perception state, not fully, not enough to raise questions, just enough to optimize his movement. Every step calculated for maximum efficiency. Every muscle fiber firing in perfect synchronization. The golden light flickering faintly around his legs, barely visible but enough to show his quirk was active. He crossed the finish line in 4.8 seconds. Not the fastest time, there was a kid with an engine quirk in his legs who'd done it in 3.2 seconds. But fast, notably fast. Fast enough to demonstrate capability without being impossible. Aizawa's expression was unreadable behind his capture weapon and general aura of exhausted disapproval. Decent, next. Decent, that was. Probably good, hard to tell with Aizawa. The man gave the impression that even All Might performing at his peak would barely qualify as adequate by his standards. The tests continued. Grip strength, Izuku channeled golden energy into his hands, managed 150 kilograms, which was strong for his size but not suspiciously so. Standing long jump, he cleared the sandbox entirely, golden light flickering around his legs as he launched himself. Repeated side steps, enhanced speed and reaction time, good performance, but several classmates did better. Each test a calibration, each result carefully managed to show strength without revealing the full scope of what he could do. And then came the ball throw. Picture this, a simple task: throw a ball, see how far it goes. Elementary school simplicity wrapped in hero course evaluation. Except nothing was simple when cosmic power was involved. Bakugo had gone before him, using his explosions to propel the ball 705.2 meters. Impressive, aggressively impressive actually, given that he'd basically used controlled detonations to rocket boost a softball into low Earth orbit. Now it was Izuku's turn, and every eye in the class was on him. The kid who'd stopped a zero-pointer, the one with the mysterious golden light. Everyone wanted to see what he could do. Izuku held the ball, feeling its weight, its composition, the molecular structure of rubber and cork and stitching. The enhanced perception was bleeding through despite his attempts to keep it suppressed, showing him more information than he needed or wanted. This is the moment, the Void observed, where you establish yourself in the hierarchy. Throw too weak and you lose credibility. Throw too strong and you raise questions. Welcome to the impossibility of your situation. Thanks for the pressure, very helpful. Anytime today, Midoriya, Aizawa called, his patience clearly finite. Right, throw the ball, use enough power to look impressive, not enough to look impossible. Simple. Izuku reached for the golden power, channeled it into his throwing arm, and released the ball with force that was carefully calculated to look like maximum effort while actually being maybe 40% of what he could do. The ball sailed through the air, arcing up and up, golden light trailing behind it like a comet tail. It landed 680 meters away. Good, respectable. Third best throw in the class after Bakugo and a girl whose quirk apparently allowed her to create zero-gravity zones. Impressive without being impossible. Aizawa nodded. Acceptable, coming from Aizawa, that was practically a standing ovation. The tests continued through the afternoon. Distance run, Izuku paced himself, finished in the top 5 without standing out. Sit-ups and toe touches, enhanced strength and flexibility from the golden power made these trivially easy, but he deliberately slowed his performance to seem more normal. By the end, when Aizawa tallied the scores, Izuku had placed 7th out of 20. Solidly middle of the pack. Not the lowest scorer. That dubious honor went to a kid whose quirk was being invisible, which unfortunately didn't help much with physical tests. But not the highest either. Perfect. Exactly as intended. All right, Aizawa said, his voice cutting through the collective exhaustion. I've seen what you can do, now for the results. He pulled out a tablet displaying everyone's rankings. 7th place, Midoriya Izuku. 1st place, Todoroki Shoudo, a kid with heterochromatic eyes who apparently had both ice and fire powers and had used them with devastating efficiency throughout every test. Now then, Aizawa continued, and his smile was deeply unpleasant. About that expulsion threat, the class tensed. That was a logical ruse to bring out your best performances. No one's actually getting expelled today. The relief was palpable. Several students actually sat down where they stood, legs giving out from stress release, but Izuku noticed something. Aizawa's eyes had lingered on him during that announcement, not threatening, evaluating, like he'd seen something during the tests that required further investigation. Oh, that wasn't good. The school day continued after the assessment. Homeroom procedures, textbook distribution, the mundane administrative requirements of education that persisted even in hero academia. But Izuku couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Not by his classmates, who'd mostly settled into comfortable social clusters by the time they returned to homeroom. Not by Bakugo, who was maintaining his weird truce of aggressive neutrality. But by Aizawa, whose exhausted eyes seemed to track Izuku's movements with the focus of someone who'd noticed something that didn't quite add up. After dismissal, as students filed out discussing plans for the evening and speculating about tomorrow's classes, Aizawa called out, "Midoriya, stay behind for a moment." Oh good, the thing Izuku had been dreading. Excellent timing. The classroom emptied quickly, even Bakugo left without comment, though his glance back suggested he knew exactly what was coming and didn't envy Izuku the conversation. Aizawa waited until they were alone, then leaned against his desk with the air of someone who'd had this conversation before and found it exhausting every single time. "Your quirk," he said without preamble. The application said late developing light emission with physical enhancement properties. The entrance exam footage showed you stopping a zero-pointer with one hand. Today's tests showed consistent above-average performance with careful modulation. He tilted his head. Want to explain the discrepancy? Izuku's mind raced through possible responses. Deny everything. Claim he'd been using full power at the entrance exam and was just tired today. Admit the truth and hope Aizawa didn't immediately report him to the Hero Commission. I was holding back today, he said carefully. The entrance exam was, I panicked. Someone was in danger and I used more power than I usually can access. Today I was trying to establish a baseline of what I can do consistently. Not a lie, not quite the truth. The eternal gray zone that Izuku had been living in for 6 months. Aizawa was quiet for a long moment, those tired eyes assessing. Your quirk registration lists you as quirkless until 6 months ago. Then suddenly you're lighting up quirk detection systems across 5 kilometers and stopping robots that are designed to be obstacles, not targets. He pulled out a tablet, showing what looked like energy readings from the entrance exam. These numbers don't match any known quirk classification. Whatever you've got, it's not standard. I know, Izuku said quietly. I'm still figuring it out myself. The power, it's unpredictable, strong but not always accessible. I'm working with all might on control, but there's only so much progress I can make when I don't fully understand what it is. That was probably more honesty than was wise, but Aizawa's evaluating stare suggested that anything less would be insulting to his intelligence. All Might vouched for you, Aizawa said after another pause. Said you had potential and just needed guidance. That's the only reason you're here instead of in a hero commission facility being studied. He straightened up. But understand this, Midoriya. If your power becomes a danger to your classmates, if you lose control and hurt someone, I will expel you myself. Recommendation from the number 1 hero or not. I understand. Do you? Aizawa's expression was intense. Because I've seen students with powerful quirks before. Seen them convince themselves they could handle it right up until the moment they couldn't. Your power, whatever it really is, it's dangerous. The fact that you're trying to hide its full extent tells me you know that too. Izuku didn't respond. What could he say? Yes, I'm carrying cosmic power that could potentially destroy everything around me if I lose control. Yes, I'm negotiating with a shadow manifestation of doubt and fear that occasionally suggests murdering villains for efficiency. Yes, I'm terrified that one day I'll wake up and be someone else entirely. Someone who looks like me but has lost everything that makes me Izuku Midoriya. All true, none of it helpful in this conversation. I'm not trying to hide anything dangerous, Izuku said instead. I'm trying to understand what I have before I demonstrate capabilities that I can't explain. But I promise, Aizawa-sensei, if I feel like I'm losing control, I'll ask for help. I won't let pride or fear keep me from protecting my classmates. Aizawa studied him for another long moment, then nodded. All right. But I'll be watching you, Midoriya, closely. And if I see signs that you're more danger than asset, he let the sentence hang. I understand. Good, get out of here. And tomorrow, try to actually use your full strength in training. We can't help you if we don't know what we're working with. Izuku left quickly, grateful to escape the intensity of Aizawa's attention. The hallway was mostly empty now, students having dispersed to dorms or homes or wherever heroes in training went to decompress after their first day of actual hero education. He made it outside before the shaking started. Not fear, not exactly. More like the accumulated stress of performing for 8 hours straight, of carefully modulating every action, of being evaluated by 20 classmates and one teacher who clearly saw more than Izuku wanted him to see. That went about as well as could be expected, the Void observed. He knows something's off. He's going to be watching for any sign that I'm dangerous. Then don't be dangerous. Or at least be dangerous in useful ways that look like appropriate heroism rather than cosmic power spiraling out of control. So helpful. Truly, your advice is invaluable. I try. Izuku's phone buzzed. A text from All Might. How was the first day? Any complications? He typed back, Aizawa knows I'm holding back. He's watching me, but I made it through without revealing too much. Class seems good. Lots of strong quirks. The response came quickly. Aizawa's sharp. One of the best teachers UA has precisely because he notices what others miss. Be honest with him, not about everything, but about enough that he trusts you're not a danger. Come to Takoba Beach tomorrow morning. We need to adjust your training now that you're in actual classes. Right, because hero education plus cosmic power training plus negotiating with Shadow Self plus maintaining normal teenage existence was definitely a sustainable workload. Izuku headed home, exhausted and anxious and somehow, despite everything, excited, because this was it. This was UA. This was the beginning of everything he'd worked toward. The fact that he was doing it while carrying cosmic power that could potentially destroy everything if he wasn't careful, that was just an added complication. Story of his life, really. Dinner that night was a celebration. His mom had made katsudon, his favorite, and they talked through every detail of the first day. The classmates, the tests, the way Aizawa had threatened expulsion and then revealed it was a ruse. She laughed at the right parts, asked probing questions at others, and carefully didn't mention her obvious concern about Aizawa's attention. After dinner, lying in bed and staring at the ceiling with its familiar water stain shaped like All Might's hair, Izuku tried to process everything that had happened. He was in UA, actually enrolled, actually attending classes, actually on the path to becoming a professional hero. The dream he'd carried for 10 years as a quirkless kid who everyone said would never make it. And he'd done it with power he didn't fully understand, borrowed from a hero who'd erased himself from existence, while negotiating with a shadow self that represented everything dark about having cosmic abilities. The void stirred in his mind, proud of yourself, terrified mostly, but yeah, also proud. Good, pride's important, keeps you moving forward. A pause. Robert Reynolds lost his ability to feel pride. Everything became obligation and fear and the weight of power he didn't want. Don't make that mistake. I'll try not to. That's all anyone can do, try, and keep trying even when it's hard. For a manifestation of doubt and fear, the void could be weirdly encouraging sometimes. Izuku closed his eyes, feeling the golden power humming beneath his skin, dormant but present. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, more classes, more tests, more opportunities to either demonstrate control or reveal too much. The tightrope walk would continue, but tonight he could rest, could exist in this moment of accomplishment, of having crossed a threshold that most people never even approached. First day of UA, survived. 19 more classmates to understand. One teacher who suspected something unusual. And an entire 3 years of hero education stretching ahead, full of potential and danger and the constant negotiation between who he was and what he was becoming. The golden light flickered once around his hand, just a pulse, barely visible in the darkness, before settling back into dormancy. Progress, always progress, sometimes terrifying, occasionally overwhelming, but always forward. Izuku Midoriya, student at UA High School, carrier of cosmic power, negotiator with his own shadow self, and aspiring hero who refused to let any of that define him more than his own choices. Day 1, complete. The rest would come one day at a time. Consider the nature of combat training in Hero Academia, not the sanitized version they sell to anxious parents in glossy brochures, structured learning environments, and safe simulation exercises. The real version. The one where you put teenagers with devastating powers in a confined space, give them conflicting objectives, and tell them to fight. It's not education, it's controlled chaos. And the only thing separating it from actual violence is the paper-thin assumption that everyone involved has enough self-control not to accidentally kill their classmates. Welcome to Battle Trial, All Might's first attempt at teaching, and Izuku Midoriya's first test of whether he could fight while holding back enough cosmic power to flatten a city block. This was going to go wonderfully. Absolutely no way this could end in disaster. Picture the scene. Ground Beta, one of UA's many training facilities that looked less like a school resource and more like someone had built an entire district of Tokyo specifically for the purpose of letting teenagers destroy it. Buildings rose in neat rows, streets crossed at perfect right angles, and somewhere in the administrative offices, someone had definitely made a spreadsheet calculating exactly how much property damage was acceptable learning versus financially catastrophic. All Might stood before Class 1A in his full heroic glory, muscles that defied anatomy, smile that could inspire nations, costume that probably violated several laws of physics just by existing. This was his teaching debut, his chance to shape the next generation of heroes, his opportunity to prove that being the symbol of peace translated into being an effective educator. The nervous energy radiating from him suggested he was less confident about that translation than his smile implied. Young heroes, his voice boomed across the training ground, making several students flinch. Today we begin combat training. You will be divided into teams, heroes versus villains, and engage in building infiltration scenarios. He produced a box of balls, each one marked with a letter. The randomization method. Because apparently UA's teaching philosophy included, let probability decide who fights whom as a valid pedagogical approach. Izuku watched the draw with a growing sense of dread. Not because he was afraid of fighting, 6 months of training with All Might had built confidence in his combat abilities. But because fighting meant using power, and using power meant the constant calculation of how much to reveal versus how much to hide. The existential mathematics of cosmic abilities in a society that thought it understood how powers worked. His letter, D-Hero Team, He glanced around, looking for whoever else had drawn D, and found, oh no. Uraraka Ochako waved enthusiastically from across the group, holding up her own D ball. We're partners. This is going to be great. Great. Yes. Fighting alongside someone who'd seen him stop a zero-pointer with one hand and had absolutely no context for why that was something he shouldn't be able to do. Someone who was friendly and trusting and would definitely notice if he demonstrated abilities that didn't match the late-developing light quirk story. The void stirred in his mind, amused. You're panicking again. I'm strategically concerned. You're catastrophizing about all the ways this could reveal too much about what you are. It's different. Is it though? Not really, no. All Might continued explaining the rules. Hero teams would defend a mock nuclear weapon on one of the building's upper floors. Villain teams would attempt to either capture the heroes or touch the weapon within 15 minutes. Heroes won by capturing the villains or running out the clock. Villains won by achieving their objective. Simple, straightforward, absolutely nothing could go wrong with this premise. The villain team assignments came next. Team A, the first to go, would be attacking, and their composition made Izuku's stomach drop. Bakugo Katsuki partnered with Ida Tenya against Team D Izuku and Uraraka, of course. Because the universe had looked at Izuku's anxiety about revealing too much power and decided, you know what this situation needs. Your explosive childhood friend who knows exactly how much you're capable of and will absolutely push you to use it. Bakugo's expression when the matchup was announced was complicated. Not the aggressive confidence he usually projected, something more focused, dangerous, like he'd been handed an opportunity and was already calculating exactly how to exploit it. We're up first, Uraraka looked nervous but determined. Okay, we can do this. What's our strategy? Strategy. Right. Because Izuku was supposed to be the analytical one, the person who filled notebooks with hero observations and tactical breakdowns. The one who could look at a scenario and immediately see patterns, weaknesses, opportunities. The problem was that his analytical brain was currently occupied with the more pressing question of how to fight Bakugo, who knew about the cosmic power, without demonstrating said cosmic power to All Might's monitoring cameras and the entire rest of the class who would be watching the battle on screens. We defend the weapon, Izuku said, defaulting to obvious statements while his mind raced through complications. Bakugo's aggressive, he'll come hard and fast. Ida has speed, so he might try to rush past us to the weapon. We need to, actually, All Might interrupted, before we begin, let me clarify the rules regarding quirk usage. His eyes landed on Izuku, and there was something weighted in that gaze. Something that said, I know you're holding back, and I need you to not die because you were too cautious to defend yourself properly. This is combat training. You are expected to use your abilities to their fullest extent within the bounds of safety. Holding back helps no one. Subtext, stop trying to hide what you can do and actually fight. Also subtext, but please don't accidentally reveal cosmic power on my first day of teaching. The dual mandate of Izuku's existence, be strong enough but not too strong. The impossible tightrope. The building they were assigned was 7 stories of concrete and steel, empty floors connected by stairwells and the occasional hallway. The mock nuclear weapon, a large yellow cylinder that looked vaguely radioactive, sat on the 4th floor in a room with multiple entry points. Not ideal for defense, but they had 5 minutes of prep time before the villains were allowed to enter. We should put the weapon in a corner, Uraraka suggested, already using her quirk to make the massive cylinder weightless. Limit the angles they can approach from, and maybe I should hide on the ceiling. My zero gravity gives me an advantage in vertical combat. Good instincts, tactical thinking, the kind of strategic awareness that would make her an excellent hero if she survived the hero course's tendency to throw teenagers at increasingly absurd challenges. That works, Izuku agreed. Bakugo knows I can fight close range. He'll expect me to be near the weapon, but if you're hidden above, you can drop on them when they enter. Surprise advantage. They set up quickly. Weapon in the corner, Uraraka on the ceiling above the entrance, Izuku positioned where he could intercept anyone who came through the door. Classic ambush formation. And then they waited. 15 seconds, 30, 45. The building's PA system crackled to life. All Might's voice. The villain team may now enter. Hero team, defend your objective. And then boom, the explosion came from below, not the entrance, not the stairwell. From directly beneath them, Bakugo using his quirk to blast through the floor itself, bypassing the expected routes entirely. Of course he did, because Bakugo Katsuki didn't do expected, he did effective. The floor cracked, concrete dust filling the air, and through the smoke came Bakugo, hands crackling with explosive energy, grin feral, and focused entirely on Izuku. "Hey Deku," he said, voice carrying that particular edge that meant dangerous things were about to happen. "Let's see what you're really made of. Here's something about fighting someone who knows you, they don't bother with the feeling out phase. No testing defenses, no cautious probing, no gradual escalation. They go straight for what they know works." Bakugo's first attack was a blast aimed not at Izuku's position, but at where Izuku would have to dodge to avoid the falling debris from the ceiling explosion. Predicting movement, cutting off options, forcing Izuku into a tactical disadvantage before the fight even properly started. Izuku moved, golden light flickering around his legs as he enhanced his speed just enough to clear the danger zone. Not his full speed, not even close, just enough to avoid being buried under concrete. The problem with fighting while holding back, it meant accepting hits you could otherwise avoid. Bakugo's follow-up came fast, a sweeping blast that caught Izuku's shoulder, spinning him around and sending pain radiating down his arm. Not serious damage. The hero costume had some protective properties. But enough to hurt, enough to make the message clear. "I'm not holding back. Why are you?" "Come on, Deku," Bakugo advanced, explosions propelling him forward with frightening speed. "You stopped a zero-pointer with one hand. Show me that power," and there it was, the thing Izuku had been dreading. Bakugo, in front of cameras and classmates in All Might, calling out the discrepancy between entrance exam and current performance, forcing the question. "Why isn't he using his full strength?" "I don't need full power to beat you," Izuku shot back, dodging another blast and countering with a punch that had golden energy flickering around it. Not enough to seriously injure. Enough to make contact, to prove he was fighting back. The punch connected with Bakugo's gauntlet, the massive grenade-shaped devices on his arms that stored his sweat for larger explosions. The impact sent Bakugo skidding backward, but he was grinning now, actually grinning, like this was what he'd been waiting for. There it is, the golden light, but that's not all you've got, is it? Another explosion, this one larger, forcing Izuku to dive behind a concrete pillar. "I've seen what you can really do, Deku, so stop holding back and fight me," the Void spoke up, concerned. "He's going to force you to reveal more than you want to. Either by pushing hard enough that you have to defend properly, or by making it obvious to everyone watching that you're artificially limiting yourself." "I know. So what's the plan? Keep taking hits to maintain the performance? Or actually fight and deal with the questions later?" Across the room, Uraraka had dropped from the ceiling onto Ida, using her zero gravity to send him floating helplessly toward the ceiling. Good. That was one villain temporarily neutralized. But Bakugo was still advancing, and his expression said he wasn't going to be satisfied with anything less than Izuku's full power. The thing about tightropes. Sometimes the only way forward is to stop pretending you're not terrified of falling. Izuku made a choice. He reached for the golden power, not the careful 30% he'd been using, but something closer to 60. Enough to actually fight. Enough to make this a real battle instead of a performance where he pretended to struggle. The golden light intensified around his body, visible even in the dust-filled room, and the world shifted into that enhanced perception state where time became subjective, and every possible outcome of every action cascaded through his consciousness in crystalline clarity. He could see Bakugo's next 3 attacks, could predict the exact trajectory of each explosion, the timing, the force behind them, could calculate perfect counters for each one. And more than that, he could feel the power itself, eager, ready, wanting to be used for what it was designed for, overwhelming force applied with precision. The Void whispered, "Finally, let's show him what we are." "No. Not what we are, what I choose to be." Izuku moved. Here's something they don't tell you in hero theory classes: combat at enhanced speed isn't like normal fighting. It's not the choreographed sequences from movies, not the careful exchange of blows that builds dramatic tension. It's brutal efficiency. It's seeing an opening and exploiting it before your opponent even knows the opening exists. It's violence compressed into fractions of seconds, over before observers fully process what happened. Izuku crossed the distance between himself and Bakugo in what looked like teleportation, but was actually just movement fast enough that human eyes couldn't track it properly. His punch, golden light solidifying around his fist, caught Bakugo in the chest before the explosive teen could trigger another blast. The impact sent Bakugo flying backward into a wall, not hard enough to cause serious injury. The power was controlled, measured, calibrated to demonstrate strength without crossing into dangerous, but hard enough to make a point. "I can do this. I've been choosing not to." Bakugo crashed into concrete, slumped for a moment, then, because he was Bakugo and giving up wasn't in his vocabulary, pushed himself back up with a grin that was equal parts impressed and furious. "There you are," his shout was triumphant. "That's the Deku who scared me." He pulled the pin on one of his gauntlets. Oh no. The gauntlet explosion was designed for maximum output, all the stored nitroglycerin sweat released in one massive detonation. It was the kind of attack that could level a building. The kind of thing you only used when you were absolutely certain your opponent could handle it, or when you were absolutely certain they'd been holding back enough that this would force them to show their real power. The explosion filled the room. Concrete shattered. Steel beams bent. The shockwave was devastating, catching Izuku directly because he'd been too surprised by Bakugo's decision to actually use that attack to properly dodge. And in that moment, in that fraction of a second where the explosion was expanding and Izuku was caught in its path, he had two choices. Let it hit him and hope the hero costume's protection was enough to prevent serious injury. Or use the power. The golden light exploded around Izuku's body, and suddenly the world was moving in slow motion. The explosion's shockwave visible as a wall of compressed air and force, every particle of debris tracked by his enhanced perception, every possible path of destruction calculated and categorized. He could survive this, could tank the hit with golden energy reinforcing his body, could come out bruised but alive. But that would reveal the level of durability he'd been hiding. Would make it clear that late-developing light quirk was doing a lot of work to describe abilities that shouldn't exist, or alternative plan. Izuku moved his hand, golden dark energy manifesting not as enhancement but as projection, and created a barrier. Not a physical shield, the power didn't work that way, at least not in any way he'd been able to replicate, but a field of compressed energy that caught the explosion's force and redirected it. The blast wave hit the barrier and curved around it, following the path of least resistance, destroying everything else in the room but leaving Izuku untouched in a bubble of golden light. The explosion faded. The dust settled, and Izuku stood in the center of a crater, golden dark energy still flickering around his raised hand, completely unharmed. 20 sets of eyes, his classmates watching on monitors in the observation room, stared at the feed with expressions ranging from impressed to deeply confused. All Might's voice came over the PA, carefully controlled. "Impressive defense, young Midoriya. Very creative application of your quirk." Subtext, we are going to have a conversation about that later. Bakugo was on the floor, having been caught in the edge of his own explosion, and looking significantly more damaged than Izuku. Still conscious, heroes in training were built tough, but definitely out of the fight. Across the room, Uraraka had managed to touch Ida with all 5 fingers before he could reach the weapon, sending him floating helplessly. Both villains neutralized. Hero team wins. The exercise was over. But the questions were just beginning. The observation room after the battle was a study in controlled chaos. Students talking excitedly about the fight, analyzing tactics, discussing what they'd seen. All Might at the front, preparing to deliver his teaching moment about teamwork and strategic thinking and the importance of considering your environment. But his eyes kept drifting to Izuku, and there was something in that gaze that said we need to talk about what just happened. "Excellent work, both teams," All Might's voice boomed with forced enthusiasm. The hero team showed good defensive positioning, and the villain team demonstrated creative infiltration tactics. However, he turned to Bakugo, who was being treated by Recovery Girl. "Young Bakugo, that gauntlet blast was excessive force for a training exercise. You could have seriously injured your opponent." "He could handle it," Bakugo muttered, but there was something almost satisfied in his tone. Like he'd gotten the confirmation he wanted. And young Midoriya, All Might's expression was complicated. "Your defensive technique at the end there, the energy barrier. That's not something you demonstrated during the entrance exam or the quirk assessment test. When did you develop that application?" Every eye in the room turned to Izuku, waiting for an explanation. Here's the thing about lies. They only work if they're close enough to truth that nobody thinks to question them. The moment you tell a lie that's too obvious, too different from what people have seen, the whole structure collapses. "I've been practicing," Izuku said, keeping his voice steady. "The power, it's still developing. New applications keep emerging as I get better control. The barrier was instinctive. I saw the explosion coming and just reacted. Not a lie." The barrier had been instinctive. He'd simply left out the part where instinctive meant cosmic power responding to threat by manifesting abilities that shouldn't exist. All Might studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Developing quirks can be unpredictable, especially late manifesting ones. But Midoriya, his tone became serious. You need to inform your teachers when your abilities change significantly. We can't properly train you if we don't know what we're working with. Yes, sir, I understand. The remaining battle trials continued throughout the afternoon. Todoroki versus some team that never had a chance because the dual element prodigy simply froze the entire building. Yaoyorozu using her creation quirk to build elaborate traps. Tokoyami's dark shadow demolishing opponents in darkened hallways. Each battle a demonstration of power, strategy, personality expressed through combat. The fundamental equation of hero society. What you can do plus how you choose to do it equals who you are. But through it all, Izuku felt the weight of attention. Students glancing at him between matches, whispering about the golden barrier, trying to reconcile light quirk with abilities that looked suspiciously like force fields and energy projection. The performance was cracking. The careful story about late developing powers and still figuring out his abilities. It was wearing thin under the scrutiny of people who spent their entire lives around quirks and knew when something didn't add up. After classes ended, All Might pulled Izuku aside. Not for a public conversation in front of the class, but a private discussion in one of UA's many anonymous hallways. Young Midoriya, All Might said, and his voice was his real voice now, Toshinori Yagi's raspy tone rather than the booming symbol of peace. We need to talk about what happened during the battle trial. They found an empty classroom. All Might locked the door, deactivated his muscle form, and sat down with the posture of someone who'd had a very long day and it wasn't even close to over. The barrier, he said simply, that wasn't something we trained. That's not something the Sentry could do, at least not that I ever witnessed. It was instinctive, Izuku repeated. I saw Bakugo's explosion coming and the power just responded. Created a field that redirected the force. Instinctive, All Might's tone was flat. Izuku, the Sentry's power was vast, but it had patterns, limitations, things he could and couldn't do. If your power is developing abilities beyond what he had, then what? Izuku heard his voice rising, frustration bleeding through careful control. Then I'm something different, something new. I already know that. I'm not Robert Reynolds. I'm not the Sentry reincarnated. I'm me with his power, trying to figure out what that means while pretending to be a normal student with a normal quirk. The words hung in the air, sharp and honest, and containing 6 months of accumulated stress. All Might was quiet for a moment. Then, you're right, you're not the Sentry, and I apologize for making you feel like that's what I expected. He ran a hand through his hair, that familiar gesture of exhaustion. But Izuku, the power is changing you. Every time you use it, you're becoming something more than you were. And I'm worried that I'll become like him, that I'll lose myself in the power and end up needing to be erased from existence to protect the world. Izuku's voice was bitter. I know everyone's worried about that. The void reminds me constantly. Aizawa's watching for signs I'm dangerous, and now my classmates are questioning why my quirk keeps developing new abilities. Is the void? All Might hesitated. Is it getting stronger, more influential? It's getting more integrated. We're not fighting anymore. We're coexisting, negotiating. It's part of me now, not something external. Izuku met All Might's eyes. Is that bad? I genuinely don't know. The Sentry fought his darkness and lost. I'm trying something different, but different doesn't mean better. All Might was quiet for a long time, processing, then show me something. What? The power. Not fighting, not training, just show me what you can do now. What's changed since we started working together? Izuku hesitated. This felt like a test, like All Might was trying to assess whether he'd crossed some invisible line from student with unusual power to potential threat that needs intervention. But also, there was trust in that request. Trust that Izuku could demonstrate power without losing control. That he was still himself despite the integration with the void, despite the development of new abilities, despite everything. Izuku reached for the golden power, pulled it up through his chest, and let it manifest around his hands. Not the careful, controlled amount he used in public, not the overwhelming tide of full manifestation. Something in between. His natural baseline. Golden dark energy swirled around his fingers, visible and tangible, neither purely light nor purely shadow, but something that incorporated both. The enhanced perception kicked in. He could feel the classroom around him, could sense every object's history, could perceive reality in layers that normal human consciousness wasn't designed to process. It's stable, Izuku said quietly. More stable than it's ever been. The golden light and the void's darkness, they're not fighting. They're working together. That's what lets me do things like the barrier. I'm not just using the Sentry's power anymore. I'm using my version of it. All Might studied the display, expression unreadable. Then slowly he smiled. That's good, that's actually very good. Really? Really. The Sentry's tragedy was that he tried to be purely one thing, purely heroic, purely good, purely light. He denied half of what he was, and that denial created the split that destroyed him. All Might leaned forward. But you're accepting both aspects, the light and the shadow, the hero and the doubt. That's not becoming like him. That's learning from his mistakes. The relief that washed through Izuku was almost overwhelming. He'd been so worried that the integration with the void, the development of new abilities, the way the power kept changing, that all of it was proof he was on the path to becoming something dangerous. But maybe it was just proof he was becoming something new. Something that could hold cosmic power without being consumed by it, because he refused to deny any part of what he was. That said, All Might continued, we need to develop a better cover story for why your quirk keeps evolving. Still figuring it out only works for so long before people start asking detailed questions we can't answer. What if we just tell more truth? Izuku let the power fade back into dormancy. Not the whole truth, but closer to it. Say my quirk is energy manipulation with multiple applications, that I'm still discovering what it can do. That would explain the variety of abilities without requiring me to lie about each new thing I can do. That's actually strategic. All Might looked impressed. The best lies are the ones closest to truth. Energy manipulation is vague enough to cover almost anything you might demonstrate, but specific enough that people feel like they understand your quirk. They talked for another 20 minutes, refining the approach. Establishing what Izuku could safely demonstrate in classes versus what needed to remain hidden. Discussing how to handle questions from classmates, from teachers, from the inevitable Hero Commission evaluation that would come eventually. By the end, Izuku felt something he hadn't felt in months, like he and All Might were actually on the same page. Not teacher and student struggling with communication gaps, but allies working together to navigate an impossible situation. One more thing, All Might said as they prepared to leave. Bakugo, he knows about the cosmic power, yes. Some of it, not everything. Be careful with him, not because I think he'd betray your trust. I actually think your friendship, complicated as it is one of the healthier things in your life right now. But because he's going to keep pushing you in training, keep trying to see your full power. And eventually, people are going to notice that pattern. Valid concern. Bakugo's tendency to fight like he was trying to unlock Izuku's full potential was definitely going to raise questions if it continued. I'll talk to him, Izuku promised. Good, now go home, rest, and tomorrow try to have a normal day of classes where you don't accidentally demonstrate new applications of cosmic power in front of 20 witnesses. No promises, but I'll try. The train ride home was quiet. Exhaustion settling into Izuku's bones, the kind that came from physical exertion plus constant mental vigilance plus the stress of performing a role that kept getting more complicated. His phone buzzed, a text from Bakugo. You held back even with the barrier, I could tell. Izuku stared at the message for a moment, then typed, can we talk? Not about power, about how you keep pushing me to use it in public. The response was almost immediate, tomorrow. Lunch, we need to figure out how to be in the same class without me accidentally revealing your cosmic bullshit. Fair, that was fair. Another text, this one from his mom, how was your first day of real hero training? Did you remember to eat lunch? Are you being safe? He smiled despite his exhaustion and typed back, first day went well. Got into a fight with Bakugo, but it was sanctioned and supervised. Used some new abilities, but All Might says it's okay. Coming home now. Her response. It's okay, and used new cosmic abilities in front of classmates seem contradictory, but I'm choosing to trust you know what you're doing. Dinner at 7, your favorite. Home, rest, food, normal things that normal people did. Things that didn't involve cosmic power or negotiating with shadow selves or maintaining increasingly complex cover stories. Izuku closed his eyes and let himself just exist in the moment. Not the boy with golden power, not the successor to a forgotten hero. Not the person trying to balance revelation and concealment on a daily basis. Just Izuku, tired, anxious, occasionally overwhelmed, but still himself despite everything. The void stirred. You did well today, even though I revealed more than planned, because you revealed more than planned. You fought like yourself, not like someone trying to perform a role. That's growth. Is it though, or is it just me losing the ability to hide what I am? Maybe those are the same thing. Maybe the person you're becoming is someone who doesn't hide. A pause. Robert Reynolds spent years hiding his power, hiding his doubt, hiding his fear. It destroyed him. You're choosing differently. That takes courage. Izuku didn't respond, but something warm settled in his chest. The void, his darkness, his doubt, his shadow self was encouraging him, supporting his choices. Becoming less of an adversary and more of a mirror that reflected uncomfortable truths, but also occasional wisdom. The integration was deepening. The person he'd been was becoming the person he was becoming, and while that transformation was terrifying, it was also undeniably him. Not imposed, not external, just growth in an unusual direction with unusual tools. The train pulled into his station. Izuku stood, shouldered his bag, and headed home through streets that were familiar and comforting in their ordinariness. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, more classes, more opportunities to either demonstrate control or reveal too much. The conversation with Bakugo that would hopefully establish better boundaries. But tonight he would eat dinner with his mom, maybe do some homework, definitely collapse into bed before his muscles decided to mutiny against the accumulated stress of the day. Day 2 of UA survived. The tightrope walk continued. Progress, always progress. Sometimes revealing, occasionally dangerous, but always forward. Consider the architecture of safety in modern hero society. Not the physical structures, though those are impressive enough, all reinforced concrete and quirk-resistant materials. I'm talking about the psychological architecture. The invisible scaffolding of assumptions that let civilians walk through dangerous streets without existential terror. The collective agreement that heroes exist, that they're powerful enough to handle threats, that the system works. That architecture is surprisingly fragile. It only takes one catastrophic failure to reveal how much of our safety is comfortable fiction rather than guaranteed reality. For Class 1A, that revelation came on a Thursday morning at the unforeseen simulation joint. And for Izuku Midoriya, it was the moment when careful performance met brutal necessity, and one of them had to break. Spoiler, it wasn't necessity. The USJ Unforeseen Simulation Joint, because hero education loved its acronyms, was UA's disaster training facility. Picture a massive dome containing entire environmental zones. Floods, fires, earthquakes, landslides, all the catastrophes nature and human stupidity could produce, neatly packaged for pedagogical purposes. It was supposed to be a controlled environment where students learned rescue techniques without actual danger. Emphasis on supposed to be. The field trip started normally enough. Buses, excited chatter about what scenarios they'd face, Aizawa looking like he regretted every life choice that led to chaperoning enthusiastic teenagers. Standard hero course logistics. Izuku sat near the back, listening to his classmates speculate about training exercises while his mind occupied itself with more pressing concerns. Namely, the conversation with Bakugo that morning, where they'd established ground rules for not accidentally revealing cosmic power during class activities. Just don't push me to full power in public training, Izuku had said. Then don't hold back so obviously that everyone notices, Bakugo had responded. You fighting at 30% makes you look weak and makes me look like I'm trying to bully you. Neither is good, valid point. The performance was getting complicated. How do you demonstrate enough strength to be credible without revealing capabilities that defy explanation? How do you protect your secret while protecting your classmates? How do you be yourself when yourself is a concept that keeps expanding to incorporate cosmic abilities you're still discovering? These were the philosophical puzzles occupying Izuku's attention when the bus pulled up to the USJ entrance. He should have been paying more attention to his surroundings, should have noticed the way Aizawa's eyes kept scanning the perimeter, should have registered that something felt wrong about the facility's atmosphere. But he was too busy catastrophizing about hypothetical scenarios to notice the actual catastrophe forming. Classic Izuku, really. Missing the forest for the trees, except the trees were existential questions about identity and the forest was full of villains. The USJS interior was impressive in that way that only truly excessive budgets could achieve. The central plaza alone could have housed a small town with different disaster zones radiating out like spokes on a wheel. Flood zone, conflagration zone, landslide zone. Each one a complete environment perfect for rescue training, or as it turned out, perfect for villain ambushes. 13, the space hero whose quirk literally created black holes, was their instructor for the day. They gave the standard safety briefing. Quirks are dangerous, rescue work requires precision, heroism isn't just about fighting villains but saving people, etc. Good advice, important lessons. completely irrelevant once the air at the center of the plaza started warping. You know that feeling when reality does something it's not supposed to do, when the fundamental rules of how things work suddenly become negotiable. That's what it looked like when the purple-black portal opened in the middle of the USJ. Not a door, not a gateway. A wound in space, reality tearing like fabric, and through it came people. No, not people, villains, dozens of them, scores. Pouring through the portal with the efficiency of an organized military operation, spreading out across the facility with tactical precision that said this wasn't random violence. This was planned. This was an attack. And standing at the center of it all, hand-like appendages scratching his own neck compulsively, was someone who radiated wrongness. Not in the way villains usually did, the theatrical evil, the bombastic threats. This was quieter. More disturbing, the wrongness of someone who'd looked at hero society and decided the entire thing needed to be dismantled. 13. Get the students out of here. Aizawa's voice cut through the shock, commanding despite the obvious impossibility of the situation. And where the hell is All Might? Good question. All Might was supposed to be here, was scheduled for this training session. His absence felt significant in ways that made Izuku's stomach drop. The hand-covered villain, Shigaraki Tomura, though they wouldn't learn his name until later, tilted his head with disturbing casualness. We came here to kill All Might. But I suppose killing his students would send a message too. And then everything happened very fast. Here's something about crisis situations. Your training doesn't actually prepare you. Not really. You can drill responses, practice scenarios, memorize protocols. But when actual violence erupts, when real stakes manifest, and people you care about are suddenly in danger, all that training becomes background noise to the much louder signal of raw instinct. Fight, flee, protect. The primal responses that evolution built into human neurology long before hero society packaged violence into pedagogical exercises. Aizawa moved first. Eraserhead, underground hero, tactical genius who'd built an entire fighting style around negating quirks and defeating opponents through pure skill. His capture weapon deployed, wrapping around villains with precision that looked effortless but represented years of practice. But there were too many. 40 villains, 50, more streaming through the portal every second. Even Aizawa couldn't handle those numbers alone. Students, evacuation protocol. 13's voice carried authority born from experience. Move toward the exit, stay together. The class moved, some faster than others, training overriding panic. Ida taking point because of course he would, rule following manifesting as leadership in crisis. Bakugo's hands already crackling with explosions, readiness manifesting as aggression. And Izuku felt the golden power surge in response to the danger, felt the void's presence sharpen in his mind, felt the careful performance of the past weeks become suddenly, completely irrelevant. Because there were villains, there were his classmates, and between them was a choice that wasn't really a choice at all. The portal villain moved, not attacking, repositioning, cutting off the exit route, dark mist expanding to engulf the fleeing students. Scatter, 13 shouted, but the warning came too late. The mist touched them, Izuku felt it, cold and wrong, like reality unraveling. And then he was falling through impossible space, deposited somewhere else in the facility, separated from his classmates, alone except not alone. Tsuyu and Mineta materialized near him, the portal having deposited them in the same location. The flood zone, specifically, water stretching out in every direction and already surfacing from beneath villains. Water-based villains, quirks adapted for aquatic combat, emerging with predatory focus. Students, the largest one, built like a shark because apparently quirks could do that now, grinned with too many teeth. How convenient. Kill them, right, so this was happening. Here's where we need to pause and acknowledge something Izuku Midoriya had been holding back for weeks. Months, if you counted from the entrance exam. Carefully modulating every action, every demonstration of power, maintaining the fiction that he was just a strong student with an unusual quirk. That performance required enemies that allowed for graduated response. Villains he could defeat without going all out, scenarios where restraint was possible. But these villains, they weren't training exercises, they weren't testing his abilities or evaluating his performance. They were trying to kill him. Kill Tsuyu, kill Mineta. Kill children because those children had chosen to become heroes. You can't negotiate with that kind of intention. Can't perform around it, can't calibrate your response to maintain comfortable fictions. Sometimes the only appropriate response to violence is overwhelming force. Izuku reached for the golden power, not the careful 30%, not even the 60% he'd used against Bakugo. He reached for everything, pulled it up through his chest in a surge that felt like ignition, and let the careful performance shatter. Golden dark energy exploded around his body, visible even in the harsh industrial lighting of the flood zone. The world shifted into that enhanced perception state where time became subjective and reality was just data to be optimized. He could see everything. The villain's attack patterns, Tsuyu's position in the water, Minata's panic. The structural integrity of the ship they'd been deposited on. Every variable cataloged and processed in the fraction of a second before he moved. The first villain, the shark one, never saw the attack coming. Couldn't have because Izuku moved faster than normal perception could track, golden light leaving trails in the air, and his punch caught the villain's jaw with enough force to send him flying backward into the water. 1 down, 7 to go. Get on the ship, Izuku called to Tsuyu and Minata, voice steady despite the adrenaline and power and the fact that he just demonstrated abilities far beyond anything he'd shown in class. Stay out of the water. I'll handle this. Handle, Minata's voice was high, panicked. There's 8 of them, you can't. Izuku was already moving. Combat at cosmic power levels isn't like normal fighting. It's not the careful exchange of blows, the strategic positioning, the gradual escalation. It's violence compressed into moments so brief that spectators only understand what happened in retrospect. Izuku hit the water, golden energy solidifying around his body, making him functionally immune to the physics of aquatic combat, and became a force of nature. Every movement calculated for maximum efficiency. Every strike placed with precision that came from seeing the fight's conclusion before it happened. The villains tried to fight back. Really, credit where it's due, they attempted tactical coordination. Surrounded him, attacked from multiple angles, used their aquatic advantages to create disadvantageous positioning. It didn't matter. When you can perceive reality fast enough to see attacks coming seconds before they land, when you can move through water like it's air, when cosmic power makes your body functionally indestructible, coordination becomes irrelevant. Numbers become meaningless. Izuku's fist caught a villain with squid-like tentacles, the impact creating a shockwave that sent ripples across the entire flood zone. His leg sweep took out 2 more, golden energy making the strike fast enough that they couldn't dodge. A grab, a throw, another villain airborne and crashing into the ship's hull with force that dented metal. 8 villains. Maybe 10 seconds of actual combat. Not because Izuku was trying to show off, but because anything less than overwhelming force would have meant his classmates stayed in danger. When the last villain sank beneath the water, unconscious but alive, because Izuku was still trying to be a hero, not a killer, the flood zone went silent except for water lapping against the ship's hull. Tsuyu and Minata stared at him from the deck, not with the comfortable confusion of classmates seeing impressive quirk usage, with genuine fear. The kind of fear that comes from watching someone you thought you understood reveal they're something entirely other. Midoriya-chan, Tsuyu said quietly, and her voice held a question that she wasn't sure she wanted answered. What are you? Same question Bakugo had asked. Same question Izuku kept asking himself, still no good answer. I'm someone trying to protect you, he said instead. Can you swim? We need to regroup with the others. The moment stretched uncomfortably, Tsuyu clearly wanting to press for explanation, Minata looking like he couldn't decide if Izuku was their savior or a bigger threat than the villains, before practical necessity overrode existential questions. I can swim, Tsuyu confirmed. Minata can ride on my back, but Midoriya-chan, we're going to talk about this later. Fair, that was fair. They made their way through the water toward the central plaza, where sounds of combat suggested Aizawa was still fighting. Still holding back the villain army through sheer tactical brilliance and capture weapon expertise. But even brilliant tactics have limits against overwhelming numbers. Picture the central plaza. Aizawa Shouta, underground hero who'd built a career on strategic thinking and quirk erasure, standing alone against 40+ villains. His capture weapon was a blur, wrapping and throwing and repositioning faster than most people could follow. Every movement economical, efficient, beautiful in its precision. But he was slowing. Multiple villains engaging simultaneously, some with mutation quirks that his erasure couldn't fully negate, all of them coordinated enough to exploit the microsecond gaps in his defense. And approaching from behind, because villains weren't stupid, they understood tactics too, was something that made Izuku's enhanced perception scream danger. Not a person, a thing. Humanoid shape, exposed brain, built like violence made flesh. Moving with mechanical precision toward Aizawa's blind spot. The Namu, though they wouldn't learn its name until later. Bioengineered to fight All Might, to match the symbol of peace's strength with grotesque parody of power. Multiple quirks, shock absorption, regeneration, everything needed to kill the unkillable. And it was about to kill Aizawa instead. Izuku didn't think. Thinking took time, and there wasn't time. There was just the golden power surging, the void's presence sharpening his focus, and the choice that wasn't really a choice. He moved. Distance became meaningless. The space between Flood Zone and Central Plaza collapsed into a golden blur, and Izuku manifested between Aizawa and the Namu with force that cracked the pavement beneath his feet. His punch backed by cosmic power that he wasn't bothering to restrain anymore because screw restraint, there were lives at stake, caught the Namu mid-attack. The impact created a shockwave that knocked villains backward, shattered windows in nearby buildings, caused every person in the facility to stop and stare at the golden figure standing where a student had been moments before. The Namu didn't go down. Shock absorption, regeneration, it took the hit and barely staggered, but it stopped. Focused on Izuku instead of Aizawa, recognized threat, redirected attention. Good, that was good. Better it fought someone who could survive it. Midoriya, Aizawa's voice was sharp with confusion and concern. What the hell, get back, that thing is. I know what it is, Izuku said, golden dark energy intensifying around his body. Something designed to fight All Might, which means I'm probably the only one here who can handle it. The void spoke up, unusually serious. You're about to reveal everything, the full scope of what you are, no hiding after this. I know. And you're okay with that, with everyone seeing? They're in danger. That's the only thing that matters. Spoken like a true hero, Robert Reynolds would be proud or horrified, possibly both. The Namu attacked. No preamble, no warning, just explosive violence as it launched itself forward with speed that would have been invisible to normal perception. Izuku met it head-on. Here's something about fighting opponents designed to match All Might. They don't pull punches, they don't test defenses or probe for weaknesses. They simply hit with enough force to obliterate normal humans because that's what they were built to do. The Namu's fist caught Izuku's hastily raised guard, and even with golden energy reinforcing his body, the impact sent him skidding backward across the plaza. Concrete cracked under his feet. Buildings nearby shook from the shockwave. Okay, so it was strong, really strong, probably stronger than Izuku in terms of raw physical power, but strength wasn't everything. Izuku used the enhanced perception, saw the Namu's follow-up attack before it happened, and dodged instead of blocking. Let the massive fist crash into pavement where he'd been standing, used the moment of overextension to counter. His strike palm thrust to the Namu's exposed chest, golden dark energy concentrated at the point of impact, should have been devastating. Would have been devastating against any normal opponent. The Namu's shock absorption ate the force. Regeneration sealed the minor damage, and it countered faster than something that large should be able to move. This was going to be complicated. They traded blows across the plaza. Izuku using speed and perception to avoid the worst hits, the Namu using raw power and regeneration to tank everything he could throw at it. Buildings cracked, pavement shattered. The structural integrity of the facility itself became questionable. And through it all, two audiences watched with very different reactions. The villains, seeing their bioengineered weapon struggle against a 14-year-old student. Shock, confusion, the dawning realization that their intelligence about UA's capabilities might have been incomplete. Class 1A, seeing their classmate fight something designed to kill All Might. Fear, awe, and the same question Tsuyu had asked. What is he? You're quite strong for a child, Shigaraki Tomura said, hand scratching his neck compulsively. But strength isn't enough. Namu, use full power. Oh good. It had been holding back. Excellent. This day was going perfectly. The Namu's movements changed. Faster, more aggressive, hitting with force that made previous attacks look gentle. Izuku dodged one strike, blocked another, and felt his ribs crack from the impact despite the golden energy reinforcement. Pain, sharp and immediate, cutting through adrenaline and enhanced perception. A reminder that for all his cosmic power, he still had a human body with human limitations. Midoriya, Kirishima's voice from somewhere in the facility. Hang on. We're coming. No, Izuku shouted back, ducking under another Namu strike. Stay back, this thing will kill you. The void spoke urgent. We need more power. Stop limiting yourself. I'm not limiting. Yes, you are. You're still trying to look human, still trying to fight like someone who's constrained by physics. Stop. Let me in fully. Let us be what we're meant to be. If I do that, I might not come back. If you don't, you'll die here. And so will your classmates. So make a choice, control or survival. You can't have both right now. The Namu's fist caught Izuku's shoulder, blocked but not well enough, and sent him crashing through a building wall. Stone and steel wrapped around him like a violent embrace. Pain everywhere, blood in his mouth, vision swimming. And in that moment of crisis, of genuine threat to himself and everyone he cared about, Izuku made a choice. He let go. Consider what happens when you stop fighting against yourself. When you let the carefully constructed barriers dissolve, when you accept that the performance was always going to fail, when you choose truth over comfortable fiction, even if that truth is terrifying. The golden dark energy exploded outward from Izuku's body, not the controlled manifestation he'd been using, but something vast and primal and utterly beyond human scale. The building he'd been buried in didn't just crack. It evaporated, stone and steel converted to dust by the sheer force of power manifesting without restraint. When Izuku rose from the rubble, he wasn't trying to look human anymore. The golden light was blinding, visible even outside the facility. The dark energy swirled around him like living shadow. And his eyes had shifted to something that was more light than biology, more concept than matter. This was the Sentry's power. This was what Robert Reynolds had been capable of before fear and doubt fractured him into pieces. This was what Izuku Midoriya could become if he stopped holding back. The Namu attacked again, because it was built to fight, couldn't do anything else, and Izuku caught its fist mid-strike. Not blocked, caught, held the bioengineered weapon in place through sheer overwhelming force. "I'm sorry," Izuku said, and his voice carried harmonics that shouldn't exist in human speech. "But I'm done letting you hurt people." His counterattack wasn't a punch. It was force itself, cosmic power channeled through his body and released in a single devastating strike that hit the Namu with the weight of collapsing stars. The impact created a crater, shattered windows throughout the facility, knocked villains to the ground from the shockwave alone. When the dust settled, the Namu was down. Not dead, Izuku had pulled the strike at the last second. Even in this state, he was still trying to not kill, but definitely unconscious. Defeated by someone who'd stopped pretending to be weak, Shigaraki Tomura stared at the scene, hand frozen mid-scratch. That's not possible. You can't be." "I'm done hiding," Izuku said, golden dark energy still swirling around his body. "You came here to kill students, to prove that hero society is weak, but you picked the wrong class, the wrong day." His gaze swept across the villains, those still conscious, still capable of fighting, and something in that look made several of them take involuntary steps backward. "Leave now, before I forget I'm trying to be a hero." The portal villain Kurogiri, they'd learn later, didn't need to be told twice. He opened a warp gate, already pulling Shigaraki toward it. "We're retreating. This isn't what we planned for. All Might students are stronger than expected," Shigaraki said, and despite the retreat, he was smiling underneath that hand. "Interesting, very interesting. We'll be back, little hero. With better preparation." The villains evacuated through portals, scattering in seconds, leaving behind only the unconscious ones and the massive crater where Izuku had fought the Namu. And Class 1A, emerging from various disaster zones, staring at their classmate who just revealed himself as something far beyond what they'd imagined. The golden dark energy began to fade. Izuku let the power settle back beneath his skin, let the enhanced perception collapse to normal levels, let himself become human-shaped again. And then the exhaustion hit like a truck. His knees gave out, vision swimming. Body screaming protest about channeling power it wasn't designed to contain. He would have fallen if Todoroki hadn't caught him, when had Todoroki gotten there, steadying him with ice-reinforced strength. "Easy," Todoroki said, voice carefully neutral. "You're in shock and probably quirk exhaustion, just breathe." Breathing, right, that was a thing humans did. Izuku focused on it, trying to recenter himself, trying to process what had just happened. He'd revealed everything, full power, cosmic abilities that couldn't be explained by late-developing light quirk. In front of his entire class, in front of villains who would absolutely report this to whoever sent them, in front of monitoring systems that had recorded every moment. The performance was over. The careful hiding, the strategic limitation, all of it shattered beyond repair. And somehow, impossibly, he was okay with that. The aftermath of the USJ attack was chaos of the organized variety. Pro-heroes arrived, All Might showing up apologetically late, apparently having dealt with a separate villain incident, because of course the attacks were coordinated. Paramedics, police, Hero Commission representatives asking questions that nobody had good answers for. Class 1A got treated for various injuries. gave statements about what they'd witnessed, and carefully didn't talk about the part where Midoriya Izuku had demonstrated power that made the Namu, designed to fight All Might, look like a minor threat. They weren't being evasive. They genuinely didn't know what to say. What do you call a classmate who fights like a god while claiming to have a light manipulation quirk? Izuku spent 3 hours in medical evaluation. Recovery Girl healed the cracked ribs and various contusions, then gave him a lecture about quirk exhaustion and reckless heroics that would have been more effective if she hadn't been clearly impressed by what he'd accomplished. All Might pulled him aside afterward, not muscle form All Might Toshinori Yagi, looking exhausted and concerned and proud in complicated proportions. "Young Midoriya," he said quietly, "you revealed everything." "I know," Izuku slumped against the wall, "the full scope of the power in front of everyone. The Hero Commission is going to have questions I can't answer." "Yes, they will," All Might was quiet for a moment. "But you saved your classmates. Defeated a weapon designed to kill me, protected people who would have died without your intervention." He smiled, small but genuine. "That's what heroes do. The rest, the questions, the exposure, the complications, we'll handle together. I'm going to be investigated. Maybe detained for study. Possibly, but you have me vouching for you, and now you have your classmates, 20 teenagers who saw you risk everything to protect them. That kind of reputation is valuable." All Might's expression turned serious. "What you did today, that was the Sentry at his best. Power used without hesitation when lives were at stake. Robert Reynolds would be complicated about it, but I'm proud." The validation settled warm in Izuku's chest, competing with exhaustion and residual fear, and the knowledge that his life had just become significantly more complicated. "What happens now?" he asked. Now you go home, rest, and tomorrow we figure out how to explain what you are to people who think they understand how quirks work." All Might's smile widened slightly. "But tonight you get to be a hero who saved lives. Worry about consequences tomorrow." Practical advice. Izuku would take it. The train ride home was surreal. News coverage of the USJ attack was everywhere, headlines about villain assault on UA, speculation about security failures, interviews with Hero Commission officials who said very little while radiating competent concern. None of the coverage mentioned the student who'd fought the Namu. Either UA had suppressed that detail or the information hadn't leaked yet. It would though. Information always leaked eventually. His phone buzzed. Multiple messages from classmates in the group chat someone had created. "Uraraka, Midoriya-kun, are you okay? That was terrifying but also amazing. Kirishima, dude, that was the manliest thing I've ever seen. You obliterated that villain. Ida, Midoriya-kun, while your heroic actions were exemplary, please ensure you rest properly. Quirk exhaustion is no joke. And then separately from Bakugo, we need to talk, tomorrow. About what you showed today, not aggressive, not accusatory, just acknowledgement that they definitely needed to have a conversation about cosmic power and how Izuku was going to explain it to increasingly curious classmates." His mom was waiting when he got home. She took one look at him, exhausted, covered in dust despite the medical treatment, moving like every muscle hurt, and just hugged him. "You were amazing," she whispered. "Terrifying, but amazing. I'm so proud and so scared, but mostly proud." They ate dinner in comfortable silence. She didn't ask about the power or the fight or the exposure, just let him exist in the moment, processing everything that had happened. That night, lying in bed and staring at his ceiling, Izuku felt the void's presence more clearly than ever. "You did it," it said quietly. "Stopped pretending, became what you are. I didn't want to, but you did anyway. Because people needed you to." A pause. "That's the difference between you and Robert Reynolds. He hid from his power until it consumed him. You accepted it when it mattered most. Will they hate me now, fear me? Some might. Fear of the unknown is natural, but you saved their lives, Izuku. That counts for more than strangeness. I hope you're right. So do I for both our sakes." Izuku closed his eyes. Tomorrow would bring complications, explanations to give, questions to answer, a revelation he couldn't take back. The careful performance was over. No more hiding. No more pretending to be something less than what he was. Terrifying. Liberating both at once. The golden power hummed beneath his skin, no longer suppressed, no longer carefully restrained, just present, part of him, accepted. Progress, painful, revealing, irreversible progress, but progress nonetheless. Here's what happens when you shatter carefully constructed fiction in front of institutional authority. Bureaucracy notices. And bureaucracy, that great grinding machinery of modern society, doesn't respond quickly or kindly to things it can't categorize. The Hero Commission summons arrived exactly 36 hours after the USJ attack. Not immediately. They needed time to review footage, compile reports, construct the framework through which they'd interrogate what Izuku Midoriya had revealed. But not slowly either. 36 hours was the bureaucratic equivalent of urgent concern. Translation: we saw something that doesn't make sense, and we need it to make sense immediately. Izuku sat in his room the morning the summons arrived, staring at the official letterhead with its precise typography and carefully worded request for his presence at Hero Commission headquarters. Request being the polite fiction for mandatory appearance under penalty of being declared a potential threat. His mom read it over his shoulder, her hand tightening on his shoulder blade. "They can't force you to, they can," Izuku said quietly, "and they will. The question isn't whether I go, it's what I tell them when I get there." Let's pause and consider what we're really witnessing here. Not just a teenager called to explain unusual abilities to government officials. That's the surface narrative. Underneath runs something more fundamental, the collision between individual truth and institutional control. Hero society operates on a simple premise. Quirks are genetic, powers are categorizable, and the Commission maintains comprehensive documentation of every ability that manifests. This isn't just bureaucratic tidiness. It's the foundation of public safety. Can't protect people from threats you don't understand. Can't license heroes whose powers you can't assess. But what happens when someone's abilities fall outside those categories entirely? When the genetic explanations don't work, when the documentation systems can't capture what the person actually is, you get situations like this. A 14-year-old sitting across from investigators who need him to fit into boxes he'll never occupy, trying to explain cosmic power to people who think in terms of molecular biology and electromagnetic radiation. The conversation was doomed before it started. The only question was how spectacular the failure would be. Hero Commission headquarters occupied a building in Tokyo that managed to be simultaneously imposing and forgettable. All glass and steel and carefully cultivated neutrality, the architectural equivalent of saying, "We're important but not threatening, trust us with your safety." Izuku arrived with his mom and All Might, both insisting on accompanying him because apparently minor-facing government investigation triggered everyone's protective instincts. They were escorted through security checkpoints that scanned for everything from concealed weapons to active quirk usage, deposited in a waiting room with uncomfortable chairs and magazines that were exactly 3 months old. The universal experience of government offices: make people wait just long enough to establish hierarchy, not quite long enough to justify complaint. "They're going to ask difficult questions," All Might said quietly, still in civilian form because bringing the symbol of peace to an investigation would create its own complications. Questions you can't answer honestly without revealing things that would make you a target. "So I lie," Izuku kept his voice low. "The room probably had monitoring. You tell strategic truth. Answer what they ask without volunteering information they don't specifically request. Let them make assumptions rather than correcting them." All Might's smile was wry. "I've been doing this dance for 30 years. The Commission wants to feel like they understand your power. Give them enough information to satisfy that need without actually explaining what you are. Bureaucratic judo, use their assumptions against them. Let them categorize you incorrectly rather than forcing them to acknowledge that their categories are inadequate." Before Izuku could respond, the door opened. A woman in a business suit that probably cost more than his mom's monthly salary gestured them inside. "Midoriya Izuku, the Commission is ready for you now. Time to find out how good he was at strategic truth." The interrogation room, interview room, because calling it what it was would be too honest, was designed for psychological impact. Large table, too many chairs. Windows positioned so light would shine in interviewees' eyes during afternoon sessions, every detail calculated to create subtle pressure. 3 Commission officials sat across from Izuku. The woman who'd collected them from the waiting room, her nameplate read Investigator Hayashi, and 2 others whose names Izuku didn't catch but whose body language screamed senior authority. "Thank you for coming, Midoriya-kun," Hayashi began, her tone walking the line between friendly and formal. "We understand this might be stressful, but we're simply trying to understand what happened at the USJ for documentation purposes." For documentation purposes. Right. Because thoroughly documented threats were somehow less threatening than undocumented ones. "I understand," Izuku said, channeling every ounce of respectful cooperation he could manage. "I'm happy to help however I can." Hayashi pulled up footage on a tablet. "The USJ fight. Izuku's golden dark manifestation in crystalline clarity, every moment of cosmic power on full display. Your registered quirk is listed as late developing light emission with physical enhancement properties, she said. But this footage shows capabilities significantly beyond what that description suggests. Force fields, energy projection, movement speed that approaches teleportation. And most notably, she tapped the screen, freezing on the moment Izuku's eyes had shifted to pure light. Physiological changes that suggest your quirk affects your biology in ways we haven't documented. She wasn't wrong. The question was how to respond without either lying blatantly or revealing the full truth. My quirk is still developing, Izuku said carefully. New applications keep emerging as I gain better control. The force field was instinctive. I saw the attack coming and the power just responded. I don't fully understand it myself yet. That's concerning, one of the senior officials said. His nameplate identified him as Deputy Director Sakamoto. Quirks don't typically develop new fundamental capabilities after initial manifestation. Enhancement, yes. Refinement, certainly. But you're describing what sounds like multiple distinct quirks rather than variations on a single ability. Here's where it got dangerous. They were smart, these investigators. They'd seen enough quirks to recognize when something didn't follow normal patterns. Pushing too hard on the still-developing excuse would raise more questions than it answered. Have you considered, Izuku said slowly, that maybe our understanding of how quirks develop is incomplete? That late manifestation quirks might work differently than ones that appear in childhood. Hayashi's expression sharpened. Are you suggesting your quirk operates on principles we don't understand? I'm suggesting I don't fully understand it. How could you, when I'm still figuring it out myself? Deflection. Not quite answering the question while sounding cooperative. All Might had taught him this, the careful dance of giving investigators enough to feel satisfied without actually revealing anything useful. But Sakamoto wasn't buying it. Midori-yakun, we've reviewed your medical records. You were definitively quirkless until 6 months ago. Genetic markers, toe joint analysis, everything indicated absence of quirk factor. And then suddenly, he gestured at the tablet. That's not how human biology works. Then maybe, Izuku's mom said, speaking up for the first time, human biology is more complicated than we thought. My son has been cooperative. He's answered your questions. If your documentation systems can't account for what he is, that's a limitation of your systems, not a problem with him. Beautiful. Shift the frame from explain yourself to maybe your understanding is inadequate. Make this their problem instead of Izuku's. Sakamoto's expression hardened, but before he could respond, the third official, an older woman whose nameplate read Director Kobayashi, held up a hand. Let's approach this differently, she said, her tone measured. Midori-yakun, you fought a bioengineered weapon designed to match All Might's strength. You won. That suggests your power operates at levels we typically only see in the top 10 heroes. Are you comfortable with that level of responsibility? Now that was a better question. Not attacking his credibility or demanding impossible explanations. Just asking if he understood what he'd revealed about himself. No, Izuku said honestly. I'm not comfortable with it. I'm 14. I'm still learning how to be a hero, still figuring out my limits and capabilities. But at the USJ, my classmates were in danger. People were going to die if I didn't act, so I did. I'll worry about comfort after everyone's safe. Kobayashi studied him for a long moment, then nodded. That's a good answer. The kind of answer we like to hear from hero candidates. She closed the tablet. Here's our situation, Midori-yakun. Your power doesn't fit our documentation systems. We can't properly categorize it, can't assess its full capabilities, can't predict how it might develop further. That makes our risk assessment specialists very nervous. But, she continued, you used that power to protect people. To defeat a threat that could have killed dozens of students. That makes you valuable. So we're in an awkward position of wanting to understand you better while also not wanting to create problems for someone who's demonstrably heroic. It was the closest thing to honesty he'd heard from any of them. The commission wanted information but didn't want to antagonize someone who might become a powerful hero. Self-interest masquerading as concern. What happens now? Izuku asked. Now we document what we know and flag your file for ongoing assessment, Hayashi said. You'll be required to report any significant new manifestations of your quirk. You'll undergo monthly evaluations to track how your abilities develop, and, she glanced at All Might. You'll continue training under All Might's supervision, since he seems to be the only person who has any context for your power. Not ideal. Monthly evaluations meant monthly opportunities for them to probe deeper, but also not catastrophic. They weren't detaining him, weren't forbidding quirk usage, weren't treating him as a threat. Yet, "I can do that," Izuku agreed. "One more thing," Sakamoto said, and his tone had shifted to something harder. "Your classmates witnessed what you did, 20 teenagers who now know you're significantly more powerful than your registration suggests. We need to ensure they understand the sensitivity of that information." Translation: we need to make sure they don't tell anyone that we don't actually understand one of UA's students. "My classmates know how to keep confidences," Izuku said carefully. "Hero training includes learning when to share information and when to protect it. Nevertheless, we'll be conducting individual interviews with each of them, ensuring consistency in their accounts, addressing any concerns they might have." Sakamoto's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Purely routine, you understand. Routine, right?" Because intimidating teenagers into silence about their classmates' abilities was completely normal procedure. The meeting continued for another hour. More questions, more careful non-answers, more bureaucratic documentation of things they didn't understand. By the end, Izuku felt exhausted in ways that had nothing to do with physical exertion. This was what life would be like now: constant evaluation, ongoing scrutiny. The commission watching, waiting for him to either prove useful enough to tolerate or dangerous enough to contain. No pressure. The train ride back to Musutafu was quiet. All Might had excused himself, official symbol of peace duties that couldn't be delayed. Izuku and his mom sat together, processing what had just happened. "They're scared of you," his mom said eventually. "I know, not because you're dangerous, because you're unknown, and institutions hate the unknown more than they hate actual threats." She squeezed his hand. "Are you okay? Was he okay?" That was a complicated question with no simple answer. He'd just been interrogated by government officials who wanted him to explain the unexplainable. He'd managed to avoid revealing cosmic power while also not lying blatantly enough to get caught. He'd secured ongoing supervision instead of detention, which was about the best outcome he could have hoped for. But he'd also just accepted a future of constant monitoring. Monthly evaluations where people would probe his abilities, looking for weaknesses or signs of instability. His classmates being interviewed about him, being asked to report if he demonstrated concerning behavior. This was the price of revelation, of choosing to save lives instead of maintaining comfortable fiction. He'd known there would be consequences, had accepted them in the moment of choice. But knowing consequences exist and living with them daily were very different things. "I don't know if I'm okay," Izuku said honestly, "but I'm here, I'm still myself." They didn't take that away. His mom nodded, accepting the non-answer. They rode the rest of the way in comfortable silence, mother and son trying to navigate a situation that no parenting book had prepared her for and no hero manual had taught him. When they got home, there were messages waiting, multiple messages. His phone had apparently been very busy while he was being interrogated. "Class 1A group chat, Uraraka, Midori-yakun, how did it go? Are you okay? Kirishima, dude, if they gave you trouble, just say the word. We'll all testify that you saved our lives. Ida, Midori-yakun, please know that your classmates support you. Whatever the commission asked, we understand you did what was necessary." And then, in a private message from Bakugo, "They tried to interview us today, asked a lot of questions about what we saw at USJ. I told them you fought like a hero and saved lives. That's all they need to know. The rest is your business." Something warm settled in Izuku's chest. His classmates, even Bakugo, especially Bakugo, were protecting him. Not through deception, but through selective truth. Telling the commission what they'd witnessed while refusing to speculate about what it meant. They understood. Maybe not everything, maybe not the full scope of cosmic power and reincarnated memories and negotiations with shadow selves. But they understood that Izuku was still their classmate. Still the person who'd chosen to protect them rather than protect his secrets. That mattered more than he'd expected. School the next day was strange. Not hostile, his classmates had seen him risk everything at the USJ. But there was a weight to interactions now. An awareness that Midoriya Izuku wasn't quite what they'd assumed. Uraraka approached him during lunch, determined expression suggesting she'd been working up courage for this conversation. "Midori-yakun," she said, sitting down with her tray. "I've been thinking about what you did at the USJ. And I realized I never actually thanked you for saving me at the entrance exam and for protecting us from that monster. So, thank you. You don't need to, I do though." Her expression was serious. "You're really strong. Way stronger than you let on during training. And I think that must be lonely, having to hide what you can do all the time. But I want you to know, your power doesn't scare me. You scare me a little, but only because you're so willing to throw yourself into danger. The strength thing, that's just impressive. It was perhaps the most genuine acceptance Izuku had received. Not curiosity about what he was, not fear of what he could do, just acknowledgement and gratitude. Thanks Uraraka-san, he managed. That means a lot. Others approached throughout the day. Kirishima fist-bumping him and declaring the USJ fight the manliest thing ever. Tsuyu asking detailed questions about his quirk's applications with scientific curiosity rather than suspicion. Even Todoroki, normally aloof, nodding acknowledgement across the classroom. They weren't treating him as a threat. They were treating him as the person who'd saved them. But not everyone was comfortable with revelation. A few classmates kept their distance. Not hostile, just wary. The kid with the tail, Ojiro, seemed particularly nervous around him. And Mineta, who'd witnessed the flood zone fight firsthand, flinched whenever Izuku walked past. Fear wasn't universal, but it existed. And Izuku had to accept that as part of his reality now. Some people would always be uncomfortable around power they didn't understand. Aizawa was waiting after class. Midoriya. A word, oh good. Another conversation about how his power didn't make sense and people were concerned. Exactly what he needed. They walked to an empty classroom. Aizawa closed the door, activated what looked like a privacy quirk, some kind of sound dampening, and turned to face Izuku with that exhausted expression he always wore. The commission told me about your evaluation, Aizawa said without preamble. Monthly assessments, ongoing monitoring, flag in your file for unusual manifestation patterns. Yeah, that's what they decided. That's bullshit bureaucratic covering their ass terminology, for we don't understand this kid, and it makes us nervous. Aizawa's bluntness was almost refreshing after the commission's carefully neutral language. But here's what I told them when they asked my professional assessment. You used overwhelming force to protect your classmates. You stopped when the threat was neutralized. You maintained enough control to avoid killing despite having power that could have easily killed. That's not dangerous, that's heroic discipline. Izuku blinked. That was not what he'd expected. I'm still going to watch you, Aizawa continued, because power at your level requires supervision regardless of intentions. But I'm watching to make sure you don't burn yourself out trying to hide what you are, not watching because I think you're a threat. He tilted his head. The commission sees unknown variables that need categorizing. I see a student who needs training in how to use abilities he's still discovering. Those are very different problems. Thank you, sensei. Don't thank me. Just show up to class, do the work, and try not to demonstrate any more reality-defying capabilities until after you've graduated. Deal? I'll try. That's all I ask. Aizawa moved to leave, then paused. For what it's worth, Midoriya, the Sentry, was before my time, but I knew heroes who worked with him. They said his real tragedy wasn't the power. It was the isolation. He tried to handle everything alone, and it destroyed him. He met Izuku's eyes. You've got classmates who'll support you, teachers who'll train you. A mother who clearly loves you enough to face down the hero commission. Don't make his mistake. Use the support network. He left before Izuku could respond, but the message was clear. You're not alone. Stop acting like you have to be. That evening, training with All Might had a different quality. Less about physical conditioning, more about processing what had happened. They sat on Takoba Beach, significantly clearer now after months of cleanup work, and talked through the commission meeting, the class reactions, the shifting dynamic of revelation. How does it feel? All Might asked. Not having to hide anymore. Terrifying, Izuku admitted, but also lighter, like I was carrying weight I didn't realize was there until it was gone. That's the burden of performance. Maintaining fiction takes energy. Living as yourself, even when yourself is complicated and potentially dangerous, is actually easier in the long run. All Might was quiet for a moment. The Sentry never learned that. He built elaborate fictions about who he was, what his power meant, how he could be both hero and human. The fictions became so complex that he got lost in them. Am I going to end up like him? The question had been haunting Izuku since the USJ. The commission is monitoring me. My classmates know I'm unusual. At some point, someone's going to dig deeper, make connections, and when they do, then we'll handle it, All Might said firmly. Together, you, me, your mother, your classmates. You're not facing this alone, young Midoriya, that's the crucial difference. They trained for another hour, controlled manifestation work, practicing maintaining golden dark energy without letting it overwhelm. The power came easier now. Less fighting, more flow. The integration with the void had deepened, making the cosmic abilities feel more natural than ever. Progress. Always progress, even when that progress meant accepting consequences. As the sun set over the ocean, or what would be ocean once they finished clearing the beach, Izuku felt something shift in his understanding. The revelation at the USJ wasn't a catastrophe, it was liberation. He didn't have to pretend anymore, didn't have to carefully calculate every action, every demonstration of ability. Didn't have to maintain parallel realities where the public version of himself bore minimal resemblance to the private truth. Yes, the commission was monitoring him. Yes, some people would be afraid. Yes, his life had become more complicated in measurable ways, but he was also free to be himself. To use the power when needed without constantly second-guessing whether it would reveal too much, to stop performing and start existing. The void stirred in his mind. You're handling this better than Robert Reynolds did. How do you know? You weren't there for his revelation. I'm part of his power. I remember the feeling of him trying to hide, to minimize, to pretend he was something manageable, the desperation of maintaining fiction while drowning in truth. A pause. You're not desperate, you're adapting. That's the difference. I'm terrified. Fear and desperation aren't the same thing. Fear is acknowledging risk while moving forward anyway. Desperation is knowing you're failing and fighting harder to maintain the failure. The void's presence shifted, becoming almost warm. You're afraid, but you're not desperate. That means you're still choosing your path instead of being forced down it. Izuku closed his eyes, feeling the golden power humming beneath his skin, the dark energy woven through it, both aspects integrated into something that was uniquely his. Not the Sentry's power, not Robert Reynolds' tragedy repeated. Just Izuku Midoriya, cosmic abilities and all, choosing to be hero on his own terms. The revelation was complete. The performance was over. Whatever came next, commission evaluations, class dynamics, eventual public exposure, he'd face it as himself. Terrifying, liberating, both at once. Progress. Always progress, even when progress meant accepting that comfortable fiction was never coming back. A week later, Izuku received a message from an unknown number. I saw footage of the USJ fight, what you did to the Namu. I've been looking for information about unusual manifestation patterns, and yours is remarkable. I'd like to speak with you about your quirk's development. If you're interested in understanding what you are, reply to this message. Dr. Garaki, the name meant nothing to Izuku, some researcher probably. Maybe a quirk specialist who'd noticed his unusual abilities and wanted to study them. He showed the message to All Might during their next training session. All Might's expression went cold in ways Izuku had never seen. Delete that message, block the number, and if he contacts you again, tell me immediately. Who is he? Someone who has no business contacting UA students, someone whose research into quirk development has raised flags with multiple hero agencies. All Might's tone was harder than Izuku had ever heard it. Do not respond, do not engage, just delete it. Izuku did, but the message stayed with him. Someone out there was watching, someone who understood that his power was unusual and wanted to study it. That wasn't threatening exactly, but it wasn't comfortable either. The world was noticing. The revelation at the USJ hadn't stayed contained within Class 1A. Information was leaking, spreading, reaching people who had their own interests in cosmic power that defied categorization. Some of those people would be researchers, scientists, people who wanted to understand for academic purposes, but some of them would be worse, people who saw unusual abilities as tools to exploit, as weapons to acquire, as threats to eliminate. The performance was over, but the game was just beginning. And Izuku Midoriya, 14-year-old hero student with cosmic power he still didn't fully understand, was going to have to learn to play. Picture this, thousands of spectators packed into a stadium, cameras broadcasting to millions more, all gathered to watch teenagers beat each other senseless in the name of heroic excellence. This is the UA Sports Festival, part entertainment spectacle, part recruitment showcase, part gladiatorial combat with better safety regulations. It's absurd when you think about it. We've taken adolescent development, weaponized it with superpowers, and packaged it as must-see television. But here's the thing about absurdity. It reveals truth more honestly than serious institutions ever could. The sports festival strips away pretense. No carefully curated personas. No strategic hiding. Just raw capability on display for the world to evaluate and judge. It's the most honest moment in a hero student's education, precisely because it's the most public. For Izuku Midoriya, carrier of cosmic power that he'd only recently stopped trying to conceal, this was either opportunity or catastrophe. Possibly both simultaneously. The question wasn't whether he'd demonstrate abilities that would raise questions. The revelation had already happened. The world, or at least the parts of it that paid attention to hero education, knew he was unusual. The question was, what would he choose to become when the entire nation was watching? 2 weeks separated the USJ attack from the sports festival announcement. 2 weeks of Izuku navigating a new reality where his classmates knew he was significantly more powerful than his registration suggested, where the Hero Commission was monitoring his development, where the comfortable fiction of late developing light quirk had been replaced by the uncomfortable truth of we don't actually know what he is. Those 2 weeks taught him something crucial about human nature. People adapt to strangeness faster than you'd expect. Not immediately, there was still wariness from some classmates, still that moment of hesitation before approaching him, but gradually, the shock wore off. The cosmic power became just another quirk in a class full of unusual abilities. Todoroki could manifest ice and fire simultaneously. Tokoyami had a shadow creature living inside him. Shaoji had multiple limbs that could transform into different body parts. In that context, golden light that enables superhuman capabilities was weird, but not that weird. This was the genius of UA's system. Put enough unusual people in one place and unusual becomes normal. The center of the bell curve just shifts. But the sports festival would test whether that normalization extended beyond Class 1A. Whether the broader public, millions of viewers who'd never attended hero school, who thought quirks followed predictable patterns, would accept Izuku as just another strong student, or whether they'd see him as something else entirely. "You're overthinking again," Bakugo said during lunch 3 days before the festival. "I can see it. That look you get when you're spiraling into catastrophic analysis." Izuku blinked, pulled from internal speculation about public perception and institutional response. "I'm not. You're wondering how much power to use during the festival, whether demonstrating full capabilities will cause problems, whether the Hero Commission will use your performance as justification for stricter monitoring." Bakugo's expression was knowing. "Am I close? Uncomfortably close, actually. When had Bakugo gotten so good at reading him? The festival is televised," Izuku said quietly. "Millions of people watching, pro-heroes scouting for internships. If I go all out like I did at USJ, then everyone sees what you're actually capable of. So what?" Bakugo leaned back, hands behind his head in that aggressively casual pose he adopted when making important points. "You already revealed cosmic bullshit to our entire class. The commission already knows you're unusual. Hiding during the festival doesn't protect you, it just makes you look weak or like you're not serious about becoming a hero. But if I demonstrate too much, you'll stand out. Draw attention, probably get recruited by every major hero agency in Japan." Bakugo's grin was sharp. "Sounds terrible. Really, I can see why that would be a problem." The sarcasm was obvious, but underneath it was genuine point. Izuku had spent months trying to hide what he was. That strategy was over. Continuing to act like hiding was possible would just create new problems. "Besides," Bakugo continued, "you're not the only one with something to prove. Todoroki's got his dad's expectations. Ida's got his brother's legacy. Half the class is dealing with pressure from somewhere. You're just dealing with cosmic power instead of family drama. Same fundamental situation, use what you've got or fail spectacularly trying to pretend you're something less." When had Bakugo become the voice of wisdom, that was concerning on multiple levels. "You're saying I should just fight at full capacity. I'm saying you should fight like yourself, whatever that means." Bakugo's expression turned more serious. "You spent the entrance exam holding back and nearly failed. You spent battle trial trying to look normal and almost got crushed. At USJ, you finally stopped performing and actually saved lives. Notice a pattern?" He did. The pattern was clear, holding back didn't protect him. It just delayed inevitable revelation while making him less effective. "The sports festival is your chance to show everyone who you actually are," Bakugo said, "not what you think they want to see. Not some carefully calibrated performance that fits their expectations. Just you, with all the cosmic weirdness that entails. And if that makes people afraid, then they were always going to be afraid eventually. Might as well get it over with." Bakugo stood, grabbing his tray. "Besides, I'm not losing to someone who's holding back because he's worried about public perception. If I'm going to beat you, and I am going to beat you, I want it to be against the real thing." He walked away before Izuku could respond, leaving behind a challenge that was also permission. An acknowledgement that hiding wasn't protection, just postponed confrontation. The void stirred. "He's not wrong. You're agreeing with Bakugo now. What's next? You're going to start giving pep talks." I'm agreeing with sound logic. The performance strategy failed. Time for a different approach. The Void's presence shifted, becoming contemplative. Robert Reynolds spent his entire hero career trying to manage public perception, trying to be what people expected rather than what he was. It destroyed him slowly, piece by piece, until there was nothing left but the performance and the fear of what happened when it slipped. So your advice is to just stop caring what people think. My advice is to accept that people will think things regardless of what you do. Might as well let them react to truth instead of carefully curated fiction. A pause. Also, I'm curious to see what happens when you stop restraining me during combat. We haven't really tested full integration in a competitive setting. Great. His shadow self wanted to use the sports festival as an experiment. That definitely wouldn't lead to complications. But Bakugo and the Void were both right. Continuing to hide was impossible. The revelation had happened. All he could do now was choose how to exist in its aftermath. And existing authentically, cosmic power and all, was probably better than existing as a carefully managed fiction. Probably. The sports festival opened with spectacle that would have made ancient Rome jealous. Present Mike's commentary booming across the stadium, Midnight acting as chief referee in a costume that somehow skirted both public decency laws and professional appropriateness, and all of Class 1A marching into the arena to thunderous applause. Izuku felt the weight of attention like physical pressure. Thousands of eyes in the stadium. Millions more watching broadcasts. Every pro hero who mattered was here, evaluating, assessing, making mental notes about which students showed promise. This was recruitment season. Performance here determined internship offers, which determined career trajectories, which determined whether you became a successful hero or washed out into obscurity. No pressure. Wow, Uraraka whispered beside him. This is a lot. Understatement of the century. The stadium was massive, the crowd deafening, the whole event constructed to maximize dramatic impact. This wasn't education. This was entertainment with pedagogical benefits. Midnight called for the student pledge. Bakugo, as first-place finisher in the entrance exam, was selected to deliver it. His pledge was characteristically Bakugo. I'm going to win, not we'll do our best or let's have a good competition. Just raw, unfiltered confidence bordering on arrogance. Half the stadium booed, the other half seemed amused. Izuku just shook his head. Classic Bakugo, making enemies out of everyone through sheer aggressive personality. The first event was announced, obstacle course. 4 kilometers through UA's training grounds, which had been converted into a gauntlet of challenges designed to test mobility, strategy, and quirk application under pressure. Simple concept, brutal execution. Exactly the kind of thing the sports festival loved. The rules are simple, Midnight's voice carried over the crowd. Reach the finish line, how you get there is up to you. Use your quirks, use your classmates, use whatever strategy you can devise. The top 42 students advanced to the next round. A starting gate that could barely contain all the first-year students, probably 200 of them, classes A through E plus general studies and support courses. All crammed into a space designed for maybe 50. This wasn't just an obstacle course. This was strategic positioning before the race even started. Getting trapped in the initial bottleneck would cost valuable time. Breaking free required either overwhelming power or creative application of abilities. The countdown began, 10 seconds, 9, 8. Izuku felt the golden power stir, responding to his anticipation. He could feel it now without consciously reaching for it. The integration had progressed to the point where the cosmic energy was simply present, waiting to be directed. 3, 2, 1. Start! Here's something about competition at the highest levels. The first few seconds determine everything. The students who established advantage immediately would maintain it throughout. Those who got trapped in the initial crush would struggle to catch up. Izuku didn't hesitate. Golden light flickered around his legs, visible to everyone because he decided to stop hiding and he moved, not full speed. That would have been too fast for cameras to track, would have looked like teleportation. But fast enough to clear the initial bottleneck before it fully formed, fast enough to establish position in the lead group. Todoroki was there too, using ice to freeze the ground behind him as he ran, creating obstacles that slowed everyone else. Smart strategy, ruthless execution. The kind of tactical thinking that came from growing up with Endeavor as a father. But Todoroki's ice was indiscriminate. It didn't just slow other classes, it caught Class 1A students too. Caught Uraraka, Ida, several others who'd been running behind them. Izuku made a choice, stopped running forward, turned back. "What are you doing?" the void asked, confused. "You had position." Turning back gives up advantage. Not everyone can melt ice with cosmic power. They need help. He reached Uraraka first, golden energy manifesting around his hand as he touched the ice trapping her feet. The energy didn't melt it, that would have taken time. It simply broke the molecular bonds, causing the ice to shatter. "Midori Yakun," she looked surprised. "You should keep going." "I can, together," Izuku said, already moving to help Ida. "We're Class 1A, we advance together or not at all." It took maybe 15 seconds to free 5 classmates. 15 seconds that cost him significant position. He'd gone from 3rd place to somewhere around 20th. But when he resumed running, he had Uraraka beside him, Ida's engines roaring to life, others from his class finding their momentum. The cameras caught it all. Izuku Midoriya stopping his own advancement to help classmates. The kind of gesture that looked great on broadcast but seemed tactically stupid in competitive context. Except, and this was crucial, here at work wasn't actually about individual victory. It was about protecting people, saving lives, working as a team when necessary rather than always seeking personal glory. The obstacle course continued. Robot zero-pointers, the same ones from the entrance exam, blocking the path. Todoroki froze them solid. Bakugo blasted through with explosions. And Izuku used the golden power to enhance a jump, vaulting over the robots entirely rather than fighting through them. The crowd gasped. Present Mike's commentary went appropriately chaotic. What was that? Midoriya from Class 1A did he fly? Not flying, just jumping with cosmic enhancement, but the distinction was probably lost on casual observers. The second obstacle, the fall. Massive pillars connected by ropes, gaps between them that would kill anyone who fell. Most students would have to move carefully, balancing across ropes while managing vertigo. Izuku just jumped from pillar to pillar, golden energy making the leaps trivial. Other students struggled with balance. He treated physics like a suggestion rather than a law. Third obstacle, minefield. The ground rigged with explosion devices that would detonate on pressure. Not dangerous enough to seriously injure, UA's safety standards were comprehensive, but disruptive enough to slow anyone who triggered them. This was where strategy mattered. Izuku could see the mines with his enhanced perception, little pressure plates barely visible in the dirt, patterns of placement that revealed safe paths through the field. He could have run straight through on that safe path. Would have been fastest approach, but he noticed something else, Uraraka behind him, floating herself to avoid the mines. Ida using speed to minimize contact time with the ground, others finding creative solutions. Class 1A adapting as a unit rather than competing internally. And at the front, Todoroki and Bakugo fighting for first place, ice and explosions creating chaos that was probably great television but terrible teamwork. Izuku made another choice. Stopped, turned, called back. "The safe path is 20 degrees left of where you're running, follow me," tactical disadvantage, giving up time to help others again. But within 30 seconds, half of Class 1A had adjusted course, following his directions, moving as a coordinated group rather than scattered individuals. They crossed the finish line in a cluster. Todoroki first, his ice giving him advantage that strategy couldn't overcome. Bakugo second, explosions propelling him forward. And then, from 3rd through 15th place, a wave of Class 1A students who'd worked together. Izuku finished 7th, not winning but advancing. And more importantly, 18 of his classmates advanced with him. Class 1A occupied almost half the spots in the next round. Present Mike's commentary, incredible. Class 1A showing real teamwork. Midoriya sacrificing his own placement to help classmates. That's the heroic spirit right there, the crowd approved. Applause that was genuine rather than performative. They'd watched someone prioritize helping others over personal victory, and that resonated. But the pro-heroes in the audience, their reactions were more complex. Some nodded appreciation for teamwork. Others frowned at tactical decisions that gave up advantage. A few took notes, clearly intrigued by the golden energy Izuku had displayed. Everyone was evaluating, assessing, making determinations about potential. Izuku had just shown the world what he could do. Not full power, not even close, but enough to demonstrate capability. Enough to be memorable. The question was, memorable as what? A promising hero student? Or something that required closer observation? The second event was announced, cavalry battle, teams of 4 with one person designated as the rider who wore a headband worth points. The goal, steal other teams' headbands while protecting your own. Point values were assigned based on obstacle course placement. First place, Todoroki, wore a headband worth 10 million points, which meant every other team would target him immediately. Teams of 4, Midnight announced. You have 15 minutes to form your groups and strategize. The scramble was immediate. Students seeking teammates, evaluating quirk synergies, calculating optimal group compositions. Izuku found himself surrounded almost instantly. Uraraka, Ida, even students from other classes who'd noticed his performance and wanted that golden energy enhancement on their team. Midori Yakun, Ida said, doing his characteristic hand-chopping. Your quirk would provide excellent defensive capabilities. I would be honored to serve as your team's foundation. I can make people float, Uraraka offered. Combined with your strength, we could have incredible mobility. A pink-skinned girl from the support course, Hatsumeme, he thought her name was practically vibrated with enthusiasm. Your energy manipulation. I could design equipment that interfaces with it. Think of the possibilities. This was surreal. A month ago, people treated him as the quirkless failure. Now they were competing to be on his team. I appreciate the offers, Izuku said carefully, but I think you're going to team with me. The voice came from behind him. Cold, authoritative, carrying weight that made several students back off immediately. Todoroki Shouto stood there, his heterochromatic eyes fixed on Izuku with intensity that suggested this wasn't actually a request despite the phrasing. I'm wearing the 10 million point headband, Todoroki continued. Every team will target me. I need defenders who can actually handle the pressure. Your quirk, whatever it really is, makes you the strongest person here aside from Bakugo. And unlike Bakugo, you actually work well with others. It was perhaps the most backhanded compliment Izuku had ever received, but it was also strategic sense. The 10 million point headband made Todoroki a target. Defending it would require serious firepower. My team, Todoroki said. Me as rider, you Ida and Kaminari as support. Ida for mobility, Kaminari for area denial with his electricity, and you for defense and offense as needed. Before Izuku could respond, Bakugo's voice cut across the forming groups. Deku, you better not team with half and half. If anyone's going to beat you, it's going to be me. Of course Bakugo would make this competitive. Everything was competitive with him. I'm not half and half, Todoroki said, his tone dropping to Arctic temperatures. And this isn't about rivalry, this is about winning. The tension between them was visible, Bakugo's explosions crackling. Todoroki's air dropping to freezing. Two powerful students, each convinced they were the strongest in their year, neither willing to back down. And Izuku, caught in the middle, having to make a choice. Team with Todoroki and defend the highest value target, or find his own team and pursue a different strategy. The Void spoke up. This is interesting. Both options have merit. Todoroki's team would put you in the spotlight, force you to demonstrate serious defensive capabilities. Your own team would let you control strategy more directly but deny you the high-stakes target. You're not helping. I'm observing, you're the one who has to choose. Right, choose under pressure, with cameras watching, while two of the strongest students in the year had essentially made him the deciding factor in their rivalry. No pressure at all. Izuku looked at Todoroki, at the 10 million point headband, at the challenge it represented. Then he looked at Uraraka and Ida, who'd been supporting him all day, at the teamwork they demonstrated during the obstacle course. I appreciate the offer, Todoroki, Izuku said slowly, but I think I'm going to form my own team. Uraraka, Ida, are you in? Yes, they said simultaneously. And he turned to Hatsume, the support course student who was still vibrating with enthusiasm. If you've got equipment that could enhance mobility or defense, we could use a support specialist. Hatsume's grin was manic. Oh, I have babies you're going to love. This is going to be perfect for field testing. Todoroki's expression was unreadable. You're refusing. I'm choosing my own path, but good luck with the 10 million point defense. You'll need it. For a moment, Izuku thought Todoroki might press the issue. But then the Ice Fire user just nodded once, sharp and decisive, and turned to find other teammates. Bakugo, meanwhile, looked simultaneously annoyed and satisfied. Like he'd wanted Izuku to refuse Todoroki, but was angry it wasn't for the explicit purpose of teaming with him. The complicated emotions of Bakugo Katsuki, everyone, teams formed, strategies discussed. 15 minutes of preparation before combat would resume. And Izuku Midoriya, golden power humming beneath his skin, prepared to demonstrate exactly what he was capable of when he stopped hiding. The world was watching. Time to show them something worth seeing. Consider the cavalry battle as a social experiment disguised as competition. You take teenagers, already volatile compounds of hormones and ambition, give them superpowers, and tell them to steal from each other while maintaining precarious human pyramids. It's not pedagogy, it's controlled chaos with point values attached. The genius lies not in the competition itself, but in what it reveals. Strip away the spectacle, the commentary, the cheering crowds, and you're left with something primal. How do people behave when resources are scarce and victory demands taking from others? Some form alliances. Some rely on overwhelming force. Some, like Izuku Midoriya, try to find a third option that doesn't exist in the rules but might exist in the execution. This is where theory meets practice, where cosmic power meets tactical reality, where the question, "What am I?" becomes, "What do I choose to be when the entire nation is watching?" 15 minutes of preparation time sounds generous until you realize it needs to accommodate. Establishing team hierarchy, discussing strategy, accounting for equipment quirks. Hatsume's babies turned out to be hover boots and grappling cables that may or may not explode. And managing the fundamental reality that your team consists of 4 people who have barely worked together. "Okay," Izuku said, gathering his team, "let's talk strategy." Uraraka raised her hand like they were still in class. "Should we go after the 10 million point headband? Everyone else will be targeting Todoroki's team." "Which makes it the most dangerous target," Ida pointed out, engines already humming with barely contained energy. "We would be entering contested space with multiple hostile teams. But high risk, high reward." Hatsume was practically vibrating, which might have been enthusiasm or might have been one of her inventions malfunctioning. "Hard to tell. My hover boots give us vertical mobility advantage. We could attack from above while others are stuck on the ground." All valid points. The 10 million point headband was the obvious prize. Securing it would guarantee advancement regardless of other performance. But it was also the most defended target, the focus of every team's attention. Going after it was the expected play, the strategic play. The play that made sense if you were optimizing for maximum point gain. But Izuku had been thinking about something Bakugo said, "Fight like yourself." What did it mean to fight like Izuku Midoriya? What was his approach when he wasn't trying to optimize for conventional victory? He thought about the USJ, about choosing to save people over strategic positioning, about the entrance exam, pulling Uraraka from rubble despite it costing him points, about the obstacle course earlier today, stopping to help classmates. Pattern recognition, Izuku Midoriya prioritized people over points. Cooperation over competition, long-term relationship building over short-term tactical advantage. So what did that approach look like in a cavalry battle? "We don't go after the 10 million headband," Izuku said slowly, the strategy forming as he spoke. "We defend our own points and collect from teams that are distracted fighting over Todoroki. Think about it, everyone's going to rush him immediately. That creates chaos, leaves other teams vulnerable. We use mobility to hit targets of opportunity while staying out of the main melee." That's, Ida paused, processing, "that's actually tactically sound. Avoiding the primary conflict zone reduces risk while maintaining scoring opportunities." Plus, Hatsume's grin was manic. "Less competition means more opportunities to showcase my babies. The hover boots can handle precision maneuvering, the grappling cables have a 50-meter range, and the electromagnetic pulse generator. Wait, you have an EMP." Izuku's mind immediately cataloged applications and risks. "That could disable other teams' equipment, but wouldn't it affect your own gear?" "Shielded," Hatsume tapped her goggles proudly. "I learned from the last 3 explosive failures. This version only has a 20% chance of catastrophic malfunction." The Void spoke up, amused. "I like her. She has a healthy relationship with disaster." "That's not healthy, that's concerning." "Semantics," Midnight's voice boomed across the arena. "Cavalry battle begins in 30 seconds. Teams, take your positions." This was it. The moment where strategy met reality, where weeks of training and months of cosmic power integration would be tested under conditions of maximum pressure and public scrutiny. Izuku positioned himself as the rider, with Ida at the front, mobility, Uraraka on the right, zero gravity for defensive maneuvering, and Hatsume on the left, equipment support. The formation was less stable than teams with dedicated strength-based members, but it prioritized speed over durability. "Remember," Izuku said, "we're not trying to win, we're trying to advance. 4th place is just as good as 1st if it gets us to the tournament bracket. Start." Imagine a battlefield compressed into a single arena where 15 teams of 4 all activate their quirks simultaneously. The sensory overload is immediate and overwhelming. Explosions from Bakugo's team, ice from Todoroki's defense, electricity crackling, objects floating, students shouting tactics over the chaos. This wasn't combat. This was beautiful, terrible disorder given physical form. And every single team except Izuku's, immediately rushed toward Todoroki's position. The 10 million point headband acted like gravity, pulling all the other teams into its orbit. The convergence was spectacular and tactically predictable, which meant Izuku's team had approximately 60 seconds of being ignored while everyone else fought over the primary target. Move, Izuku called, and Ida's engines roared to life. They shot forward, not toward Todoroki, but perpendicular to the main conflict, targeting a team from Class 1B that had made the mistake of positioning themselves between the melee and the boundary line. Team Tetsu, based on the silver-skinned leader whose quirk made him living steel. Hatsume, cables, the grappling hooks deployed, catching Tetsu's headband before his team even registered they were under attack. The electromagnetic pulse fired and miraculously didn't explode, disrupting their formation just long enough for Uraraka to make their rider weightless. First headband secured, 300 points gained. That was surprisingly efficient, the Void observed. You're getting better at tactical opportunism. They moved again, circling the main conflict, looking for other distracted teams. The chaos around Todoroki was intensifying. Bakugo's team had engaged directly, explosions versus ice creating spectacular destruction. Other teams were trying to flank, to steal points while attention was divided. No one was watching the periphery. No one noticed Team Midoriya ghosting through the edges, collecting headbands from distracted teams like they were picking fruit. Second headband, third. By the 5-minute mark, they'd accumulated enough points to guarantee advancement without ever entering the main conflict. Present Mike's commentary caught up, and Midoriya's team is, wait, when did they get all those points? They are in third place and nobody noticed. The crowd's attention shifted, cameras focused. And suddenly Team Midoriya was no longer peripheral scavengers. They were legitimate contenders with a target on their backs. Deku, Bakugo's voice carried over the chaos. He'd broken away from the Todoroki melee, explosions propelling his team toward them with frightening speed. You think you can just steal points from the edges and call that winning? Of course, Bakugo would take offense to their strategy. Anything that looked like avoiding direct confrontation would seem cowardly to him. Ida, evasive maneuvers, Izuku called, and they shot sideways as Bakugo's explosion cratered the ground where they'd been standing. Here's where the cavalry battle revealed its true nature. It wasn't about collecting points. It was about defending what you'd collected while everyone else tried to take it. The game's endgame wasn't acquisition, it was survival under pressure. And Team Midoriya had just painted targets on themselves by succeeding too efficiently. Bakugo's team composition was brutally simple. Himself generating explosive propulsion, Kirishima as hardened foundation, Seiro providing mobility with tape, and Ashido adding acid for area denial. It was optimized for aggressive frontal assault, the kind of strategy that worked when you were strong enough to make subtlety irrelevant. They hit Team Midoriya like a freight train with anger management issues. Izuku barely got his guard up before Bakugo's explosion caught their formation. The impact sent them skidding backward, Ida's engines screaming to maintain stability, Uraraka grabbing onto Izuku to avoid falling, Hatsume's equipment sparking ominously. "You've been holding back this whole time." Bakugo's grin was feral. "Using that mobility quirk but not the golden light, think I wouldn't notice?" He wasn't wrong. Izuku had been deliberately not using the cosmic power beyond minor enhancement, trying to win through strategy rather than overwhelming force, trying to demonstrate that he was more than just raw capability. But Bakugo, being Bakugo, interpreted restraint as insult. "If you're not going to use your real power," Bakugo snarled, "then you're not taking me seriously. And that pisses me off." Another explosion, this one larger. Team Midoriya dodged, barely, but the shockwave disrupted their formation enough that Seiro's tape caught Uraraka's arm. "Gotcha!" Seiro started reeling them in, pulling Team Midoriya toward Bakugo's grabbing range. This was the moment. The choice point where Izuku either committed to his strategy over power approach and risked losing all their accumulated points, or he used the golden energy and accepted whatever scrutiny that brought. The Void was practically screaming at him, "Use the power, stop performing restraint when restraint will cost you victory." But using the power meant, he looked at his team, at Uraraka struggling against the tape, at Ida's engines overheating from constant evasion, at Hatsume frantically trying to deploy equipment that might or might not explode. They trusted him, followed his strategy, helped him succeed through teamwork rather than individual dominance. And now he was going to let them lose because he was too concerned about public perception to actually defend them. That wasn't strategy. That was cowardice dressed up as tactical thinking. Izuku reached for the golden power, not carefully, not the measured enhancement he'd been using, and let it manifest. The golden dark energy exploded around his body, visible even in the bright stadium lighting. The world shifted into that enhanced perception state where time became subjective, and every possible outcome cascaded through his consciousness with crystalline clarity. He could see Bakugo's next explosion before it triggered, could calculate exactly how much force he'd need to counter it, could predict Seiro's tape trajectory, Kirishima's positioning, Ashido's acid splash pattern. His hand moved, golden energy solidifying into something like a blade, not physical, just compressed cosmic power, and cut through Seiro's tape like it was spider silk. Team Midoriya broke free. Ida's engines roared, propelling them backward out of Bakugo's range before the explosive teen could adjust. There it is. Bakugo's expression was triumphant rather than frustrated. That's what I wanted to see. Now fight me for real. The crowd went wild. Present Mike's commentary reached new levels of enthusiasm. Midoriya's quirk is activating, that golden light that stopped the Nomu ATUSJ. This is what everyone's been waiting to see, and they had been waiting. Izuku realized it in that moment of enhanced perception. The cameras had been tracking him all match, waiting for him to demonstrate the power that had defeated a bioengineered weapon. The crowd, the pro heroes, the commission officials in their private boxes, everyone wanted to see what he could really do. The performance was over. Time to show them something worth the attention. Hold on, Izuku told his team. This is going to get intense. He moved, golden light trailing behind him like a comet's tail, and Team Midoriya became something other than human pyramid navigating terrain. They became force itself, physics optional, crossing the arena with speed that made spectators gasp. They hit Bakugo's team head-on. Not avoiding, not evading, just pure kinetic impact backed by cosmic power that made the collision less like fighting and more like natural disaster meeting stubborn obstacle. The crash sent both teams sprawling. Points went flying, headbands scattering as formations broke. For 3 seconds, absolute chaos where nobody had positional advantage and everyone was scrambling to recover. Izuku's enhanced perception tracked it all. Saw Bakugo grabbing for their headband. Saw Todoroki's team in the distance, finally breaking free from the mob that had surrounded them. Saw other teams converging, smelling blood in the water. He made choices faster than conscious thought. Defended their primary headband with a golden barrier, new application, purely instinctive, would raise questions later. Grabbed 2 falling headbands from other teams' riders, and repositioned Team Midoriya away from the converging melee. All in maybe 5 seconds of real time. Long enough for observers to recognize he'd done something, too fast for them to fully process what. When the dust settled, Team Midoriya had maintained their points and gained 2 more headbands. They'd gone from 3rd place to 2nd, behind only Todoroki, who still somehow retained the 10 million point headband despite being the focus of everyone's attention. Present Mike. I don't even know what just happened, but Midoriya's team is now in 2nd place and... Wait, did he just create a force field? Can someone explain his quirk, because the documentation says light emission but that looked like. The commentary cut off as technical staff apparently reminded him that speculating about students' quirks on live broadcast was discouraged. But the damage was done. Everyone watching now knew that Izuku's abilities were more complex than his registration suggested. The golden light wasn't just enhancement, it could manifest as barriers, as cutting edges, as whatever application the situation required. That wasn't a quirk. That was something else. The Hero Commission's private box would be having very interesting discussions right now. The final 5 minutes of the cavalry battle descended into absolute chaos as every team realized that advancing required either defending their points or taking them from someone else. The polite fiction of strategic maneuvering evaporated. This was just teenagers with superpowers fighting over headbands while millions watched. Beautiful, terrible, utterly compelling television. Team Midoriya spent those 5 minutes doing something that probably looked cowardly on broadcast but was tactically sound. They ran. just kept moving, using Iida's speed and Hatsume's hover boots to stay ahead of pursuing teams, defending their points through evasion rather than confrontation. Bakugo tried 3 more times to engage them directly. Each time, Izuku used just enough golden power to break contact and disengage. Not overwhelming force, he was trying to avoid demonstrating capabilities that would become problems later. Just sufficient application to escape. It was infuriating for Bakugo, who wanted dramatic confrontation. It was strategically sound for Team Midoriya, who wanted to advance without becoming the center of attention. Though that ship had probably sailed when Izuku manifested a force field on live television. Todoroki's team, meanwhile, had managed to maintain the 10 million point headband through sheer defensive capability. His ice created barriers that other teams couldn't easily breach. Iida's brother, the pro-hero Ingenium, would have been proud of his tactical thinking. The final buzzer sounded. Midnight's voice, time SUP. Cavalry battle complete. The scoreboard displayed final rankings. First, Team Todoroki 10 million plus points second, Team Midoriya 38.0 points third, Team Bakugo 21.0 points fourth. Team Shinso 19.0 points, 4 teams advancing to the tournament bracket. One-on-one fights. No more team strategies or collective defense, just individual capability on display for the world to evaluate. Izuku let the golden power fade as his team dismounted, adrenaline still coursing through his system. They'd done it. Advance to the next round through combination of strategy, teamwork, and selective application of cosmic capabilities. That was amazing, Hatsume was practically bouncing. My hover boots performed perfectly. Well, except for the 3 times they almost exploded, but that's within acceptable parameters, and your energy manipulation. The way it interfaced with my equipment, we need to talk about support item development because I have ideas. That was quite impressive, Midoriya-kun, Iida said, more measured but clearly pleased. Your tactical decisions were sound, and your quirk's defensive applications saved us multiple times. Uraraka just hugged him, which was unexpected but nice. We made it. Second place, that's really good. It was good. Better than good, actually. They'd advanced without revealing excessive amounts of cosmic power, had demonstrated teamwork and strategic thinking, had shown that Izuku was more than just raw capability. But there was always a but. Present Mike's voice boomed, "Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our advancing teams. They'll compete in the final tournament bracket after lunch. But first, let's hear from our competitors." Interviews. Of course, there were interviews. This was entertainment television, not just education. Midnight appeared with a microphone, making her way through the advancing teams, asking questions designed to create dramatic narratives for the audience. She reached Team Midoriya. "Midoriya-kun, impressive performance, your quirk. The documentation says light emission, but viewers saw you create barriers, enhance speed, and use what looked like cutting attacks. Can you explain how your quirk works?" Here it was. The question he'd been dreading, asked on live television with millions watching, where whatever answer he gave would become public record. Strategic truth, All Might had called it. Answer what they ask without volunteering information they don't request. "My quirk is still developing," Izuku said, keeping his voice steady despite internal panic. "New applications keep emerging as I gain better control. The light is just how the energy manifests visually. The actual capability is more about energy manipulation than emission specifically. Not a lie, not quite truth. The perfect middle ground of bureaucratic vagueness that sounded like an answer without actually explaining anything." Midnight's expression suggested she recognized the non-answer for what it was, but she was professional enough not to push on live broadcast. "Fascinating, a developing quirk with multiple applications. Viewers, you heard it here first. Midoriya Izuku is still discovering what he's capable of." She moved on to interview other teams, and Izuku exhaled slowly. The Void spoke up, "You're getting better at this. The political navigation, the strategic ambiguity. Robert Reynolds was terrible at it. He'd either reveal too much or refuse to answer entirely. You're finding the middle path. Is that good or bad? Neither, it's survival. When you're something that doesn't fit categories, you learn to talk around the gaps in people's understanding. Let them fill in the blanks with assumptions rather than forcing them to acknowledge their categories are inadequate." Practical wisdom from his shadow self. The integration was getting weird in ways Izuku was still processing. Lunch break was announced, 1 hour before the tournament bracket. Students scattered to eat, rest, strategize. Pro heroes mingled in hospitality areas, discussing what they'd witnessed and which students showed promise for internship offers. Izuku found a quiet corner away from crowds and cameras, tried to process what had just happened. He demonstrated cosmic power on live television, had shown capabilities that went beyond any normal quirk, had essentially announced to the world, "I am something unusual and I'm not entirely sure what that means." The question was, how would the world respond? The answer came during lunch in the form of his phone exploding with messages. His mom. "I'm so proud but also terrified, but mostly proud. You were amazing out there. Please be careful in the tournament. All Might, excellent work, young Midoriya, strategic and measured. We'll discuss the force field manifestation later, but overall you handled public scrutiny well. Bakugo, you held back again during our fight. I know you did. Tournament bracket better be different, no more running." And then, more concerning, a message from an unknown number. Impressive performance. Your power is remarkable. We should talk about its potential applications. Dr. Garaki, the same person who'd contacted him after USJ. The one All Might had told him to avoid, except now they had his personal phone number, had watched him on broadcast television, had seen enough to know he was worth pursuing. That wasn't good. Izuku showed the message to All Might during a brief moment between interviews and hospitality obligations. All Might's expression went cold again. He's persistent. And the fact that he's contacting you directly rather than through official channels suggests his interest isn't academic. He pulled out his own phone. "I'm reporting this to UA security. They'll increase monitoring on your communications. But Midoriya, if he or anyone claiming to represent him approaches you in person, you run. Immediately. Do you understand? Who is he? Someone who thinks quirks are just biological tools to be improved upon. Someone who's been connected to illegal human experimentation for years, but we can never quite prove it." All Might's tone was serious. "Someone who would see your cosmic power as a research opportunity, not a person to be protected." Great. So Izuku had gone from hiding cosmic power from everyone to revealed on national television and attracting attention from people who wanted to experiment on him. Progress. Definitely progress, just not the good kind. The lunch break ended. Students returned to the arena. The tournament bracket was displayed on massive screens. Round 1 matchups. Midoriya versus Shinso, Todoroki versus Seiro, Ida versus Hatsume. Bakugo vs Uraraka, Izuku's first opponent. Shinso Hitoshi, the purple-haired student whose team had finished 4th. His quirk was listed as brainwashing. Anyone who responded to him verbally came under his control. A quirk that worked through conversation. Against someone who tended to overthink and overanalyze everything. Against someone whose shadow self would absolutely have opinions about psychological manipulation. This was going to be interesting. Midnight's Voice, first match, Midoriya Izuku versus SHINSO HITOSHI. Competitors take your positions. The tournament bracket, one-on-one combat. No teammates to support him, no strategic evasion. Just individual capability on display for the nation to evaluate. Time to find out what he'd become when stripped of every excuse to hold back. Here's a question that sounds simple until you actually try to answer it. Where does you end and external influence begin? When someone convinces you to do something, is that your choice or theirs? When fear or anger drives your actions, are you acting freely or being controlled by emotion? Philosophy classes love these questions. They're abstract, theoretical, perfect for undergraduate debate over coffee that's too expensive and philosophy that's too dense. But when you're facing someone whose quirk literally takes control of your mind if you respond to them verbally, when the distinction between your will and external manipulation stops being theoretical and becomes the difference between victory and defeat, that's when the questions stop being academic and start being existential. Izuku Midoriya stood across from Shinso Hitoshi in the tournament arena, and every instinct in his analytical brain was screaming danger. Not physical danger. Shinso's build suggested he wasn't a close combat specialist. Mental danger, the kind of threat you couldn't defend against with golden power or cosmic energy, the kind that attacked consciousness itself. This was going to be complicated. The tournament arena was smaller than the cavalry battlefield, more intimate in ways that made the combat feel personal rather than strategic. Concrete floor, boundary lines, crowd noise somehow louder in the compressed space. Just 2 students facing each other with millions watching to see what happened. Midnight explained the rules. Victory by ring out, incapacitation, or surrender. Quirk usage is permitted but lethal force is prohibited. Competitors, are you ready? Izuku nodded, not speaking. He'd done research on Shinso during lunch, had filled entire notebook pages with analysis of brainwashing quirks, how they worked, potential countermeasures. The key insight. Shinso's control required verbal response. Stay silent, stay safe. Simple in theory. Much harder in practice when your opponent knew that was the counterplay and had spent their entire academic career figuring out how to make people talk. Shinso's expression was carefully neutral, but his posture radiated confidence. You're the one everyone's talking about. The kid with the mysterious quirk who stopped the Namu at USJ must be nice having power that impressive. Bait. Obvious bait. Trying to provoke response, make Izuku defend himself or explain or justify. Classic psychological manipulation, the kind that worked because humans hate being mischaracterized and instinctively correct false statements. Izuku said nothing, just watched, analyzed, waited for the match to start. I bet you've always had it easy, Shinso continued, voice carrying just enough edge to sound bitter. People probably praised your quirk from the moment it manifested, told you you'd be a great hero. Meanwhile, kids like me, quirks that are villainous, that make people uncomfortable, we have to fight for every scrap of recognition. Still bait. Still trying to provoke, but there was genuine emotion underneath the manipulation. Shinso believed what he was saying, at least partially. That made it more effective, harder to dismiss as pure tactical maneuvering. The void stirred. He's good, using truth mixed with assumption to create emotional hooks. Robert Reynolds faced people like this, heroes who wanted him to justify his power, villains who wanted him to doubt it. He usually responded by either overwhelming them with force or withdrawing entirely. Neither option helped. So what do? Something different, something that acknowledges his point without giving him the verbal response he needs. Midnight raised her hand. Begin. Shinso moved immediately, not toward Izuku, but laterally, creating angle while continuing to talk. You know what the worst part is? Heroes with physical quirks get called brave. Heroes with mental quirks get called scary. Your golden light, impressive. My brainwashing, villainous. Same function, making people do what we want, but completely different perception. He wasn't wrong. Hero society absolutely had bias toward physical manifestation quirks. Mental manipulation abilities carried stigma that physical strength didn't, despite being functionally similar in outcome. But recognizing the validity of his point didn't mean Izuku needed to verbally respond to it. He moved instead, golden light flickering around his legs as he enhanced speed, closing distance while maintaining silence. If Shinso couldn't make him talk, the fight became pure physical contest, and Izuku had significant advantages there. Shinso dodged barely and kept talking. See, that's the thing about people with powerful quirks. They don't have to engage with criticism. They can just use force, must be convenient, never having to justify yourself. The verbal jabs were getting more pointed, more personal. Trying to find the psychological hook that would make Izuku break silence to defend himself. It was working, actually. Not making him talk, Izuku's analytical control was stronger than that. But making him aware of how much he wanted to respond, wanted to explain that no, his path hadn't been easy, that he'd been quirkless until 6 months ago, that cosmic power came with complications Shinso couldn't imagine. The desire to be understood, the fundamental human need to correct mischaracterization, that was the real weapon. Izuku reached for the golden power, pulled it up more significantly, and manifested, stopped. Wait. If he overwhelmed Shinso with cosmic abilities, proved the point through force, he'd be confirming exactly what Shinso was saying. That powerful quirks meant you didn't have to engage with uncomfortable truths, could just demonstrate superiority and call it victory. That wasn't the kind of hero Izuku wanted to be, but what was the alternative? Let Shinso provoke him into verbal response, lose the match because he refused to use his advantages. You're overthinking, the Void observed. A common problem, you're treating this as philosophical question when it's tactical situation. He's trying to control the conversation, make you respond on his terms, so change the terms. How? Show him you understand his point without validating his tactics. Acknowledge the truth in his criticism without giving him the weapon he needs. But that required, Izuku stopped moving, stood still in the middle of the arena, and very deliberately, very visibly, deactivated the golden power. Let the light fade. Returned to baseline human capabilities, made himself vulnerable in ways that any strategic analysis would call stupid. Shinso stopped too, confusion flickering across his face. What are you doing? Still trying to provoke verbal response. Still hoping Izuku would explain his tactical choice. Instead, Izuku pulled out his notebook, the one he always carried, filled with hero analysis and tactical observations. Flipped to a blank page, wrote something in large letters, held it up. You're right about quirk bias. Mental abilities get stigmatized unfairly, but using valid criticism as manipulation tactic is exactly why people don't trust your quirk. Not because brainwashing is inherently villainous. Because you're weaponizing social commentary. Shinso stared at the message. Something complicated crossed his face: anger, recognition, the realization that Izuku had just validated his point while also calling out his approach. He seemed genuinely thrown. You're not supposed to acknowledge it. You're supposed to either agree and talk or dismiss it and prove my point. Izuku wrote another message: false dichotomy. I can recognize valid criticism without engaging on your terms. But Shinso caught himself, realized he was trying to argue with someone who wasn't talking back. This is ridiculous. We're supposed to be fighting, are we? Or are we demonstrating different approaches to conflict resolution? The crowd was getting restless. Present Mike's commentary had shifted from excited to confused. Folks, this is certainly an unusual strategy. Midoriya's given up his quirk advantage and is now having a written conversation. Is this still a fight? Midnight looked equally confused but hadn't called the match. Technically, both competitors were still active, still within the arena. The fact that they weren't actually fighting was unconventional but not against the rules. Shinso's frustration was visible now. His entire strategy depended on provoking verbal response, and Izuku had found a way to engage without giving him that weapon. Worse, had done it in a way that acknowledged Shinso's criticism as valid, removing the emotional hook of feeling dismissed. This isn't what Shinso stopped, took a breath. You're supposed to either overpower me or fall for the brainwashing. Those are the options, that's how this match works. Izuku wrote, who decided those were the only options? Basic tactical reality. My quirk requires verbal response. Your quirk grants overwhelming physical advantage. The match resolves through either you talking or you using force. Shinso's voice carried genuine confusion now, the manipulation falling away to reveal something more honest. How else does this end? Maybe it doesn't have to be about winning or losing. Maybe it's about what we demonstrate to people watching. Shinso paused, looked at the crowd, at the cameras broadcasting to millions. You want to make this political, use the platform to comment on quirk bias. You already made it political by bringing it up. I'm just refusing to let the commentary serve your tactical goals instead of the actual point. Here's something about public performance. Sometimes the most radical act is refusing to play by expected rules. Not through overt rebellion that just creates different kind of performance, but through quiet insistence that the rules themselves are inadequate. The sports festival expected fighting, expected demonstration of power, tactical superiority, physical dominance. That was the script. That was what the crowd, the cameras, the hero agencies wanted to see. But what if someone demonstrated something different, not refusing to fight? That would be cowardice. But reframing what victory meant in context of fight. Izuku wasn't trying to beat Shinso. He was trying to acknowledge the validity of Shinso's criticism about quirk bias, while also refusing to let that valid point be weaponized as manipulation tactic. It was perhaps the most complicated tactical decision he'd made all day. The Void spoke up, unusually thoughtful. Robert Reynolds never learned to do this. He either fought or withdrew, never found the middle path of engagement without dominance. It's interesting watching you discover options he never saw. Shinso was clearly struggling with the situation. His entire preparation had been built around either controlling opponents verbally or losing to superior force. He had no framework for this, for someone who acknowledged his point, engaged with his criticism, but refused to fight on his terms. I trained for this, Shinso said, and the frustration was giving way to something more vulnerable. Spent years developing tactics to overcome the limitations of a quirk that everyone treats as villainous. Learned to make people talk, learned to read psychology, learned everything I could about manipulation because that was the only path I had to becoming a hero. He gestured at Izuku. And you just found a way around all of it by being thoughtful, by treating this as conversation instead of combat. I don't know how to respond to that. Izuku wrote, then maybe we both learned something new today. The silence stretched. The crowd was utterly confused. Present Mike had given up on commentary and was just watching with everyone else to see what happened. Midnight stepped forward, clearly uncertain, but recognizing that something unusual was happening. Competitors, this is highly irregular. If neither of you engages in actual combat within the next 30 seconds, I'll have to declare this a draw and— No, Shinso said suddenly. I forfeit. The arena went silent. Even the crowd noise died. What? Midnight blinked. I forfeit the match. Shinso's voice was steadier now, decision made. Midoriya's right. I've been using valid criticism about quirk discrimination as psychological weapon. That's exactly the kind of thing that makes people not trust mental manipulation quirks. I've been proving their point while complaining about bias. He looked at Izuku. You acknowledged my criticism without letting me weaponize it. That's more effective than any victory through brainwashing would have been. If I'm trying to prove that mental quirks can be heroic, maybe I should start by not using mine exclusively for manipulation. It was perhaps the most mature decision Izuku had witnessed from any of his peers, recognizing that winning the match would mean losing the larger point. Present Mike's commentary recovered. Well, FOLKS, this is unprecedented. SHINSO has forfeited, giving victory to Midoriya Izukoo. I'm not entirely sure what just happened, but it was certainly educational. The crowd's response was mixed. Some applauded, recognizing something meaningful had occurred even if they didn't fully understand it. Others booed they'd come for spectacular combat, not philosophical dialogue. But the pro-heroes in the audience, their reactions were more interesting. Some looked annoyed at the subversion of expected format. Others, Aizawa particularly, looked almost impressed. Midnight declared Izuku the winner. The match was over, except the conversation apparently wasn't. Shinso approached as Izuku was leaving the arena. I don't know what that was, but thank you. For what? Izuku asked, now that verbal response was safe. For not treating my criticism as either invalid or as pure tactical maneuver. For acknowledging the actual point while refusing to let me weaponize it. Shinso's expression was complicated. Nobody's ever done that before. Usually people either dismiss quirk bias entirely or they use it to feel sorry for themselves. You just recognized it as real problem while also recognizing my approach was flawed. Your point was valid, Izuku said. Mental quirks do get stigmatized unfairly. That's real discrimination that needs addressing. But using that real issue as psychological weapon in combat, that just reinforces why people are nervous about mental manipulation abilities. Yeah, I'm realizing that now. Shinso was quiet for a moment. Can I ask your quirk, the Golden Light? It's not just physical enhancement, is it? During the cavalry battle, you created barriers. During this match, you chose not to use it at all. That's not how normal quirks work. Here it was. The question Izuku kept getting, phrased in increasingly direct ways. It's complicated, he said, defaulting to his standard evasion. Most things worth doing are. Shinso smiled slightly. I'm in general studies, but I'm trying to transfer to the hero course. Your match today, the way you reframed victory conditions, the way you refused to accept the binary I was offering, that taught me more about heroism than any amount of quirk training would have. He extended a hand. So thanks for beating me in a way that was actually useful. Izuku shook it, surprised by the genuine gratitude. Thanks for forfeiting instead of forcing the issue. That took courage. Or stupidity. My teachers are going to have opinions. Shinso's grin was wry. But yeah, better to lose honestly than win through weaponizing my own victimization. That's not the kind of hero I want to be. They parted ways. Izuku headed back to the competitor area where his classmates had opinions about what had just happened. Dude, Kirishima said immediately, that was the manliest non-fight I've ever seen. You totally broke the rules without breaking any rules. It was highly irregular, Ida added, hand-chopping intensifying. But also, I must admit, strategically brilliant. You neutralized his quirk advantage while also making a statement about heroic philosophy. Uraraka just hugged him again. I was so worried you'd fall for the brainwashing. But then you pulled out the notebook and I thought, that's so Midoriya-kun. Bakugo's reaction was more complicated. He'd been watching from the competitor area and his expression was unreadable. You didn't use your quirk, didn't need to. That's not the point. Bakugo's tone was sharp. You've got cosmic power that can stop bioengineered weapons and you chose to win through writing messages. He seemed to struggle with how to characterize it. Actually pretty smart, he finished, surprising everyone. Shinso's whole strategy was built around making you respond his way. You changed the terms completely. Refused to engage on his field, that's tactical thinking. Coming from Bakugo, that was practically effusive praise. But, Bakugo continued, if you try that philosophical bullshit in our match, I will actually explode you. I want to fight the cosmic power, not debate about what fighting means. Noted, Izuku said, suppressing a smile. The next matches proceeded. Todoroki versus Seiro, over in seconds as Todoroki's ice froze the entire arena. Ida versus Hatsume, which turned into equipment demonstration as Hatsume used the match to showcase her inventions for pro-hero scouts. Bakugo versus Uraraka, that one was harder to watch. Uraraka fought brilliantly, using her zero gravity to create falling debris attack that should have worked. But Bakugo was Bakugo. He'd analyzed her strategy, predicted her tactics, and countered with explosive force that left her unconscious on the arena floor. The crowd booed him for attacking a girl so aggressively. Bakugo's response was to flip them off and walk out of the arena looking like he'd rather fight the entire stadium than accept criticism. Classic Bakugo. Making enemies through sheer aggressive competence. But Izuku noticed something others might miss. Bakugo had been careful with his final explosion. Could have hit much harder, could have seriously injured. Instead, he'd used exactly enough force to incapacitate without causing lasting damage. He'd fought Uraraka with the same seriousness he'd fight anyone else. And for someone like Bakugo, that was actually respect. The first round concluded. 4 winners, Izuku, Todoroki, Ida, Bakugo. The semi-final matchups were determined, Izuku versus Todoroki, Bakugo versus Ida, 2 matches before the final. 2 more opportunities to demonstrate capability or reveal too much. And Izuku's next opponent was the dual-element prodigy who'd maintained the 10 million point headband through pure defensive capability. The son of Endeavor, number 2 hero, someone with their own complicated relationship with power and expectation. This was going to be interesting. The break between rounds gave Izuku time to actually process what had happened with Shinso. He found a quiet corridor away from crowds and cameras and tried to understand his own choices. He'd given up the quirk advantage, had refused to fight on conventional terms, had won through conversation rather than combat. Why? The Void spoke up. Because you're not Robert Reynolds, he would have either overwhelmed Shinso with power or refused to engage at all. You found a third option, engagement without dominance. That's growth, or it's overthinking turned into tactical strategy. Same thing, really. Your tendency to analyze becomes useful when you're analyzing combat psychology instead of just catastrophizing. Thanks for the vote of confidence. You're welcome. The conversation with his shadow self was getting weird. They were bantering now, actually cooperating rather than fighting for dominance. The integration had progressed further than Izuku realized. His phone buzzed. Message from All Might, interesting approach with Shinso. Unconventional but effective. However, your next opponent won't be susceptible to philosophical reframing. Todoroki fights with ice and fire and family trauma. Prepare accordingly. Helpful advice. Though prepare for someone fighting with elemental powers and psychological baggage wasn't exactly specific tactical guidance. Another message, this one from his mom, that was beautiful, sweetie. You showed that winning doesn't always mean fighting. I'm so proud. Also, please be careful in the next match. That Todoroki boy's ice looks dangerous. And then, more concerning, another message from the unknown number that had contacted him before. Your match with Shinso was illuminating. The way you chose nonviolent resolution despite having overwhelming force advantage, that's unusual. Most people with your level of power would have simply demonstrated superiority. We should discuss your approach to conflict. Dr. Garaki Izuku showed the message to Aizawa, who'd appeared in the corridor looking characteristically exhausted. Garaki again, Aizawa said, reading the message. He's persistent. And the fact that he's specifically commenting on your tactical choices suggests he's analyzing you psychologically, not just evaluating your quirk. Is that worse? It's different. Quirk analysis is about capability assessment. Psychological analysis is about finding pressure points, understanding motivations, figuring out how to manipulate someone. Aizawa's expression was serious. Whatever Garaki wants from you, it's not just your power. It's you specifically, the person who has that power and makes those choices. That was significantly more disturbing than simple quirk interest. What do I do? Nothing. Don't respond, don't engage, let UA security handle it. Aizawa studied Izuku for a moment. But also be aware that your public performance is being watched by more than just pro heroes and sports fans. Every choice you make is data for people trying to understand what you are and how to approach you. That's a lot of pressure. Welcome to being publicly unusual. It only gets more complicated from here. Aizawa's slight smile was sympathetic. But for what it's worth, Your match with Shinso showed more real heroic thinking than most pro-heroes demonstrate in their entire careers. Finding nonviolent resolution while acknowledging valid criticism, that's advanced ethical reasoning. He walked away before Izuku could respond, leaving behind validation that was almost more stressful than criticism. Because if even Aizawa was impressed, that meant the bar for the next match was impossibly high. The semifinal would start soon. Izuku versus Todoroki, Ice and Fire versus Cosmic Power. Family trauma versus existential uncertainty about whether you're human or something else. This should be fun. The void stirred. You're catastrophizing again. Can you blame me? I'm fighting someone who can freeze entire buildings and has daddy issues that would make a therapist rich. Fair point, but consider, you just won a match without fighting. You changed the fundamental terms of engagement through pure tactical reframing. That's capability Todoroki can't match with elemental power. Except he's not going to stop to have a philosophical conversation. He's going to hit me with ice and fire until one of us can't continue. Then hit back. With the cosmic power, with the golden light, with everything you've been holding back, stop performing restraint and start performing competence. And reveal how much power I actually have. You already revealed it at USJ. Already demonstrated force fields on live television during the cavalry battle. The secret's out, Izuku. All you're doing now is deciding how you want people to understand what they've seen. The Void had a point. The performance was over, had been over since the USJ attack. Continuing to act like he could hide cosmic power was just postponing inevitable revelation. The question wasn't whether to demonstrate capability. It was what kind of capability to demonstrate. Overwhelming force that made people afraid, or controlled application that showed cosmic power could be used responsibly. Same abilities, completely different messages. Midnight's voice echoed through the corridor. Semi-final matches beginning in 5 minutes. Competitors report to staging areas. Time to decide who Izuku Midoriya was going to be when the world was watching. Consider the nature of inheritance. Not genetic inheritance, though that's relevant here too, but the inheritance of expectation, of legacy, of being born into a story someone else wrote and being told your role in it before you can choose for yourself. Some people inherit money, some inherit status, some inherit quirks that turn them into living weapons before they're old enough to understand what that means. And some, like Todoroki Shoto, inherit all of that plus the crushing weight of a father's obsession with surpassing a man who makes heroism look easy. Izuku Midoriya understood inheritance in different terms. He'd inherited cosmic power from a hero who erased himself from existence. Inherited memories that weren't his but felt real anyway. Inherited expectations from a society that thought quirks followed rules and didn't know what to do with someone who broke every category. Different inheritances. Same fundamental question. Who are you when you strip away what others expect you to be? That question was about to get answered through violence, elemental fury, and the uncomfortable realization that sometimes helping someone means making them angrier first. The semi-final staging area was quiet in ways that suggested everyone was processing what they'd witnessed in previous matches. Bakugo radiating aggressive energy, Ida doing stretches that somehow involved hand-chopping, and Todoroki standing alone near the window, staring at nothing with expression that suggested he was having internal conversations that weren't going well. Izuku approached slowly. Something about Todoroki's posture suggested isolation that was chosen rather than circumstantial. The kind of solitude people wrap around themselves when connection feels more dangerous than loneliness. Todoroki, Izuku said quietly, about our match, I'm going to beat you using only my ice. Todoroki's voice was flat, matter-of-fact. I won't use my fire, I refuse to use his power. His. Not the fire quirk, not my other element, just his. Like the flames were property of someone else that Todoroki was holding hostage out of spite. Your father's power, Izuku said, connecting the dots. Endeavor, the number 2 hero, whose fire-based abilities were legendary, whose obsession with surpassing All Might was equally well known, who'd apparently designed a child specifically to inherit both ice and fire in proportions that might finally achieve what he couldn't alone. Todoroki's expression flickered. He created me, a quirk marriage. My mother's ice, his fire, combined in proportions he calculated would produce someone capable of surpassing All Might. I'm not his son, I'm his project. His attempt to vicariously achieve what his own inadequacy prevents. The bitterness was palpable, not hot anger, cold fury, the kind that freezes rather than burns. So you refuse to use half your power, Izuku said slowly. To spite him, to prove you can succeed without the part of yourself that came from him. Exactly. That's stupid. Todoroki's head whipped around, expression shifting from cold neutrality to actual anger. What? It's stupid, Izuku repeated, and the void whispered warnings about tactical decisions, but he ignored them. You've got incredible power, dual elements, capability that most heroes would kill for. And you're handicapping yourself, making yourself weaker, less effective, to make a point to your father. You don't understand. I understand that you're letting him control you, maybe not the way he wants. But refusing to use your full power because he's the reason you have it. That's still letting him dictate your choices. That's still giving him power over who you are. Todoroki's ice was manifesting now, frost spreading across the floor from his right side. You have no idea what you're talking about, what it's like to be created as a tool, to have your entire existence defined by someone else's ambition. And here was the thing, Izuku did understand, maybe not in the same way. But he understood being defined by power he didn't ask for, being shaped by inheritance that complicated identity, having to navigate the question of who you are when what you are was determined by someone else's choices. You're right, Izuku said. I don't know what it's like to be in a quirk marriage, to be designed by your father, but I know what it's like to have power that isn't entirely yours. To negotiate with abilities you didn't choose and don't fully control, to wonder if you're yourself or just carrying someone else's legacy. Todoroki's anger flickered, confusion replacing fury. Your quirk is complicated. More complicated than my registration suggests. And yes, there's inheritance involved, not genetic, but still, Izuku gestured vaguely. Complicated. He took a breath. But here's the thing, Todoroki, your power is yours. Not because of how you got it, because of what you choose to do with it. Using your fire doesn't make you your father's tool. Refusing to use it doesn't make you free. What makes you yourself is choosing actively, consciously, how you want to be a hero. That's, Todoroki stopped. The ice spreading from his right side halted. You make it sound simple. It's not simple. It's probably the hardest thing any of us have to figure out, but it's also the only thing that matters. Izuku met his eyes. So in our match, I'm going to fight you with everything I have, and I'm asking you to do the same. Not for your father, not to prove anything to him, but because we both deserve to see what we're actually capable of when we stop limiting ourselves to make points to people who don't deserve that power over us. Midnight's voice echoed. Emi doaria Izukeo and toh dorohki shouto, report to the arena. Their match was starting. Time to see if words would actually translate to action, or if Todoroki's spite was stronger than his desire to win. The tournament arena felt different for the semi-final. Not larger, same physical space, but weighted with increased attention. The casual spectators had left. What remained were serious observers. Pro heroes evaluating potential recruits, hero commission officials monitoring unusual abilities, media analyzing every detail for dramatic narratives. And somewhere in the private boxes, Endeavor watching his son with expectations that were probably visible from space. Izuku pushed thoughts of observers aside, focused on Todoroki across the arena, on the ice already manifesting around his opponent's right side, on the fire conspicuously absent from his left, still refusing, still handicapping himself. Well, Izuku would just have to make him reconsider that choice. Begin, Todoroki attacked immediately. No preamble, no testing defenses, just massive ice wall erupting from the ground, surging toward Izuku with speed that would freeze anyone caught in its path. Izuku dodged, golden light flickering as he enhanced speed, clearing the ice attack by meters. The wall crashed into the arena boundary, creating glacial sculpture that would have been beautiful if it wasn't also tactical assault. You're fast, Todoroki said, already manifesting another ice attack. But speed won't be enough. I've been training with this quirk my entire life. I know how to trap mobile opponents. Another ice wall, this one from a different angle. Then another and another. Todoroki creating frozen maze, cutting off escape routes, forcing Izuku into increasingly limited space. Smart strategy. If you couldn't catch a fast opponent, you created an environment where speed became irrelevant. Where the only options were fight through ice or get trapped. The Void spoke up. He's good. Tactical thinking that compensates for half-power limitation, but he's also burning through his cold resistance. Human bodies aren't designed for sustained ice generation. He'll reach his limit. Before or after he freezes me solid, depends on whether you're willing to actually use cosmic power or if you're still performing restraint. Fair point. Izuku reached for the golden power, not the careful enhancement, but something more substantial. Let it manifest around his hands as concentrated energy, and punched through the next ice wall. The impact shattered ice into crystalline fragments, created opening in Todoroki's frozen maze, demonstrated that physical barriers weren't sufficient defense against cosmic energy. Todoroki's eyes widened. "What? You're handicapping yourself," Izuku said, advancing through the opening. "Fighting with half your power. I told you I'd use everything I have. Did you think I was bluffing?" He manifested golden dark energy more visibly now. Not full cosmic manifestation, that would be excessive, but enough to show that he was serious. Enough to demonstrate that one element Todoroki wasn't enough to win this. "Your power," Todoroki created more ice defensive walls rather than attacking. "That's not normal enhancement. That light, it's complicated, like I said." Izuku shattered another ice wall. "But we're not here to discuss quirk mechanics. We're here to fight, so fight me properly or forfeit." That was harsh, deliberately harsh, trying to provoke Todoroki the way Shinso had tried to provoke Izuku. Except instead of manipulation, this was challenge. Use your full power or admit you're not actually trying to win. Todoroki's expression cycled through emotions too fast to catalog. Anger, recognition, resistance, and underneath it all fear, not of Izuku, of himself, of what using the fire would mean. "I won't," Todoroki said, frost spreading faster now. "I'll beat you with ice alone. I'll prove I don't need his power." More ice walls, more frozen barriers. Todoroki pushing himself harder, generating ice faster, trying to overwhelm through sheer volume since he refused to use heat. And Izuku could see it, the way Todoroki's right side was frosting over. The way his movements were slowing as his body temperature dropped. The fundamental limitation of using only one element when his quirk was designed for balance between ice and fire. He was going to hurt himself, maybe seriously, all to avoid using flames that would acknowledge his father's contribution to his power. Unacceptable. Izuku made a choice, stopped attacking the ice walls. Instead, manifested golden energy as heat. Not fire, he didn't have fire manipulation. But cosmic power could express as thermal energy if directed properly. Warmth radiating from his body, melting the ice around him, creating zone of comfortable temperature in the middle of Todoroki's frozen assault. "What are you doing?" Todoroki asked, confusion breaking through his tactical focus. "Keeping you from hurting yourself." Izuku extended the thermal field, warming the arena. "You're pushing your ice too hard. Your body's temperature is dropping dangerously low. At this rate, you'll give yourself hypothermia just to avoid using fire." "That's not. It is your concern, because I'm not beating someone who's handicapping themselves. I'm not winning a match where my opponent is more focused on spite than strategy." Izuku let the golden power intensify. "So here's what's going to happen, Todoroki. I'm going to force you to make a choice. Keep refusing to use your fire and lose consciousness from cold, or accept that your power is yours regardless of where it came from and actually fight me properly. You can't make me, I can." Watch. Izuku manifested more golden energy, not as attack, as demonstration. Let the cosmic power become visible in ways that went beyond simple enhancement, created barriers of solidified light, generated force that made the air shimmer with potential violence, showed exactly how much capability he'd been holding back. The crowd gasped. Present Mike's commentary went appropriately chaotic. And Todoroki stared at the display of power that dwarfed anything he could produce with ice alone. "This is what I can do," Izuku said quietly. "This is the power I inherited from someone else. Someone who struggled with it, who let it define him, who eventually needed to erase himself because he couldn't figure out how to be both himself and the carrier of this ability." He met Todoroki's eyes. "I refuse to make his mistakes. I refuse to let inheritance determine destiny, and I'm asking you to do the same. Stop fighting your father by limiting yourself. Start fighting him by being better than him, not through his power. Through your choice to use your full capabilities in ways he never could." "That's," Todoroki's voice was shaking. "You make it sound easy. It's terrifying. I wake up every day wondering if I'm myself or just carrying someone else's tragedy. But I choose to believe that who I am is defined by my choices, not my inheritance. And I'm asking you to believe the same thing." Izuku pulled more golden power, let it manifest as overwhelming presence, made the choice clear. Todoroki could keep using ice alone and lose, or he could acknowledge that his power was his own and actually fight. So what's it going to be, Todoroki? Lose to prove a point? Or win by accepting yourself? Here's something about pivotal moments. They don't feel pivotal while they're happening. They feel like choices made under pressure, decisions forced by circumstances, actions taken because all other options were worse. It's only later in retrospect, with distance and understanding, that you recognize them as the moments where everything changed. For Todoroki Shoto, the pivotal moment came in the form of memory, not his father's voice. Not Endeavor's commands or expectations or obsessive demands, but his mother's words, spoken years ago before the strain of the quirk marriage broke her entirely. Your power is yours, Shoto, not his. Yours, and Izuku standing across the arena, cosmic power making him shine like embodied sunrise, asking Todoroki to accept what his mother had tried to tell him. That inheritance doesn't determine identity. That power is defined by choice, not origin. Todoroki looked at his left side, at the arm that contained fire he'd refused to use for years, at the part of himself he'd rejected because acknowledging it felt like surrender to his father's design. But what if his mother was right? What if refusing the fire was just another way of letting Endeavor control him? What if actual freedom meant accepting all of what he was and choosing how to use it? The flames ignited. Not explosively, not dramatically, just present. Fire manifesting along Todoroki's left side, balancing the ice on his right, completing the dual-element design that was his birthright and his burden. The arena erupted in noise. The crowd recognizing something significant had happened, Endeavor in his private box probably having complicated emotions, and Izuku across the arena smiling with genuine satisfaction. There you are, Izuku said. Now let's actually fight. What followed was beautiful, terrible. The kind of combat that would be analyzed in tactical classes for years as example of what happens when two powerful students stop holding back. Todoroki's ice and fire working in concert, creating temperature differentials that generated wind, freezing the ground and then superheating air above it, using both elements with tactical sophistication that one element fighting had never allowed. And Izuku meeting it with cosmic power that had stopped pretending to be normal quirk. Golden dark energy manifesting as barriers, as cutting force, as thermal manipulation, as whatever application the situation required. Not overwhelming Todoroki, matching him, making him work for every advantage, forcing him to think tactically, demonstrating that using full power didn't mean automatic victory, just honest competition. The arena became study in contrasts, ice and fire, golden light and elemental fury. Two students who'd both been carrying inheritances they didn't choose, finally accepting those inheritances on their own terms. It was spectacular. It was terrifying. It was exactly what the sports festival existed to showcase. The next generation of heroes discovering what they were capable of when they stopped limiting themselves. The match lasted maybe 3 minutes of actual combat. Could have been longer, but Todoroki's body, unaccustomed to using both elements simultaneously, was reaching its limits faster than his tactical mind was. Izuku could see it. The way fire and ice were starting to interfere with each other. The way Todoroki's movements were becoming less precise. The fundamental reality that dramatic power increase required time to adapt to. He could win now, could press the advantage, use cosmic power to overwhelm while Todoroki was struggling with elemental balance. But that wasn't the point of this match. The point was helping Todoroki accept himself. Mission accomplished. Continuing to fight when his opponent was reaching physical limits would just be cruelty. Izuku pulled back the golden power, not surrendering, creating space. Todoroki, you did it. You used both elements. Proved you could, that's the victory that mattered. But the match is less important than you accepting your power. I'm satisfied with what we demonstrated. Izuku smiled. So let's finish this properly. Both of us full power, one final exchange. Todoroki understood, nodded, began gathering ice and fire for massive combined attack, the kind of technique that required both elements working together. That proved he'd actually integrated rather than just using them separately. Izuku reached for the golden power, pulled everything he could safely access, let it manifest as concentrated force, as cosmic energy made tangible. They attacked simultaneously. Ice and fire met golden dark energy in the center of the arena. The collision created shockwave that shattered windows throughout the stadium, created light show that would be replayed on sports broadcasts for years, made it absolutely clear to everyone watching that both competitors were operating at levels far beyond normal student capability. When the energy dispersed, both of them were still standing. But Todoroki was at his limit, body temperature fluctuating wildly, quirk exhaustion visible in his posture. Izuku was tired but functional, cosmic power allowing for reserves that normal quirks couldn't match. Midnight made the call, Todoroki is unable to continue, Midoriya wins, the crowd erupted. Present Mike's commentary was incomprehensible noise, and Izuku crossed the arena to where Todoroki was being evaluated by medical staff, offering a hand. "Thank you," Todoroki said quietly, "for making me fight properly. Thank you for accepting that your power is yours. That's," Izuku gestured at the damaged arena, the melted ice, the scorch marks. "That's what victory actually looks like, not winning the match, winning the choice." They helped Todoroki to the medical area. Recovery Girl would handle the quirk exhaustion and temperature regulation issues. But the psychological victory, accepting both elements, acknowledging that his power was his own regardless of origin, that was something Todoroki would have to integrate himself. Izuku returned to the staging area, where Bakugo was waiting with expression that promised violence. "That," Bakugo said, "was the most aggressively therapeutic thing I've ever seen. You turned a tournament match into counseling session with explosions. It worked though." "Yeah, it worked." Bakugo's grin was sharp. "Which means in our match I expect the same energy, no holding back, no philosophical bullshit. Just you, me, and every ounce of power we can throw at each other. Deal." The other semi-final match, Bakugo versus Ida, was less psychologically complex but equally intense. Bakugo won through combination of explosive force and tactical prediction, defeating Ida's speed with area denial techniques that made precision movement impossible. The finals were set, Midoriya versus Bakugo. Childhood friends who'd become complicated allies, quirkless victim and aggressive genius. Cosmic power versus explosive capability. This was going to be either the best match of the tournament or a complete disaster, possibly both. The void stirred, you helped Todoroki accept himself, demonstrated that inheritance doesn't determine identity, that's growth. Robert Reynolds never learned that lesson. Yeah, feels good. But now you're going to fight Bakugo, who knows about the cosmic power, who's been pushing you toward authenticity all day, who won't accept anything less than your absolute maximum effort. I know. Are you ready for that? For showing the entire nation what you really are, Izuku looked at his hands. At the golden light that flickered beneath his skin even in dormant state. At the power that had been both burden and gift, inheritance and choice. "I don't know if I'm ready, but I'm done pretending to be something less than what I am. Then the finals should be interesting." Here's what people misunderstand about rivalries. They think it's about competition. About wanting to beat someone to prove superiority, to establish hierarchy through victory. That's part of it, sure, but the real heart of rivalry, the kind that shapes who you become rather than just determining who wins, is about recognition. About being seen completely, not the version of yourself you perform for strangers or the persona you maintain for social acceptability. The whole complicated truth of who you are, including the parts you're still figuring out. Bakugo Katsuki and Izuku Midoriya had been seeing each other completely for 10 years. Through the comfortable lie of quirklessness and the uncomfortable truth of late manifesting cosmic power. Through victim and aggressor dynamics that had evolved into something more complex than either wanted to acknowledge. They knew each other, really knew each other. Not the surface details but the fundamental patterns, how the other thought, fought, chose to exist in the world. Which meant their match wasn't going to be about tournament victory or pro-hero recruitment or public performance. It was going to be about truth, absolute, unfiltered, violent truth. And truth, as it turns out, is loud. The break between semifinals and finals gave Izuku exactly 20 minutes to process what he'd committed himself to. 20 minutes to consider that he'd just agreed to fight Bakugo, who knew about cosmic power, who'd been pushing him toward authenticity all day, who would absolutely not accept restraint or philosophical reframing or any strategy that looked like avoiding confrontation. 20 minutes to catastrophize about all the ways this could go wrong. The void was amused. "You're spiraling." "I'm preparing." "You're imagining disaster scenarios. There's a difference." Bakugo knows I can create force fields, cut through ice with energy blades, manifest thermal manipulation. He watched every match. He's analyzing weaknesses, planning counters, preparing to exploit every gap in my control. Yes, and he's going to make me use everything, full cosmic manifestation, in front of millions of viewers. With Hero Commission officials watching. With my mom in the stands probably having heart attack about her son revealing abilities that will make him target for people like Dr. Garaki. So don't fight him. The The suggestion was so absurd that Izuku's catastrophizing actually stopped. What? Don't fight him, forfeit, walk away, preserve the mystery, maintain ambiguity about your full capabilities, avoid the revelation you're worried about. I can't do that. Why not? You just helped Todoroki by making him accept himself. You defeated Shinso through philosophical reframing. You've already demonstrated that victory conditions are negotiable. So negotiate different terms. Because Izuku stopped, tried to articulate something he felt but hadn't put into words yet, because Bakugo deserves better. He's been pushing me toward authenticity all day. Demanding I stop hiding, stop performing restraint, stop pretending to be something less than what I am. If I forfeit now, I'm telling him that avoidance is acceptable, that hiding is valid strategy. And that bothers you because he's right. I've been hiding, performing, trying to manage revelation instead of accepting it. And the only person left who might actually force me to stop is him. The void was quiet for a moment. Then, Robert Reynolds never had someone like Bakugo, never had someone who knew him completely and refused to let him hide. Maybe that's why he failed where you might succeed. The announcement came over the PA. Final match beginning in 5 minutes. Emiido Aria Izukeo and Bakeojo Kahtsoki report to the arena. Time to find out if truth was actually better than comfortable fiction. The arena had been repaired from previous matches. Concrete replaced, ice removed, scorch marks cleaned. A blank slate for whatever destruction was about to occur. Bakugo was already there, hands crackling with small explosions, his body's automatic response to anticipation and adrenaline. His expression was complicated, aggressive confidence mixed with something that might have been concern if Bakugo ever admitted to feelings other than anger. "Deku," he said as Izuku approached. "You look like you're about to throw up. Just processing." Processing what? This is simple, we fight. Whoever's standing wins. No philosophy, no therapy, no clever tactical reframing. His grin was sharp. Just you and me and every ounce of power we've got. That's what I'm processing. You're going to make me use everything. Obviously, what's the point otherwise? Bakugo's expression shifted, becoming more serious. You helped half and half accept his fire, made him stop handicapping himself to spite his dad. Now I'm going to do the same for you, make you stop handicapping yourself to avoid attention. By beating me up, by refusing to let you hold back. By making restraint more painful than revelation. Bakugo's hands sparked. You've got cosmic power that stopped a weapon designed to kill All Might. You can create barriers, manipulate energy, move faster than cameras can track. And you've been performing normal strong student because you're terrified of what people will think if they see what you really are. He wasn't wrong. The observation was uncomfortably accurate. So here's the deal, Deku. I'm going to hit you with everything I've got, and you're going to hit back with everything you've got. Not strategic limitation, not measured response, everything. And when this match is over, everyone watching will know exactly what you are. That's terrifying. Good. Terrifying means you're taking it seriously. Bakugo's grin widened. Now get ready because I'm not holding back and I won't let you either. Midnight raised her hand. Competitors ready? This is the final match. Winner claims first place in the UA Sports Festival. The crowd noise was deafening. Present Mike's pre-match commentary already at maximum enthusiasm. And somewhere in the private boxes, Hero Commission officials were definitely taking notes. Begin. Imagine two natural disasters given human form and told to fight. That's not hyperbole. That's tactical assessment of what happened when Bakugo Katsuki and Izuku Midoriya stopped pretending to be normal students. Bakugo's opening attack was massive explosion, not aimed at Izuku directly, but at the ground between them. Creating smoke screen, disrupting vision, establishing chaos that his combat experience could navigate better than Izuku's analytical approach. But Izuku's enhanced perception cut through smoke like it wasn't there. He could sense the air displacement from Bakugo's movement, could track the heat signature of explosions being prepared, could predict attack patterns before they manifested. He dodged the follow-up barely and countered with golden energy manifestation. Not holding back now, not performing restraint, just pure force that made the air shimmer with potential violence. The collision sent both of them skidding backward. Concrete cracked under their feet, the shockwave knocked dust from the stadium rafters. Present Mike? What a start, both competitors going all out immediately. This is going to be incredible. Bakugo recovered first, years of combat experience manifesting as instinctive movement. Another explosion, this one shaped to drive Izuku toward the boundary line. Tactical positioning, using arena geography as weapon. Izuku created barrier, golden dark energy solidifying into force field that caught the explosion and dispersed it. New application developed during the cavalry battle, still not entirely stable but functional enough. There's the barrier. Bakugo's grin was feral. The thing you did against my gauntlet blast. I've been waiting to test it properly. He launched himself forward with explosion-propelled movement. Not attacking the barrier, attacking Izuku directly, forcing him to either maintain defense or shift to offense, can't do both simultaneously with imperfect control. Izuku chose offense. Let the barrier drop, manifested golden energy around his fist, met Bakugo's explosive punch with cosmic-powered counter. The impact created crater. Made windows throughout the stadium vibrate sympathetically. Proved to everyone watching that both competitors were operating at levels that shouldn't exist in 14-year-olds. They broke apart, both breathing hard, both grinning despite themselves. That's what I wanted, Bakugo shouted over the crowd noise. Stop holding back, show them what you really are. You're insane, and you're finally fighting properly. Keep going. This was absurd. They were demolishing the arena while having what amounted to aggressive therapy session. Using violence as communication, combat as honesty, destruction as path toward authenticity. And somehow, impossibly, it was working. The thing about fighting someone who knows you completely, they understand your patterns, your tendencies, the ways you think and react and choose to engage with threats. Bakugo knew that Izuku analyzed. That enhanced perception meant he could see attacks coming, predict patterns, calculate optimal responses. So Bakugo didn't use patterns, he used chaos. Explosions from unpredictable angles, feints that weren't feints, attacks that looked tactical but were actually emotional, making the fight less about strategy and more about instinct, forcing Izuku out of analytical mindset and into pure reactive combat. And Izuku, for his part, knew that Bakugo's aggression was performative. That underneath explosive confidence was someone who analyzed just as much, just differently. Someone who read opponents through their responses, learned from every exchange, adapted faster than conscious thought. So Izuku stopped trying to predict, started reacting purely, letting the golden power flow without overthinking its application. Trusting instinct instead of analysis. They met in the center of the arena for the third time. Explosion versus cosmic energy. Fire and light and sound that made the crowd put hands over ears. The collision sent them both flying backward again. But this time, Izuku didn't just recover, he manifested the golden dark energy more fully than he had all day. Let it become visible in ways that went beyond simple enhancement. The light was blinding. The dark energy swirled around him like living shadow. And his eyes shifted to something that was more energy than biology, more concept than matter. This was the Sentry's power. This was what Robert Reynolds had been capable of before doubt and fear fractured him. This was what Izuku Midoriya could become if he stopped holding back. The crowd went silent. Even present Mike seemed at a loss for words. Because this wasn't student-level combat anymore. This was something else entirely. Bakugo's expression cycled through surprise, recognition, satisfaction. There you are, that's the Deku who scared me. He pulled the pin on both gauntlets. Oh, this was going to be bad. The dual gauntlet explosions, all stored nitroglycerin sweat released simultaneously, created detonation that would have leveled buildings. Created pressure wave that should have sent Izuku flying out of the arena entirely. Should have. But Izuku, operating at full cosmic manifestation, didn't fly backward. He stood his ground, golden dark energy creating field that caught the explosion and contained it. Not a barrier this time, actual energy manipulation, redirecting force around himself, making physics optional through sheer overwhelming power. When the smoke cleared, Izuku stood in the center of a crater, completely unharmed, glowing with light that shouldn't exist in human form. And Bakugo, gauntlets depleted, breathing hard, stared at him with expression of pure satisfaction. That, Bakugo said, is what I wanted to see, the real you, not the kid pretending to have normal quirk, the one carrying cosmic bullshit and trying to figure out what that means. He raised his hands, still capable of normal explosions even without gauntlet reserves. Now let's finish this properly. Here's something about pivotal moments. Sometimes they're not about victory, sometimes they're about recognition. About being seen completely by someone who refuses to let you hide. Izuku looked at Bakugo across the destroyed arena. At his childhood friend who'd become complicated rival who'd evolved into something that didn't have a name but felt like essential relationship anyway. Someone who knew him. who'd pushed him toward authenticity, who was currently preparing to explode him because that's how Bakugo showed he cared. The absurdity of it was almost beautiful. "One more exchange," Izuku said, and his voice carried harmonics that shouldn't exist in human speech. The full cosmic manifestation changing even basic vocalization. "Everything we've got. Finally." An honest fight. Bakugo's grin was genuine, not aggressive or performative, just satisfied. "Let's make it count." They gathered power. Bakugo concentrating sweat for maximum explosive output. Izuku pulling golden dark energy into concentrated form, letting it manifest as pure force without bothering to shape it into anything specific. The crowd was on its feet. The pro heroes watching with expressions ranging from impressed to deeply concerned. The Hero Commission officials probably having emergency meetings about what they were witnessing. And Izuku and Bakugo not caring about any of it. Just focused on each other, on this moment, on the truth that only violence could apparently communicate. They attacked simultaneously. Explosion met cosmic energy in collision that created light visible across Tokyo. Sound that registered on seismographs. Force that made the stadium's structural integrity questionable. When the dust settled, and it took a while to settle because there was a lot of dust, both competitors were on the ground. Bakugo unconscious from quirk exhaustion and the backlash of maximum output explosion. Izuku conscious but barely, golden light flickering as cosmic power retreated to dormancy. Midnight made the call, both competitors are down. But Midoriya is conscious. Winner Midoriya Izuku, the crowd erupted. Present Mike's commentary was incomprehensible enthusiasm. And Izuku, lying in a crater of his own making, felt the void's presence in his mind. "You did it, stopped hiding, showed them what you are." "Yeah, I'm terrified about the consequences. Probably wise, but also look what you accomplished. You helped Todoroki accept himself. You defeated opponents without unnecessary force. You fought Bakugo honestly and survived. That's growth Robert Reynolds never achieved. He would have just destroyed everything, wouldn't he? Probably. He didn't know how to modulate. Didn't have people like Bakugo who'd force him to be better while also accepting what he was." The void paused. "You're doing better than he did. That counts for something." Recovery Girl appeared, looking exhausted and slightly annoyed. "Midoriya Shounen, you and Bakugo Shounen just destroyed an entire arena. Again, this is becoming a pattern." "Sorry, Recovery Girl. Don't apologize. Just try not to reveal any more reality-defying capabilities for at least a week. My heart can't take it." She began healing the minor injuries, nothing serious, just exhaustion and bruising. "Also, the Hero Commission wants to speak with you after the closing ceremonies. Apparently your performance raised questions." Of course it did. When wasn't he raising questions? Bakugo regained consciousness a few minutes later, immediately trying to sit up despite Recovery Girl's protests. How did you lost?" Izuku said. "Barely, it was close. I should have used bigger explosions." But Bakugo was grinning. "You actually used the cosmic power, full manifestation. That thing you did where your eyes went all light show, that's what I've been trying to get you to do all day." "I know, it was terrifying." "Good, you needed to be terrified into honesty." Bakugo accepted Recovery Girl's healing with bad grace. "So what happens now? Hero Commission freaks out about your abilities." "Probably. Well, at least you'll be interesting while they freak out." That was perhaps the nicest thing Bakugo had ever said to him. The closing ceremonies were surreal, standing on the winner's podium while All Might, in full muscle form for the cameras, placed medals around their necks. First place, Izuku. Second, Bakugo. Third, Todoroki, who'd recovered enough to accept his medal with complicated expression. All Might's words were characteristically enthusiastic, but his eyes carried concern. He'd watched Izuku reveal full cosmic manifestation on national television. Watched the Hero Commission officials take notes, understood exactly what complications that would create, but he also looked proud. Like whatever consequences came, he thought they were worth it. The crowd's reception was overwhelming, applause that felt like pressure, cheering that acknowledged something significant had occurred. And underneath it, the awareness that they'd witnessed something unusual, that Midoriya Izuku wasn't normal student with strong quirk, that he was something else. The question was, what? After ceremonies, Izuku was escorted to a private meeting room. Same Hero Commission officials from before, Hayashi, Sakamoto, Director Kobayashi, all wearing expressions that suggested they'd had very long day dealing with revelations. "Midoriya-kun," Kobayashi began, Your performance today was remarkable and significantly more extensive than what you demonstrated during previous evaluation. My quirk is still developing, Izuku said, defaulting to standard evasion. New applications emerge as I gain control. That's what you said before. But today, Sakamoto pulled up footage on a tablet, the moment during the finals where Izuku's eyes had shifted to pure light. This goes beyond quirk development. This is physiological transformation, energy becoming biology or biology becoming energy. That's not normal manifestation pattern. I'm aware my quirk is unusual. Unusual is one word for it, Hayashi interrupted. Unprecedented is another. We've never documented abilities that work the way yours does, which creates significant administrative complications. Izuku waited. There was more coming. He could sense it in their body language. However, Kobayashi continued, your performance also demonstrated something crucial: control. You used overwhelming power in ways that minimized collateral damage. You helped opponents rather than simply defeating them. You showed that unusual capabilities don't necessarily mean dangerous tendencies. That was not the direction Izuku expected this to go. We're still flagging your file for ongoing assessment, Sakamoto added. Monthly evaluations will continue, but we're also noting that you've demonstrated heroic judgment under pressure. That counts for more than we can fully measure. What does that mean? Izuku asked carefully. It means we're watching you. But we're also willing to acknowledge that you're trying to be a hero, not a threat. Kobayashi's expression softened slightly. Continue training, continue developing control, and continue demonstrating the judgment you showed today. Do that, and we can work with the unusual capabilities. It wasn't approval exactly, but it wasn't condemnation either. It was recognition that Izuku was complicated, and the commission was willing to accept complication if it came with heroic intent. Better outcome than he'd expected. The meeting concluded. Izuku was released back to his mom, who'd been waiting outside with expressions cycling between pride and terror. She hugged him tightly. You were amazing, and I'm so proud, and please never scare me like that again. Can't promise that, Mom. I know, but I had to say it anyway. She pulled back, studying his face. Are you okay, really? Was he okay? He just revealed cosmic power on national television. Had fought matches that demonstrated abilities far beyond normal quirks, had essentially announced to the world that he was something unusual. The consequences would be significant. More attention from people like Dr. Garaki, more scrutiny from the commission, more questions from classmates and teachers and everyone who thought they understood him. But he'd also helped Todoroki accept himself. Had been honest with Bakugo, had stopped performing restraint and started being authentic. I think so, Izuku said. It's terrifying, but also I'm not hiding anymore. That feels better than I expected. His mom smiled, tears in her eyes. Then I'm proud, terrified, but proud. They headed home. The train ride was quiet, both processing the day's events. Izuku's phone buzzed occasionally, messages from classmates congratulating him, from All Might suggesting they meet tomorrow to discuss next steps, from Bakugo sending single word. Good, and one more message from the number he'd been told to avoid. Your final match was educational. The way you modulated cosmic power while maintaining consciousness, impressive. We should discuss your control techniques. Dr. Garaki Izuku showed it to his mom. She immediately called UA security, reported it, and then held his hand the rest of the train ride home. Dangerous people were watching. The revelation had attracted attention from those who saw cosmic power as opportunity rather than person to protect. But Izuku had also revealed something else, that he had support, teachers who'd protect him, classmates who'd stand with him, a mother who'd fight anyone who tried to treat her son as experiment. Robert Reynolds had faced his demons alone, had tried to hide until hiding became impossible, had eventually needed to erase himself because he couldn't figure out how to be both himself and carrier of cosmic power. Izuku was choosing different path, public, authentic. Surrounded by people who knew what he was and chose to support him anyway. Terrifying, liberating, both at once. The void stirred. You survived your first major public revelation. What now? Now I figure out how to be hero while everyone's watching. That's going to be complicated. Everything about this is complicated, but at least I'm not doing it alone anymore. No. You're not? Izuku looked at his reflection in the train window, at the boy who'd been quirkless until 6 months ago, who'd inherited cosmic power from Forgotten Hero, who just won the UA Sports Festival by revealing abilities that made people question what he was. He was tired. anxious about consequences, worried about the attention he'd attracted. But also, for the first time since golden light started flickering beneath his skin, he felt like himself. Not performing, not hiding, just Izuku Midoriya, cosmic power and all, choosing to be hero on his own terms. The journey was just beginning. The complications would only increase, but he'd crossed threshold, from hiding to revelation, from performance to authenticity, from trying to be what others expected to accepting what he actually was. Progress. Terrifying, irreversible progress, but progress nonetheless.